All right. It is 9 a.m., so let's go ahead and get started. Today is February 27th, 9 a.m. This is our regular Board of Supervisors meeting for the County of Lake, and we will go ahead and begin the day with a moment of silence, and I believe we have 2 moments of silence.
So we did lose a local Kelseyville longtime legend, Sid Stokes. He was a farmer, a pear farmer, wine grape farmer, and just a very, very kind and compassionate person that we're going to miss greatly. He was really involved in the community. He was a veteran and was very active with a lot of our farming organizations. And just a wonderful human being. So I know it's difficult whenever we have a loss like this. So just like to send our thoughts and have our hearts be with the family right now.
I'd like to offer a moment of silence for Delbert Thomas Sr., a tribal elder from the Elam Indian Colony. He was one of the very knowledgeable elders of the culture. It was instrumental in building the roundhouse on the Elam Indian Colony, and his family will dearly miss him. This is a very detrimental loss to the Native community. He leaves with lots of knowledge of the songs, the culture, the language, and so I just want to offer a moment of silence for his family.
Supervisor Pyska, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for those. Checking in with the board and staff. If there are any extra items not appearing on the agenda, please say no.
No.
Thank you. We will move on to our consent agenda items. I'm already going to be pulling items 5.3 and 5.26, as well as 5.4, 5.14, 5.15, 5.25, and 5.29. Are there any other items to pull?
5-4, what else?
5.14, 5.15,
Okay.
5.25, and 5.29.
That's the only one I was going to pull was 14.
Okay, already on the list. Any other items before I open up for public? I'll go ahead and open it up for the public, both in the Zoom room and in the chamber. Any items you wish to pull from the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no hands on Zoom and no one getting up in the chamber, I'll bring it back to the board for action. And I apologize. I looked at the list wrong. I'm going to eliminate 5.3 and 5.26 from being pulled. It's just that they required 4/5 vote, but if we're not pulling them for discussion, then obviously they'll get the 4/5 vote. Apologize for that.
What's that? What am I doing?
Looking for action on the consent agenda, with the exception of 5.4, 5.14, 5.15, 5.25, and 5.29.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, and we will get to those pulled items as soon as we can. Let's try to stay on task on our timed items. And up next, we have our pet of the week. Please come on up.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
CAO.
A public comment?
Oh,
Public
did I skip
input?
public comment? Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Let's go ahead and start with public input. I was at the bottom of the page, and I just skipped right on to the next page. I apologize for that.
Well, I'm not as cute as the dog, but my name is Jason Tarmino, and I'm in charge of government affairs for Pacific Gas and Electric. And I just wanted to come here and introduce myself and put a name and face together. And I'm reaching out to everyone to set up meetings. I have a kind of a unique background for this position. Professionally, I've been a real estate developer for the last 15 years. So I brought about 8 projects through the entitlement process. And then from a board of directors and volunteer standpoint, I've done a lot of different things. Aquatics, a lot on homeless, adult day health, Chamber of Commerce, economic development. One thing that I'm quite proud of is I'm on a board of a homeless organization. Last year, we opened a brand new $7 million homeless facility. $5 million of that was privately raised. And then we got $1 million from the county and $1 million from the city from ERC funds, which we needed because costs went up at the end. And so we'll be talking a lot about Pacific Gas and Electric issues, sort of the standard things that probably we've talked about a lot. But also I feel like my background will help with some of the other major issues that Lake County faces. And part of my goal is to understand what are the initiatives that you all are working on and how can I contribute to those initiatives with my background and skills, et cetera. It's a little bit of a rework of this position with me coming in, but I'm looking forward to partnering with all of you. I know that important things in government take years to accomplish, and I've been a part of that process for a long time. So my goal is to be a good partner. As a basic service provider in this community, we have a responsibility, but also an opportunity. PG&E's been here long before we were born. It'll be here long after we're all gone. But I want to make sure that we have someone in the county who can understand the big picture issues and the minutia of how government works and be a good partner. So thanks very much, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Looking forward to those conversations, and hopefully we don't have to communicate too much in the upcoming week as we see some of the weather patterns coming in. Thank you. Any further comments from the public in the chamber? And I see no hands raised on Zoom. And so now we will move on, and I apologize, to our pet of the week. Pet of the week? I don't know.
Hi, my name is Serena Kopis with Lake County Animal Care Control. Today I have brought Mac. He is a 2-year-old lab mix. He came to us as a stray. We've done some dog testing with him. He does great with large and small dogs. He's good with everybody who he meets. He'd be great in any kind of home. And if you'd like to come see him or any of our other available animals, we are located at 4949 Hellbrush Drive in Lakeport behind the county jail. And our phone number is 707-263-0278.
Thank you so much, Officer Kopis.
Yep.
And we will move on to our 9:06 a.m., our 9:04 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation thanking Senate President Pro Tempore Mike McGuire and the California State Legislature for their support of Lake County's tree mortality emergency response. Supervisor Pyska will take care of the proclamation.
Okay, the Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California. Proclamation, a proclamation thanking Senate President Pro Tempore Mike McGuire and the California State Legislature for their support of Lake County's tree mortality emergency response. Whereas then California Governor Edmund G. Brown proclaimed a state of emergency to exist throughout the state of California due to severe drought conditions on January 17th, 2014, and whereas the state of emergency was subsequently on October 30th, 2015 for pervasive tree mortality in California and included provisions to expedite the removal and disposal of dead and dying hazardous trees. And whereas the County of Lake proclaimed a local emergency due to worsening drought conditions on May 6, 2020, it says 2021, but I believe it was 2022. And whereas persistent and severe drought result multi-species bark beetle infestation in many areas of California caused dramatic tree mortality in several regions of the state, with the United States Forest Service estimating that over 22 million trees were dead in 2014 and tens of millions were likely to die in the years coming. Whereas tree mortality in Lake County grew at an extraordinary rate between 2019 and the United States Forest Service flyover data estimated 3,000 dead and dying trees countywide. In 2022, when that estimate reached 590,000, with an estimate of 20,000 trees threatening county roads and evacuation routes. And whereas the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection's aerial and group surveys in Napa and Lake counties of December 2021 and January 2022 affirmed widespread conifer mortality, and that current drought is reducing the vigor and health of conifers, leaving Lake County trees vulnerable to further insect attacks. And whereas this growing threat increases fire risk, presents considerable safety risks from falling trees to residents living in affected areas, forested communities, and worsens the threat of erosion across Lake County's watersheds. And whereas the magnitude of pervasive tree mortality in Lake County continues to represent a threat beyond the capacity of county resources to remediate, and assistance is required from both state and federal agencies. And whereas the Lake County Board of Supervisors declared a local emergency for pervasive tree mortality on May 3rd, 2022, and whereas the Lake County Board of Supervisors requested assistance from the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services under California Disaster Act, CDAA 2015-5 on July 25th, 2023. And whereas the Lake County State Senator McGuire, understanding the restrained financial capacity of the County of Lake, reviewed this request and was able to secure $1 million allocation to the county to fund project management and support for this event. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Lake County Board of Supervisors is grateful to Senator McGuire, who is now serving as the 52nd President pro tempore of the California State Senate, for his extraordinary support and advocacy on behalf of Lake County, and to the state legislature for recognizing Lake County's tree mortality emergency as a matter of statewide concern. Be it further proclaimed, remediating the ongoing tree mortality emergency is a matter of utmost priority and urgency to the County of Lake and this board, and responsive county departments are hereby directed to take steps to ameliorate emergency conditions to the maximum extent permitted by available resources, passed and adopted this 27th day of February 2024. So thank you for being with us today. This has been a big issue for a long time and something that I've been working on for the past 3 years. We do have, as this proclamation states, we have 20,000 standing dead trees along our county right-of-ways, and that is a public safety issue. And it's been a challenge to get the funding and the plans together to tackle this work, but it's been a long time in the process. Even Trevor was in the helicopter with me 2 years ago when we were surveying the trees. So it has taken a lot of effort, a lot of support through all of Senator McGuire's staff, and Rhiannon is here today, so thank you so much. But we can't start this work unless we know that we have the resources to do it. We do not. Our county does not have the resources to do this work. But what we've seen, not just in fire season, but through all these storms, is these trees come down. They come down and they have the potential to really threaten human life. So this is a really critical issue, and we've been working on it for a long time, and hopefully it's coming together and we can finally start implementing this. So much gratitude to our senator, and please pass that on, Rhiannon. And I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Yeah, thank you so much, Supervisor Peiska, and to the rest of the board for your kind words about Senator McGuire. Of course, he wishes he could be here today, but he did want me to thank you all on behalf for this honor and say it's an absolute privilege and honor to be able to work with you all and serve Lake County. Since the fires of 2015 and nearly every year thereafter, Senator McGuire has worked hard to ensure that every time this county has undergone an emergency, the state has responded to help, and that includes the dead and dying tree emergency, which this board has led the way on, in particular, thanks to the hard work and tenacity of you, Supervisor Peiska, to tackle this issue head on and help prevent future large wildfires. So the senator, like I said, is very proud to partner with the county on this, and we look forward to continued efforts in the months and years to come. So thank you again. We really appreciate this acknowledgement.
Great. Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Absolutely appreciate the support. It's about the partnership, especially since wildfires, as we know, do not stop in jurisdictional areas. They carry on, unfortunately, into other counties as well. And to reduce the threat is to really help out our neighbors and ourselves and our residents here in Lake County. So thank you to the senator for his work and his efforts and his advocacy. It's like we're taking a picture. You don't see it, but you're in a picture. Any comments from the public on this item? I see no one standing up and no hands in Zoom. And thank you again very much, Ms. Philippi. And we're going to move on to item 6.4, 9:06 a.m., presentation of proclamation celebrating First Five Lake County's 25 years of service in Lake County. Please come on up, First Five. I saw a board member that hesitated to get up, but we're getting all of them now.
First, it's a party. First five. Anybody like kids? 0 to 5? Come on up. It's a team here. Yeah, there you go.
Come on up.
Probation, sure. Well, this is a proclamation celebrating First Five Lake County's 25 years of service in Lake County. Whereas, in November of 1998, California voters passed Proposition 10, the Children's and Family Act, adding a tax on tobacco products to support early education and health programs, services, and resources specifically for young children, prenatal through age 5, and their families. And whereas the County of Lake established a local Children and Families Commission, now known as First Five Lake Commission, in January 1999, consisting of 9 local voting members. Commissioners represent county government, public health, social services, education, early care, and family advocates. And whereas for the past 25 years, First Five Lake has been an unwavering pillar of support for the community's youngest members, consistently demonstrating a steadfast commitment to nurturing their growth and development. And whereas throughout its extensive tenure, First Five Lake has been a driving force behind the advancement of early childhood development, tirelessly working to create an environment where every child has equitable access to essential resources, support systems, and opportunities that lay the foundation for a healthy and thriving start in life. And whereas First Five Lake provides supports for direct services, notably for parenting classes, support for child care, oral health care, literacy programs, car seat programs, early parent supports, and resources for families. And whereas the innovative programs and initiatives spearheaded by First Five Lake contributes to the overall well-being of our county through the continuous improvement of systems impacting our families. And whereas the collaboration, dedication, and passion exhibited by the First Five Lake Commission have been instrumental in creating a community where children are prioritized, families are supported, and the foundation for a prosperous future is laid. And whereas, as we celebrate this significant milestone, we recognize and commend First Five Lake for its 25 years of exceptional service, commitment, and positive influence on the lives of our youngest community members. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors does hereby express our deepest gratitude to First Five Lake for 25 years of service, innovation, and advocacy for the well-being of our children and families. We celebrate the accomplishments, impact, and enduring legacy of First Five Lake, and we look forward to continued collaboration in building a brighter, healthier future for generations to come. Passed and adopted this 27th day of February 2024. First Five Lake in the house. And do we have somebody here from First Five Lake who would like to add a few words? Not that there are any more words to add, but...
I just wanted to take a moment to thank the board for this proclamation, as well as to thank our past and current commissioners who sit on the First Five Lake Commission, who have allocated a large number of funds to our 0 to 5ers here in Lake County, and to our partnering agencies who continue to support and advocate for our little our littles here in Lake County. It's our vision that one day the success of Lake County can be measured in the well-being of our youngest children. Thank you.
Anybody else? A past chair? Anyone? No? I'm feeling the love here, but I just want to commend First Five Lake. I ended up as a supervisor on there. I'm chair this year. I don't want to play favorites, but this is my favorite commission by far. They get things done, they're organized, and the mission that they support is so important to our county. Kids 0 to 5 need voices and advocates. I'm old enough to remember voting for Prop 10 back in the day, and I'm glad to see that it still continues to do such a great, important job for our community. Anybody from the board?
I just want to highlight a few of the things that they've been involved in. I know when I started getting involved and First Five stepped up to the plate for the HERO Project, was one of the greatest investors into the program. That's continued on as Bloom over at LCOE. That was a parent engagement tool to try and get parents at the table to really understand what's needed, what your kids need in order to develop in the right ways. One of the things that is my favorite, that is an ongoing thing, and I might butcher the name, but it's from the Dolly Parton Foundation. I believe it's Imagination Library. I'm glad I had that right. I didn't make it up. But it's books provided to young toddlers that are born through a certain age. I don't know what the age to 5, and I think that's just amazing. One book a month up till they're 5, and that just expands their library of what they have so that they can learn the textile of moving pages, learning words, hearing words, all of those things that are helping in their development. And of course, your participation and partnership in Smart Start Bright Future, along with Canocta Unified School District, and all of that work is long-term work. You don't see the impacts of First Five until people reach the age, like me, maybe around 30 is when I finally evolved into a better human being. But the impacts are not seen right off the bat. You will see those impacts later on, and it's a work of patience, but it's also a work of love. So thank you so much for what you do in the community.
I guess we got to go over there.
Sorry, I'm right in your way, aren't I? Yeah, here we are. Oh, this is good. Okay. Thank you. Good.
And I did not open this up for public. Are there any public comments on this item? I thought that was a comment. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next item, 6.5 or 9:10 a.m. item. Consideration of A, waiving the formal bidding process per purchasing code 2-38.1, as this is an annual contract for services that have not increased more than the consumer price index, and 2-38.2, as it is not in the public interest due to the unique nature of goods or services, and B, a 5-year lease of 26 automated license plate reader cameras from Flock Group Incorporated, 1170 Howell Mill Road, Northwest Suite 210, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318, in an amount not to exceed $68,500 per year or $342,500 for 5-year agreement. And C, authorizing the chairman of the Board of Supervisors to sign. And I see we have our Sheriff's Department. Please come on up. Thank you for being here today. Anywhere you'd like to sit.
There you go. Thank you for having us this morning. Sheriff Howe regrets that he has a other commitment today, so he asked me to come in his place. Appreciate the consideration of this. This actually represents an increase from Flock of $500 per camera, and by entering into a 5-year contract with Flock, it's going to save us $13,000 a year. Like, as you said, I believe $68,000 over that entire period. So we do recommend it.
Okay. Do you have any details on Flock? I know that there has been conversations and probably thoughts on the privacy issues Just want to know, just for the public is aware, how long we keep, who has access to it, and also maybe some of the benefits that your department has seen from utilizing those cameras. I think it's important to see the cost benefit of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We are actually more restrictive in Lake County than a lot of other agencies. In Lake County, the only people that are allowed to have access to flock within the employees of the sheriff's office are deputies and our dispatch center. Prior to being allowed to have access to flock, they're required to receive training on the do's and don'ts, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, and it's limited to investigative purposes only. So for the community, mindset is that our deputies are not going into flock and just randomly searching flock video to try and drum up some type of investigation. In order to enter into flock, they have to have a investigative purpose. When they enter into flock, it's required that they enter data as far as an incident that they're investigating or a criminal report that they're investigating into flock, so that's trackable. It's then auditable by Lieutenant Dutra, who is our flock manager for the sheriff's office, and then that can be audited by him. Flock keeps that data basically forever. So we can go back a year or 2 years and we can audit that data and see if any of our employees are misusing the flock system. So it's very controlled in that sense. And then we actually only retain our data for 30 days. A lot of agencies we've seen throughout the state of California tend to retain their data for a year or more. We're very restrictive in that. We decided within the department that we don't have a need for it longer than 30 days. If any of the images are deemed to be part of a criminal investigation, then those images are extracted from the flock system, put onto some type of media, and then booked in as evidence as part of that investigation or that criminal report. So that data is gone after, as I said, 30 days. We only retain it for that amount of time. And then I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Dutra. He has some basic numbers on how it's been beneficial to the department and to the county as far as investigations and some of the information that we've gotten off of the flock system and crimes that we've solved.
A lot of the investigations that we've used it for range everywhere from robberies to shootings to homicides to other heinous crimes. It's been helpful in recovering no less than at least $100,000 of stolen property recently, things of that nature.
And two cases I would like to pinpoint or highlight with the flock system that we've used. I'm sure a lot of people are aware of the hit and run that we had in Clear Lake Oaks, where we collaborated with the California Highway Patrol. Flock was very instrumental in identifying the suspect in that case. And then we also had a shooting incident that occurred in Clear Lake Oaks where the flock system was also very instrumental in identifying that suspect and leading us in that investigation and making an arrest in that case. So without those, the flock system, those investigations would have been a lot more difficult, taken a lot more time, and would not have come to a conclusion as rapidly as they did.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your comments. Are there any questions from the board?
Well,
Supervisor Green, you had something? No? Supervisor Pasca?
I'm just so glad that we've been able to expand this program. I was just asking Vice Chair Crandall, did the flock system start up in your district? Or
No,
you had added with your discretionary funds?
Yes,
Expanded the system?
the share, this contract, I think that they're renewing was the initial purchase for it, and then the cameras that are in the district, in District 3 were outside of that, but they do have complete access to that as well.
So are those cameras part of this contract?
No.
Or are they separate?
No, separate.
So are they renewing with your discretionary funds?
No,
or-
this isn't, this.
Oh, it's different.
No, only the 19 are part of the discretionary funds. These are the sheriff's.
Okay. Well, thanks for explaining also the public trust part of this, about how it's not available for everybody. It's not even on your system for more than 30 days. So I really appreciate it, and thank you so much for being here.
We do take that very seriously, and we understand the concerns of the community when it comes to that, and, especially surveillance, and we don't want to be a surveillance state, but it is a very useful investigative tool for us, but we do have a lot of controls, and we want to, assure the community of that. It is a lot of controls to ensure that it's not being misused.
And I appreciate the response. I think the cost benefit is absolutely in the positive. We are able to apprehend people just after a crime rather than having to do a very in-depth investigation and talk to witnesses. If we know what the car looks like, we can find out where it's going just by identifying that vehicle and using those cameras. And I think that's an amazing asset. It gives us a live feed around the county to find what we're looking for. So again, the cost benefit, when I'm looking at all the numbers, when I'm looking at how it's helping in enforcing our laws, it's helping us out, and I see this as an absolute benefit. So looking forward to approving this for you guys today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, yes,
I don't know, were you first? I think you were.
Vice Chair. Go.
So what I was going to say is, in mentioning that, that was one of the other reasons why I added the other in my district, so that they had more access. They have all around the Highway 20 right now, basically, right? That's what this is. And so the cameras in my district are egress and ingress, so that way they have other options on our county roads in my district, so they can pinpoint if they need anything from there as well. So it was just an extra added deal to theirs. But this was Sheriff Martin's baby initially, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that your department's policies may be stricter than other departments, but that just kind of highlights to me the fact there may be some variation in how this technology is applied around the state. So what type of data sharing goes on between agencies? You put in say an armed robbery or whatever you want to call it, it goes out not just within the county, but to other law enforcement agencies in the state, so that their cameras can come up with a hit on that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we collaborate within Lake County. We have access to the Clear Lake cameras and Lakeport cameras, and then they have access to our cameras, so that we're all on the same page when we're conducting investigations, because a lot of, people that are committing crimes are, crossing into the cities, and then especially with Mendocino County and in Lake County, we see a lot of crossover there too. So we do collaborate with other agencies. We do not collaborate outside the state of California.
So between the 26 cameras here and whatever amount of cameras the two cities are providing, I think it's about 10 or 12 for Lakeport. I don't know what it is for Clear Lake.
Don't know. I don't have those numbers.
Yeah.
It's a good number.
It's a good number. So I guess I appreciate the policy. I'd love to see the policy at some point. Maybe I can follow up with you on that. But this is a tough one. And when I was on Lakeport City Council, I struggled with their cameras as well. So and it's nice to say that this is limited in use and that only justified investigations happen out of this technology. But make no mistake, these are standing surveillance cameras all around the county and in our cities. And even the limited use of this technology kind of signals that we're crossing a threshold into a new age. And it may be a moot point. I'm very much behind the curve on all this stuff. I'm very much an outlier, in essence, because we're transitioning to kind of a self-surveillance state as well, with social media and what people do with their cameras and their home surveillance systems. But this is a big chunk of change for a big chunk of cameras. And I just want to signal that my vote today will reflect that. Thank you.
I understand that, and we understand the community's point of that, and that's why we're very restrictive with our policies and how we control it and how we audit it to ensure that we weren't crossing the lines or that we wouldn't in the future. We understand that. And if anybody wants to see our policy, we have it on our website. It's on the Sheriff's Office website under Transparency LPRs. And then I have a copy if you'd like. I can give it before we leave here today so you can review that. But it is online for anybody to see, along with all of our policies.
And one of the things that I'm always thinking about when I think of these camera systems is our vacancies that we have at the Sheriff's Department. This is a force multiplier. This helps you with doing the job that you can't do if all we do is rely on people on the streets patrolling. We're struggling to fix that vacancy rate. We work hard on that, but this is the helpful tool to allow you to do the job at a better rate. And so I appreciate what it does. I think it's absolutely useful. I like the restrictions, appreciate the comments and explaining the policy. I'm comfortable with moving forward. I think it's a great tool. Let's keep using it. And 5 years, absolutely. We're not going to make this go away in 1 year, and saving some money is even better. So looking forward to approving this and opening up for public comment and coming back for action. It's a little long.
Mr. Chair, I move that we waive the formal bidding process per purchasing code 2-38.1, as this is an annual contract for services that have not increased more than the consumer price index, and 2-38.2 as not in the public interest due to the unique natures of goods or services. Can I do it all as one? Separate?
Probably preferable to do it
Okay.
separately between A, and then B and C can be taken up together.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
B, approve a 5-year lease of 26 automated license plate reader cameras from Flock Group, Inc., 1170 Howell Mill Road, Northwest, Suite 210, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318, in an amount not to exceed $68,500 per year or $342,500 for 5-year agreement, and C, authorize the chair of the board to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
So what's your rank?
As of January 30th of this year, I was appointed as the undersheriff for the sheriff's
That's, see, I didn't want to call you the wrong rank.
Congratulations.
Now I have to call it Lieutenant Dutra, LT.
We're going to move on to item 6.6, or 9:15 a.m., consideration of presentation of Lake County graduates from the 2023 NACO Leadership Academy. CAO Parker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Board of Supervisors is proud to congratulate the graduates from the 2023 National Association of Counties Leadership Academy. They join over 10,000 graduates from across the country who have benefited from the 12-week online program that helps county leaders achieve their highest potential. When I call your name, please come forward to receive your certificate and remain up here for the group photo.
That part's important.
Yes. I only have 2 hands. Thank you so much. Are they in order? Yes, they are. They should be. All right. First is Supervisor E.J. Crandall. Thank you. Supervisor Jessica Paiska. Assistant Assessor Recorder David Schwinger. I don't see here. I don't see him. Social Services Deputy Director Amber Davis. Social Services Deputy Director Amy Szymanski. Social Services Program Manager Diana Duran Paredes. Okay. Auditor Controller Clerk Genevieve Harrington. Social Services Deputy Director Kelly Page. Social Services Deputy Director Rachel Dillman Parsons. Social Services Program Manager Tara Gandolfo. Social Services Staff Services Manager Tadora Toshish. Social Services Program Manager Crystal Hernandez. Information Technology Systems Analyst Jeff Haas. And Information Technology Systems Analyst Angel Perez. Thank you very much.
And the last two would be here, but they're helping make sure the meeting is running smoothly everywhere, so that they're hard at work.
Thanks. So I just want to say, part of this program is the curriculum was developed by General Powell, and his leadership principles, I think, did we all benefit from this? Did you? Yes. This was a great opportunity. It's an investment that we're making in our leaders, and if any of our staff is interested in this program, it's incredible. And one of the biggest takeaways is leaders are always learning. We're always growing. We can't stay static. And this is an opportunity to continue to develop yourself. It's not a massive time commitment, but it was really valuable for me. And I encouraged my colleague to take it. I'm so glad he did. And I'm glad all of you did. And are we offering another round soon? Because it typically starts every quarter. So there would be another program probably in the spring.
Yes.
Yeah, so if any staff is interested, middle managers, please reach out to our admin office or your director. And I'm just wondering if anyone else had anything to share from the course to inspire other people to take it. Anyone?
I will, so that maybe someone else. Thank you, Supervisor Pieska. Yes, this was a very important course, I think, especially for everyone that has taken it as well. It reminded me a lot of what I learned in the military, but then more in depth to kind of be able to universally use it in in this government world. So I also like the fact that they kind of pair you together with other people that do the like jobs that you do. So I wasn't paired up with like Genevieve because she did a completely different job than I did and whatnot. So they paired us with people that were more in tune with what we did. And so I think if anybody would like to take it, it's a very helpful course. Hello.
We have a guest.
Hello, and thank you for recognizing all these great graduates. And Supervisor Pieska and Supervisor Crandall, thank you for leading the way as elected officials. And for all of you, thank you for investing the time to make yourselves better. For those of you that I don't know, my name is Dr. Tim Raschulte. I am the CEO of the National Association of Counties High Performance Leadership Academy, and I collaborated with General Powell to build this program, design this program, and help make existing leaders better and emerging leaders ready to address the pressing issues that you all face every day. And you know those pressures and those challenges and those concerns much better than I do. But on behalf of all of us at NACO and all of us at the Academy, congratulations on earning your master's certificate in high performance leadership. And thank you for carrying out the great work that you do in Lake County. Lake County, as well as all other 57 counties, so total of 58 counties in California, participate in the NACO High Performance Leadership Academy. And we couldn't be more proud of the work that you do at your county and for all of our friends and colleagues and neighbors that are residents within your county. I myself am just up north of you. I live in Oregon, in Crook County, Oregon, right in the middle of Oregon. And again, we just wanted to say thank you, and we really appreciate being invited to participate in your event today. So I'll hand this back to the board. I just wanted to offer our thanks and our congratulations. Well done.
I was thinking about something that said, and I wanted to just elaborate. They don't pair you up with folks that have the similar jobs. I didn't mean, so like I'm not going to be going to an auditor group. That's what I meant. So I hope that it wasn't taken out of context what I was saying. So just wanted to make sure I emphasized that. So yeah. And they kept you in the region, and your same regions as well. So.
I just wanted to say that I was paired in a group with Genevieve and a couple of others up here, and it was nice to have this opportunity to kind of be in a safe space to talk about things that we normally wouldn't, and I think it was very valuable in that way as well.
I'll just say that, just to reiterate that we're always learning, so anyone who's interested in leadership, it just goes over a lot of the fundamentals and well, again, it doesn't matter what job you do. It's really addressing leadership in general. So I think it's good for everybody. I'll say something.
So I'm newer to management, and I just appreciate the opportunity to attend this class and to grow in my position by attending it. It reminds you that you need to stop and celebrate your small wins. That's something that I'm going to take with me probably throughout my career. In the department that I work in, the hustle bustle of every day, you forget that that celebration is needed, and it's also going to help you achieve your long-term goals. So I recommend the course to anybody that is able to take it, because it does make you stop and think and remember those important things so that you can share those milestones with your staff.
I just wanted to say that it's also great for people who have been working in this area for an extended period of time. I learned a lot, even though I've been in social services for 27 years. Sometimes people can start thinking more negatively as they continue to work on an ongoing basis. And this training really emphasized how important it is to assume positive intent. And that sort of opened up the doors of remembering why we do what we do. And so I really appreciate that training for that reason.
Well, thank you all, and I think we'll do our picture now. And then again, if you're interested in this training, reach out to your director.
I do want to make a quick comment. We have quite a few folks from social services. I'm not sure if there's a high level of motivation within the department, or if our director had anything to do with pushing some of her staff to join this NACO educational opportunity. But I do like healthy competition, and I think that we would like to see other departments push in the same direction. We can all benefit from growing and developing our staff, ourselves. It's a never-ending job in a personal growth, and so please take a look at this, take the opportunity. It is an amazing opportunity, and this staff has already spoken to that, so thank you very much for those that took that on.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay.
Not
Everybody. Yeah. EJ, can you fold this over?
It looks better if you fold the black backwards.
Yeah, yeah.
Fold the black backwards.
Yeah, that looks much better. Okay, ready? Here we go. Let me get one more. There we go. Okay, thank you.
And thank you for joining us, Tim. And I believe for Vice Chair Crandall, that's completed CSAC, educational opportunities, completed NACO. That's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Good job.
Chair, you may wish to take public comment at this time.
Do we have any public comment on this item before we move on? No hands up and no one coming to the mic. Again, thank you all very much for your efforts. Moving on to 6.7 on 9:20 a.m., consideration of December 31st, 2023 report of Lake County pooled investments. And we have our folks for this item coming up. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present this today. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here with Carlos Oblitas from Chandler Asset Management. We're aware you guys have a long agenda today, so we'll try to skip to the highlights and run through the presentation.
Well, it's all good news. Let's start with that. So rates continue to be high. Remember that you have a bond portfolio as allowed by California government code. The way that you generate return for your portfolio is two ways. Number one, primarily interest income that you earn. A bond is a loan, and you charge interest on that loan, you get paid for that. That's higher than it was a year ago. It's significantly higher and looking really good. The second component, of course, is the principal can go up and down in value. And that value is generally on paper. Sometimes we realize it by a sale before maturity, other times not. We didn't this quarter. There's a strategy in place. It's a long-term strategy. It generally maintains a weighted average maturity and duration within a range. But ultimately, the portfolio is looking good because it's very well diversified, it's very liquid, and the income, the interest income that you're receiving from it continues to be strong. I want to remind everyone, there are three components to the portfolio. There is a component that the Treasury manages in-house, primarily through the use of local government investment pools and the state pool, local agency investment fund, LAIF. There is a core portfolio that we collaborate with the Treasury Tax Collector to manage, which is the larger component of the investment program. And then there's, of course, a small side portfolio that the Treasury, your Treasury Tax Collector, collaborated with us to set up for some of its shortest cash to take advantage of an anomaly in interest rates right now to capture some higher yields for that. It's a temporary portfolio. We don't anticipate that it'll be around forever, but for now, it's filled its purpose. With that, let's turn over to page number 25. I want to talk about the core portfolio that we manage. That's valued at around almost $372 million. Currently, the yield to maturity on that portfolio is 2.86. The yield to maturity is the interest income that you are anticipated to earn on an annual basis if nothing in this portfolio changes. That's up from 2.54. And the reason that it continues to grow is because if you look at the market yield, it's the fourth row down from the top. The reinvestment currently is at 4.72. If that market yield is the yield that you would get for these securities had you purchased it on the date of this report, which was December. And if we have money that matures, or if we have new money in the Treasury, and invest it to this strategy, that's generally the yield that we will pick up. So it infers a reinvestment rate. A little lower than what it was 3 months prior, September 30th, and that's because interest rates were on their way down. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. That's the core portfolio. To give you an idea, the returns on that portfolio, you don't have it on here, but that's something that we do report regularly, in fact, every month to your Treasury Tax Collector. The return for the year on that portfolio was 4.78%, and I would estimate that somewhere around 2.25% was just interest income alone. So a very strong quarter, very strong year, very strong calendar year, and also the last 3 months of the year were very strong. That return was 2.39, and I would say that about probably 55% of that was interest income alone. If you annualize that number, that 2.39 number, just for those last 3 months of the year, the annual equivalent of that is over 10% return. So in the bond markets, that's a really, really good return. So you're doing well. If we go to page number 26, I think, you can see that yield to maturity just continues to grow and grow and grow. That is a function of two things. First, of course, that there are higher yields available in the market. It costs more money for corporate America to finance itself. It costs more money for the United States government to finance itself because interest rates are much higher. Those interest rates are higher because the Federal Reserve has worked to make it more expensive to borrow in order to cut people off from access to cheap credit to drive prices down. They've been trying to combat inflation. And we've talked about that in various other meetings. But for that reason, that cost to borrow money is higher. You're a lender. The return to you is higher. The other thing that I think I want to highlight is, and we're going to keep it very brief here. I'm just going to select slides here. Rates since the end of the year have come down. In fact, they started coming down sometime in September. The reason for that is because investors believe that the Federal Reserve is ready to start lowering interest rates. A lot of investors believed that the Federal Reserve overdid it. They raised rates to a level that's unsustainable, and eventually they're going to be forced to lower interest rates. Otherwise, if they cut off that access to cheap credit too much, the economy will stall. So they have to sort of rebalance that by bringing rates down. When you look at Fed funds futures, those are futures contracts that we can look at where investors are basically hedging what they think the rate is going to be into the future. It implies a rate. The probability of that rate being lower in March was something like 87%. Since that time, in early February, we've had some events, some news in the economy that tell us that the economy continues to be strong, and perhaps the Federal Reserve does not need to start lowering interest rates as quickly as everyone thinks. That 87% probability of a lower rate changed to about 17%. So you can see things are definitely shifting. We think that the Federal Reserve is going to keep rates at the levels that they are for a longer period of time. We don't think they're going to lower rates until sometime later in the second half of 2024. That means for you that this portfolio will continue to pick up higher yields and will continue to provide higher interest income and will continue to provide the pool participants with higher apportionments, and that's good news. If the rates start to fall, the value of everything on paper will go up, but of course the reinvestment will be lower. If you look at page 27, this is the liquidity portfolio. This is that short-term portfolio that we talked about. Your Treasurer tax collector jumped on it, took advantage of an anomaly in the bond markets, and that anomaly is that short-term rates right now, shorter, when I say shorter, I mean less than a year. Those yields are significantly higher than longer bonds, and he was able to, just working with us, we were able to build a portfolio. This one's valued around $52 million, where we're picking up almost 5.5% on these investments. That's not going to last forever. That's going to go away. It's already going away. But while it's here, we took advantage of it, and that's to the benefit of the county. The other portfolio is the state pool, and do we have that? That's actually going to be page 34. So this is a combination of investments in the state pool, local agency investment fund, LAIF, also some local government investment pools that the Treasury maintains, and also the money market sweep. One of the things that your treasurer did was get back to the bank. There's a significant amount of money that the Treasury maintains at your bank account to be able to pay checks, to make payroll, to make money available to participants in the pool. Well, that money has to earn something. He was able to negotiate the use of a money market mutual fund at the bank, which is paying you a significantly higher rate. So something similar to the portfolio, that smaller portfolio that we're running right now. So you're trying to earn every which way. We're turning over every rock to be able to earn some money. I will tell you that going forward, rates are anticipated to be lower, as I mentioned, likely sometime later in the second half of the year. That's going to be driven by economic news. Right now, the economic news are stronger than anybody anticipated. For the month of January, we generated somewhere around 335,000 jobs. Only 185 were anticipated. So that just blew the hinges off, or the door off the hinges on the jobs number. It tells you that there's strength of the jobs market. GDP for the year ended up somewhere, for 2023, gross domestic product, that's the way that we measure the growth of the economy, ended up somewhere around 3.15, 3.2%. That's considered strong growth in the United States. Inflation numbers, though still headed in the right direction, still coming down, are still elevated. It just means that there's enough economic activity and enough growth in the economy to where the Fed, though they have no more reasons to raise rates anymore, they can wait to sort of wait and see before they start lowering interest rates. It isn't just that. They've given interviews. Jay Powell, the Fed chair, had an interview with 60 Minutes about 3 weeks ago on Sunday, like the first Sunday of the month, where he basically said, we're going to wait and see. We're not going to move immediately. So what does it mean to you? It means that you'll continue earning in a similar fashion. The value of these investments has gone up because rates did fall from September through December, and they fell a little bit in January. They came a little bit back up, but still within range. So we don't anticipate any big shifts. I think I might end with the pie chart for the big portfolio because I think it's important to show that. Page 19, this is a very well diversified portfolio. This is the main portfolio, the $370 million portfolio. Primarily comprises of treasuries and agencies. Treasuries are loans to the federal government. Federal agency bonds are loans to its federal agencies like Federal National Mortgage Association, Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation. You know them as Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. They help move things along in the housing market. But these bonds are direct obligations of these agencies. There's an implied backing for federal agencies from the federal government. There's a direct and explicit backing for treasuries. So those tend to be the safest and lowest risk. We do loan to corporate America. We loan to, we buy bonds from very high quality issuers. Some of those issuers, I'll just give you some names that you'll be familiar with. John Deere, Microsoft, Home Depot, Amazon.com, Caterpillar, Honda. U.S. Bancorp, and many, many others. Very high credit quality, widely held, in high demand, and we monitor all the credits to make sure that we don't have any sort of credit problems in that sector. That's it in a nutshell. I think looking forward, look out for the shift in rates and sort of the tenor of what the Federal Reserve is thinking.
Thank you very much for your presentation. All good news, as you said. Supervisor Pyska.
It's always a delight when you come, Carlos.
It's always a delight to be here.
So I'm glad you have it on this slide. I was going to ask about this because this, a lot of people haven't been following along with what we've been doing. And so if you scroll down a little bit, you can see where we started before we met you and before we built this investment strategy. And this is where we are. And then it looks like we just took a little bit of a dip at this last quarter, and I was just hoping you could explain what that looks like, and then what the strategy is going forward when the interest rates start to adjust more.
Absolutely. So I want to just take a step back and take the 40,000-foot view. So what the county did is they formed an ad hoc committee that worked with the Treasury and the former Treasurer tax collector. So there were supervisors, Supervisor Sabate, Supervisor Pyska, both of you were part of that committee. Your current Treasurer tax collector, Patrick Sullivan, was part of that committee. Some of the staff from the Treasury were part of that committee. Barbara Ringen was part of that committee. And collectively, we worked together to set a new direction for the portfolio. The CAO's office was involved in part of that. So there were a lot of hands in that process. But the idea was to, number one, get a handle on how much money the county had. Number two, form fences and parameters around how the investment program was going to be managed. Number three, start diversifying and investing in this portfolio to optimize it for return. Out of that process, the county came out with a new investment policy statement. Out of that process, the county came out with a new strategy for the investments and a way to easily track the accounting so that the Treasury would be able to easily book all the earnings, and then a way to be able to inform stakeholders, such as the Board of Supervisors, the public, and understand what exactly is going on in the portfolio. So all those four goals were met. Through that process, interest rates rose. We like higher rates. It lets us earn a little more. That's why you see the growth in the investment. The dip right there, I think, is...
We're still trending upwards in terms of growth, but a lot of it has to do with timing for the different maturities when we receive the actual interest payments from the instruments that we hold. So I think while you're going to overall for the next year see growth, it's possible from quarter to quarter that we're going to see a small decline and realize those gains later.
If I may, the earnings, so the way that the Treasury books their earnings is they look at actual cash received. If the cash has not yet been received, it doesn't get booked, and that's part of that is because they base the apportionment rate to the participants, that apportionment rate that gets paid out, they base it on the cash number. They want to have the cash available. From an earnings perspective, though, there are earnings in the portfolio which you have earned, you just haven't received. That's called an accrual. So this doesn't capture the accrual because the Treasury is more interested in the actual dollars that they can pay out on. From an accrual basis, this is like a hockey stick. It's just upward moving.
Yep. Thank you.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. On the pie chart on page 19 of the PowerPoint, actually page 20 of the PDF, we went from a 0% stake in the local government investment pool to a 5.5% stake. And we also had a drop in treasuries roughly equivalent to that. So can you just highlight that transaction?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We expanded our use of local government pools. They're a really valuable tool that we haven't previously taken advantage of. While we used LAIF in the past, there's other JPAs that do, it's a similar concept, but they invest their pool funds in the same way that we do. And they were better able to take advantage of the rate increases. So we always had an account at camp, but we used to keep about $8,000 in there. We bumped that up to $10 million. We use CalTrust, which is another JPA. We have about $20 million there now, and they're bound by the same rules we are. Each of them have various government agencies involved, and by using them, we get better liquidity. We're able to pull funds easily out or transfer them in. And so it's certainly been a benefit to us. You see cash, that's everything in the money market sweep. I just want to highlight again that we don't actually hold straight cash in an account, like in a checking or savings account where we're not earning a return. But yes, the expansion of the government pools, that is money that's not necessarily going. Previously, we probably would have purchased treasuries with those. By putting them in the pools, it buffers our liquidity.
And I can also add to that, Supervisor Green. So these local government investment pools are very short-term investments. So over the long run, they don't provide as much yield as the core portfolio that you have. But if you remember, I said that there's a component, a second component that we built. It was a side portfolio where we bought very short-term securities, and that's where we were getting the 5.48%. The reason that we were able to do that temporarily is because there's an anomaly in the yield curve in the bond markets. If we actually go to page 13, I think we'll be able to see it here. So that anomaly has allowed those local government investment pools to very quickly, because they're so short, they have more maturities coming in due faster. They can then turn around and reinvest that in short-term bonds to get a higher yield. It's the same concept that we're doing in that side portfolio. It's just that the Treasury's taken a diversified approach to this. They're doing this not just with the side portfolio, but they're also doing it with these short-term pools that give them same-day liquidity. So if we look at page number 13, now we're getting a little technical. I promise to keep it simple. The chart on the right-hand side is called the U.S. Treasury yield curve. What we're just simply looking at are Treasury bonds in different maturities from 3 months out to 30 years. And we're looking at what they yield, what kind of interest income on an annual basis they provide on a given day. You have 3 lines there. Those are 3 different days. And normally that curve, we use that curve because U.S. Treasury bonds are considered the safest investment. All of their bonds are going to have some sort of spread. They're going to pay a little bit more yield depending on their credit quality. And of course, the longer you get, the more time that you're leaving money invested, the more you should expect to get paid for that because there's more time for things to go wrong. So normally this curve is positively shaped. And what I mean with that is that the left-hand side of that curve, the 3-month, 6-month, 2-year, those yields are lower. It's lower, and the right-hand side is higher because you should expect to get paid more for locking your money up for longer periods of time. But it isn't. It's inverted. And that inversion of the yield curve is an anomaly. It's driven by 2 major economic forces. One is technical. I won't get into it, but the other one is the Federal Reserve moved very quickly. And when the Federal Reserve moved to raise rates, in fact, you can see that on the prior page, the chart on the right-hand side. It's that hockey stick on the right-hand side. This is the Fed funds rate. That's the rate that the Federal Reserve controls. And they move very quickly to raise rates to combat inflation. But if we go back to that inverted yield curve, that caused the shorter side, the short-term side of that curve, to move higher than the longer end. And for that anomaly has allowed us to capture higher yields in the side portfolio. It's also allowing the local government investment pools to pay you higher yield. It's also allowing the sweep vehicle at the bank, which the Treasury took advantage of, to pay you a higher yield. But as I stated earlier, that is going away. That's an anomaly. There are some macroeconomic reasons why this will eventually go away. But while it's here, the Treasury's taken advantage of it, and we're going to ride that until the ride's over.
Thank you for that very technical answer to my question. I appreciate. This is a very short question. So on the pie chart again, just refresh my memory. ABS and CMO. What are those acronyms?
ABS is asset-backed securities. They are pools of receivables. CMOs are collateralized mortgage obligations. They're also a pool of receivables, but made up of mortgages. So it works like this. Toyota Motor Credit.
I don't need to know how it works.
You got it.
Maybe we could just maybe we could just add them to the legend somewhere. Thank you.
Appreciate the presentation. I know that I walked away from our first conversation together saying this guy knows things about money that I've never even thought of. But I appreciate the outcomes are exactly what we're looking for. This is why we're hiring you to do this for us and to take a look at our money. What I want to know is, and this is something that I did have a conversation with Mr. Sullivan, and I want to bring it to the board to see if this is possible. We're very much looking at the oversight of the entire pool, but the entire pool is not just our money. And I think it would be good to understand what is our money and what is other people's money. And if we can break that down, maybe not on a quarterly basis, but at least on a biannual or annual basis, and what did each school district receive from this investment pool that we're doing? What did each of the fire districts receive? Just so we can break it down, so we can understand the benefits to all of the other agencies in our communities that are part of the investment pool, and to understand really what is our benefit, because it's not the 3.6 or 3.4, that's the overall for everybody, and then it gets a portion to those individual agencies. So I'd love to see that in the future, just so that we can have a better understanding of our personal benefits and the community's benefits, so that we can have conversations with those agencies, to let them know, let them be aware, and just be to engage in understanding what their benefits are with the changes that we've made. Because this is not just the county of Lake, this is Lake County as a whole. So that's just something that I think would be beneficial for all of us to have that information. And I think there's agreement on the board for that to happen.
Annually?
Yeah, we could do it annually. Our system is capable of doing that reporting, so it's not really a significant burden. And just for rule of thumb, a little over half generally is to the county. The other half is everybody else, but a large block of that is schools, but just for the ballpark.
But I think most importantly is that this is happening now for them as well. So whereas it wasn't, and so it's a good move. Thank you for putting this together. Thank you for the work. And yeah.
Are there any other questions before I open up for the public? And anyone in the public have questions? Please come up to the microphone.
My name's Lenore Stano, niece. Our streets are falling apart. I mean, is there a pool for, like, we could set aside for our streets or do some grants for our streets?
And so
If
that-
our streets are just crumbling.
I appreciate the comment. That would be a separate conversation, and some of that money does go into our general fund, and at that point, that would be during our budget items that we can discuss how it is that we allocate those funds. But thank you for the comment.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I see no hands on Zoom, no one coming to the mic. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please keep making us money.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Only because on the memo itself, there is a recommended action for accepting the report, so it would just be by motion if your board wishes to do so.
Thank you very much for catching that. I apologize for not seeing that. Bring it back here for the board for action.
Move that we accept the December 31st, 2023 report of the Lake County Pooled Investments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are on to our 9:30 a.m. 6.8, presentation of report of summary abatement, action taken at 6439 15th Avenue, Lucerne, APN number 034212-10, property owner Rhonda Morrill. Good morning.
Good morning. Mireya Turner, Community Development Department Director, and Marcus Beltramo, our Code Enforcement Manager. The item you have before you today is a report of a summary abatement action that has been taken previously. There will be no action requested from the board at this time. It's only an update, and I will turn it over to Marcus. Might I just add that we're very thankful for the technical assistance.
All right, good morning. My name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm the manager of the Code Enforcement Division for Lake County, and today we're here to give a statutory require or meet a statutory requirement to give a report regarding a summary abatement. The subject property is 6439 15th Avenue in Lucerne, California. I'll try to expedite this to try to make this as quick as possible. I know the board is busy today. But at the same time, there's some points I want to hit on. And the purpose of this report is to explain the immediacy, the immediate issues that needed to be or necessitated this abatement. Just some background real quick. The property owner of record is Rhonda Morrill. The zoning is a single R1, single-family lot. It's about 0.14 acres approximately. And here's a map of the area. So it is in a densely populated area. Our officer was alerted to this issue by a UPS driver that was in the area. He flagged down one of our code enforcement officers, said, you need to come over here and you need to look at this property. Officer Chris Colin, who's not present here today, responded. He went to the property. These are the photos that he initially took of the site. As you can see, there are a lot of code violations here in this situation. The property's in a certain state of disrepair and trash all over the place. We found the property owner actually inside the car, and she was charging her car phone off her car battery. Her smartphone off her car battery. So we also discovered that there was lack of water service to the property for about 9 years, going back 9 years. Based on the photos that we initially saw, the fact that there's lack of water services for at least 9 years, based on our training and experience, we had concerns regarding the inside of the property. So we obtained an inspection warrant. We posted, as our normal process is, we post a 72-hour to reconnect power or water, depending on what the situation is. And the below document is a request for inspection. That's a statutory requirement before we can get an inspection warrant. We conducted the inspection on February 1st, and this is what we saw. And if you could see in the picture there, there's these blue items right there. Those are what they call chuck pads. They're medical pads. And what we saw in there was what we observed was human waste. We didn't see any pets or animals on the property, so there's no reason to believe that that's animal waste in those pads. We believed it was human waste. And if you can take that and gel it with the fact that there's lack of water service, it makes sense. So we observed this scattered all over the front lawn and throughout the house. The picture on the right there is just garbage, trash that creates an unsanitary state. When we went into the house, this is what we saw. There's a lack of an unobstructed path for emergency egress, trash piled high, smells. It was in a bad state. We requested a summary abatement, which was granted. The summary abatement was conducted from February 2nd through the 5th. Again, we only abated those issues that presented an immediate risk. We did not abate everything on this property. So we only took the unsanitary items and created an unobstructed pathway out of the house. This is just other photos of the condition of the property. The pictures on the left, we did not abate any of those issues. That's just showing further conditions of the property, which necessitated the inspection warrant. The picture on the right are the issues that we did abate. And there were issues on the inside and the outside. And here's just kind of a more panoramic view of what we're seeing at this property here. So it was in a very poor condition. Again, photos from outside and inside. Again, everything in blue that's containing human waste. These photos here are what the summary abatement looked like after we were done. We cleaned up the front part there. Again, we didn't take everything. Some things were just pushed to the side. We just took those things that were an immediate health and safety issue. We created an unobstructed path. So we took the health and safety issues away and just pushed everything to the side. So that way we did allow, if she was to go back in there, the property has been red tagged. She should not be in that property, but in case she does go in, there's an unobstructed pathway. We cautioned off the door there. There was a failing deck there, so that deck just came down. We cautioned off the door. We did red tag the property, as I mentioned earlier. She is not allowed to be in the property unless she's correcting the violations. That would be removing trash or debris. She can't be occupying the property. Here, the invoice for this, the invoice, we paid $7,000. We hired 360 Junk Removal. That's one of our contractors on file. And we moved approximately 16,480 pounds of unsanitary or health or safety issues were removed from the property. That's the end of my presentation and my report.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Vice Chair?
Yes, just wanted to highlight that I think it was the first day they were working on this. I ended up stopping by, seen it, and it was really needed for sure, as you can see in the pictures. But just even on the outside, you can tell that it needed to be tended to. But it makes sense that they flagged you down, because there had been no way you could have known this without someone telling you, because it had a fence. You couldn't see inside where it would have, like from any other street, you would be able to see all of the garbage and whatnot. So, yeah, I know, it was very important. I'm glad that they did that work, but there's also another one that sprung from that. We ended up going to another street in Lucerne to check out another area that had the similar issues. So these guys were not only working on that, but then there's another item on the agenda next that was on like basically the same day they were working on. So I just wanted to highlight that I did witness a lot of that work being done.
Thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for this. We don't have to talk about it today, but yeah, the abatement need here was pretty ample. The $7,900, that seems awful cheap for the amount of work going on here. So maybe some later day we'll take a look at cost recovery and making sure we're doing enough on that. This particular thing popped midweek, so my question has to do with the property inspection warrant. I assume you have a process that's pretty solidified about getting them, and it looks like you were able to get one easily. Kind of same-day service, but what if the same thing had popped over the weekend? Can you just explain a little weensy bit about how you obtain a property inspection warrant?
So the property inspection warrants are covered under state law. I believe it's California Code of Civil Procedures 1822, and then the sequence that follows after that. That lays out what the rules are for an inspection warrant. Our abatement warrants, there's no such thing as an abatement warrant, but what case law says is that an abatement warrant, if you mimic the steps of the inspection warrant, then that's good as well. So we follow the state California Code of Civil Procedures for an inspection warrant. We did take this up to the judge. We did express the immediacy of the issue. We did ask and request that the 48-hour notice be waived. So we followed the state law and the theories for getting inspection warrants, which has been reasonable cause.
And would that same process have worked as well if you had stumbled across this on a Saturday, for example?
So code enforcement does not work on a Saturday, so we would not stumble across this on a Saturday. But if this issue did arise, the next issue might be more relevant to that type of situation where these immediate issues may arise on the weekend. Judges, I don't believe, work on Saturdays either. Or at least the judges that we go to. There may be a judge, I believe there's supposed to be a judge on call 24 hours, but we'd probably have to consider that and put processes and procedures in place to address those issues if they did arise on a weekend.
Okay, thank you.
So I appreciate the cleanup on this. I'm just going to use blunt words, that's disgusting. And to be a neighbor in that neighborhood has got to be offensive to live in that area. I'm not certain that I agree that it reaches the endangering the community versus getting a summary abatement that is signed by a judge to cover us, that we have the ability to go on private property. If it's the potential fire, potential hazardous material, which I guess is what you're saying it is, but I feel like there needs to be better documentation for me to understand rather than just interpretation of. Cleaning it up, 100%. Dealing with the property. I'm not sure that I'm almost concerned that we opened up the house, leaving it in the mess that it is, and making it as accessible as it is now versus just red tagging and saying, you cannot go back in this house. We're boarding this up. Because that to me is a hazard to whoever goes back in, because now we've opened up walkways and ability to live in the home when that home is not meant to be habitable. And so I'm kind of concerned that we created that situation rather than dealing with the outside stuff, locking up the house, but that's just me expressing myself. Obviously, we need to deal with this. What I'm wondering is, what's the timeline for the next steps? Do you have those in mind? Because obviously, we're not done with this property.
The notice has been issued, and we're most likely going to have to abate the property in the next coming 30 days.
And the reason, again, I think that there is good reason to do the things that you're doing, not at all trying to dissuade you from doing the cleanups that you're doing. Every time we do something without a warrant that's signed by a judge, we open ourselves up for going on someone's private property. This is the third one, or this will be the third one that we see, maybe the fourth one that we've seen in the last, but before we weren't doing those things. Now, granted, maybe we were missing those opportunities and should have been doing those things. I want to feel very comfortable that without a warrant signed by a judge, that we're not going to end up seeing this come back to us in any other way. And so that's why I want to share those concerns, because I'd like to better understand. And I said that last time, and I think I'm going to continue saying it until I feel like there's maybe better documentation to help us recognize the difference between loss of life and limb, endangering the community with fire hazard versus dumps in other places, because I'm driving around going, is everything that I'm seeing here a summary abatement? Because there's a huge pile of garbage. What is a endangerment with this pile of garbage versus an endangerment on that pile of garbage? And I just want to make sure that we do this in the best of ways, and want to question it, not questioning, again, the end goal. The end goal, I think, is everybody's end goal, is cleaning up the community that is horrendous.
We'd be happy, should it be the will of the board, to come back with a more informative and educational presentation regarding what could trigger or what information we do use to establish a summary abatement versus just a normal nuisance abatement or illegal dumping or anything like that. The information that we depend on comes from various fields of expertise. It could come from either, you'll see the next one, environmental health, or frequently we do rely on building code to establish minimum health and safety. So, but we'd be happy to flesh that out should the board be interested in more education, because as our staff has pursued a lot of education and has really grown in their positions and their knowledge, we are finding that there are more summary abatements. We're just getting better at dealing with them now. So, we might have a little bit of catch up to do, but going forward in the future, we intend to not shirk from a summary abatement need when we find one.
And I'll state what's in your memo and our policy. You're going through county council and you're going through the district supervisor prior to making any action in that area in order to do the abatement. So there are levels of checks and balances prior to taking those types of actions, and I am not questioning their interpretation. I would like to be better informed and better educated to better understand what's the line. And I know I spoke with Ms. Turner, Director Turner, about you have like a 30-day period, I think it is, for your typical abatements or your typical processes. Maybe we need to look at some high-severity issues that can really be reduced as much as possible so that you can request a warrant without having to wait those 30 days, but yet you still take action a whole lot sooner, similar to a summary abatement being action taken sooner. So I'm looking for, again, just being informed, being educated, and better understanding to make sure that we're keeping ourselves as clean as possible.
Alternatively, for future staff reports, we will make sure to cite the appropriate codes that triggered a summary abatement, just so the board is better informed.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a summary abatement in your district since you've been on?
Never seen one happen in the city of Clear Lake, no.
Okay. The only reason I know for sure that with the last two, like this one, I know that the next one, and then I want to say that there was one about a month or two ago, that had to do with fire. This has to do with, feces and whatnot. The one that it was inspired that day, or that took place that day that they went and checked on, yes, it was a nuisance. Yes, it was somewhat blocking some of the road, but they didn't ask for one that day. So they're not, I don't feel, and I get these every now and again. They're not just bringing every single abatement to me to do a summary abatement. These are egregious situations. So I just wanted to highlight that. If you want to delve further into it, we can. But I do know that when these come, they're usually because of things like either feces, fire hazard, things like that. So, and I mean, in my district, there's situations where there's animals that we have a lot of problems with. So they roam, take things like this out of the yard into other yards. That's how COVID happens and things like that. So very important that things like this getting taken care of in a situation as such. So, but I mean, if we want to delve further into this, I'm fine with that too.
And I do want to express to the board that open trash or exposed trash of the elements has been a precedence or a policy that this board's seen routinely come before them for a request for summary abatement. And also, we actually did a training, I guess you would call it a training, with the Director of Environmental Health, Craig Weatherby. And he'll be coming on here later, and he can explain the ramifications or the causation of human feces and the effects on community and the diseases that spread and why it's different from animal feces and waste. And so based on that, human waste is an immediate issue that needs to be handled appropriately. When we do summary abatements, we understand that this is a sensitive issue, it's a delicate issue, and we're not just requesting it just to go ahead and do it. We understand that this is we're suspending their constitutional rights. We're taking an immediate action. So we understand the sensitivity of these issues when we make these requests, and we will support them. Anytime a board supervisor is requested of a summary abatement, you should scrutinize us, ask us as many questions as you need, whatever you need to feel comfortable with the situation. We should be able to be in a position to provide that proof and that evidence to help you make that decision.
I shouldn't have said COVID either because that's not accurate. I should let the environmental health folks determine what
Spread of disease.
spread, a disease. So I apologize for that statement.
And I mean, you have at least, I want to say 500, and I'm going to make a big range, 500 to 800 cases that you're working on within the entire county. We've only seen 4. So I'm not definitely saying this is happening for every case in order to solve them as quickly as possible. This is definitely a rare case, but because of what you just stated, the constitutionality of it, I just want to make sure that we're as covered as possible in order for nothing to come back to us, because I want to keep progressing and keep cleaning things up, not have to deal with some of these repercussions potentially. So
I agree.
But appreciate what you do. I'm sorry that you have to deal with things like that, and I'm sure the community is in a better place because of that, especially as you continue the abatements. So there's no action on this, but I am going to open it up for public Supervisor Green? Sorry?
I just want to highlight, only because you raised it, and it is not an action item, so we're not going to second guess anything, but if anything cried out for summary abatement, this case did, so.
Please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Grenville Pridham. I just moved up here to get away from Los Angeles
Welcome.
overcrowdedness. Thank you. I'm very happy to see that code enforcement is working on these issues, because that's the one thing that makes I'm just testifying as a private citizen. Driving around, there's lots of these shacks, and someone told me they're meth people inhabit these that have garbage like this out in the yard and everything. And I would like to see more enforcement of these things. The biggest problem that I am aware of with these sorts of trash heaps is it attracts rats. And then once you get rats, then the fleas and whatever, I'm not certain who gets the typhus first, but that then introduces typhus to the community. And 2 or 3 years ago in LA and San Diego, where they had these large homeless populations suddenly emerge, where they just piled their human feces and everything just where they were sleeping. Eventually they had typhus outbreaks in both San Diego and LA. So that's one potential really bad health risk of having these piles of human feces and trash. And I also want to suggest the people that have these things have mental health problems. And I don't know, does Lake County have a public guardian? These people really need to be in a conservatorship.
I would suggest we have those services available, but not everyone is going to fit that exact category that has that type of property that looks the way it does. So I don't want to automatically place that burden on individuals that might not have the funding to be able to clean up their yards, that might have a other type of disability, but not a mental health issue. That's not always the case.
When they have human feces in their garbage lying around, that's always a mental health.
Maybe not that specific thing, but, okay,
I respectfully disagree. If they have human feces on pads, that's always a mental health problem. And they probably need to be, conservatorships there can be limited conservatorships. It doesn't mean you have to cart the person off, but they need help. And I encourage the county to do everything to help these people to get these properties cleaned up, because and even if it's not a total public health issue.
And sir, I just want to make sure our conversation today is just a presentation on that property. I know you're kind of connecting it to that, so if you could please finish your comment.
Okay, yeah, my final thing is, even if it weren't a public health, that level of trash is disgraceful, it's disgusting, and that property owner needs to be helped, and whatever the county can do, they need to do it. And I support that totally.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Is it just on that particular?
If you want to have a public comment, please come up to the microphone.
Well, Lenore Stano, niece, 4038 Manzanilla Drive. I mean, there's oil all over Manzanilla Drive. It's going into the creek, into the lake, because they're chopping up stolen cars, and it's a mess.
I would suggest have a conversation with your district supervisor or have a conversation with code enforcement, but at this moment, it's very specific about this house.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a hand, David Hendrick. We can unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Dave Hendrick. I'm in the Clear Lake Gardens subdivision in Nice. And we have a couple of properties here that have been red tagged for quite a while, and people living on undeveloped properties. And the situation basically is looking the same as that. Maybe not quite as bad, but we've called code enforcement out.
Mr. Hendrick, I'm going to interrupt you and say, please reach out to your district supervisor or to code enforcement. Our item on the agenda is specifically to discuss the property in question.
I've shared pictures with Supervisor Crandall.
And I would suggest that we're not going to solve that issue today. I think it's been highlighted, and please reach out and continue the conversation.
He has been coming to the town halls, and they had mentioned they were going to come and support these types of actions. And I'm not sure where the other statements came from, but they were going to support these types of actions because they have similar issues. They have been coming to the town hall in Upper Lake and accentuating those things, so just letting you know that.
Apologize for interrupting you, for bringing it back to speak specifically about the action taken on this property.
We appreciate all the efforts that you've done and are proceeding in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that ends our public comment, and no action required, so let's move on to the next item. And I'm lost here. The next item is
6.9.
9:40 a.m., presentation of report of summary abatement action taken for removal of one recreational vehicle on Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, registered owner Brett Hill Jr. And back to our community development team.
Good morning. Community Development Director Mireya Turner. I have with me Marcus Beltramo, Code Enforcement Manager. The item you have before you this morning is another report on a summary abatement. This one is actually a recreational vehicle, which is unusual for us, and so Marcus will fill in the details. We also do have Environmental Health Director Craig Weatherby here to assist with any supporting documentation or information.
All right. Like was stated prior, this was an unusual situation. We worked with environmental health. We relied on their expert determination to carry out this summary abatement. So Craig Weatherby's explanation is going to be very valuable to this report here. So the recreational vehicle, when it was towed, was situated on Highway 20 in Clear Lake Oaks. It was situated on the highway. It was situated over a drain, a Caltrans maintained drain. Initially, this vehicle was located in the roadmap task force area. We have proactive code enforcement in the area. A code enforcement officer saw this vehicle there, looked inoperable. He put an AVA tag on it, that's an abandoned vehicle abatement program tag. And we also determined that he was living in the RV, so it was red tagged for those purposes as well. During his assessment and observation of the vehicle, our officer who's here today, if you have any specific questions, smelled odors that smelled like waste, human waste, and it was on the ground. It's hard to tell from the photos, but if you can see there's an outline of liquid on the ground, that would be the areas where the sewage tank was leaking on the ground. Again, this is raw sewage on private public property here. This is on January 29th. At this time, environmental health was called out to the scene as well. Their inspector gave counseling to the registered owner, Brett Hill, about what remedies and actions he needed to take. And that was basically the end of the issue, the occurrences on January 29th. On February 2nd, which is the date that Supervisor Crandall's referenced prior, this was a very busy day. We went to 3 different properties on this day within a span of about 2 or 3 hours. So while we were doing a summary abatement, environmental health contacted me, said, hey, the RV is now on Highway 20. And here's a photo. Caltrans earlier had come out, told the RV that they needed to move. That's approximately around 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Environmental health got word of the situation. They contacted me, said he parked over a drain. The raw sewage is leaking into the drain. This is an emergency situation. At this point, we had to come up with a strategy to determine how we could handle and resolve this issue. Again, the registered owner, who's seen in this picture here, was told to move the vehicle. He had not moved the vehicle. And if you can tell from the timestamps, the first timestamp's about 1:50. I can't see very well from here. And the other picture is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So within a span of 3 hours, he did not remove the vehicle as he was told by a CHP officer and by our code enforcement officers. Here's after the vehicle was towed. This is just what was left over. All the white stuff and the stuff on the highway there, that was left by the vehicle. The raw sewage, unfortunately, went into the drain and washed away. Caltrans was on the site as well with us. The individual in the orange jacket there is Caltrans. CHP showed up later. Fish and Wildlife were notified. At the end of the day, it did not seem like there was any other agency who was willing to take an action. We worked with environmental health. We requested the summary abatement, and we towed the recreational vehicle. Here's some further pictures. As on the right, you can see why he was out there. He was trying to fix the leak by spraying the foam. So he's spraying this over a drain. The stuff on the bottom is the foam coming off the septic tank that was leaking. We did have the vehicle towed. It cost us approximately $2,500 to have it towed. And basically the vehicle, because this is not a normal summary abatement or something that we tagged on our AVA program, we have now taken possession of personal property, and we're following state law about how to handle that personal property. The registered owner has been made aware of where he can retrieve his property and how to retrieve his personal items. But right now, we're storing the vehicle for 60 days, and then at that time, we're going to dispose of it in accordance with the code. The abatement code allows us to dispose of any materials collected during an abatement in accordance with county surplus policies. So right now, we are storing the vehicle. So the cost of this is $2,500 plus about $300 in storage fees. Right now, the vehicle's been moved to a secure location. The sheriff has worked with us on this to reduce our cost basis. This all occurred in the roadmap task force area, and we're using those funds to address this issue. And now I will let Craig Weatherby explain his analysis and reasons for making a determination that this was an immediate issue, that health and safety issue that needed to be abated.
Thank you, Marcus. Can you hear me okay? I'm not sure my mic is working well.
We can hear you fine.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yes, so this is definitely an unfortunate situation. Going with the timeline that Mark has provided, environmental health was contacted about this matter on January 29th. Inspector Daniel Gould was on site to assist with this matter. He had conversation with the owner of the RV, provided additional resources, gave him some contact information for people who might be able to help him, and secured a promise that he would move the RV out of the area and conduct the repair while also taking care to empty the tank and not use their sewage on the RV while they were in repair of this system. That was on the 29th. On the 2nd, we observed the RV relocated, this time directly across the street from the Clear Lake Oaks Keys area and directly over a storm drain and still discharging sewage waste onto the ground. We requested the summary abatement for two reasons. One, since the owner of the RV had already demonstrated an unwillingness to correct the problem and further exacerbate the issue by parking over a storm drain, which immediately went into the Clear Lake Oaks Keys, less than 100 feet of travel distance, we felt that that was a significant biological concern to the public health. And then adding to the problem was, you can see the rain in the photos. That was the beginning of that second large storm system that came through our county. We wanted to try to prevent additional discharge by this because that storm was just going to wash whatever straight into that storm drain and increase the problem on top of it. Again, the owner of the RV was given the opportunity to relocate his RV and even conduct repairs. However, he demonstrated a lack of knowledge on how to repair that system, and that's why you saw that spray foam, which is not at all intended for that purpose. And once it was determined that he was incapable of providing the repair that could prevent this release, we requested the summary abatement. We requested the health officer first, who agreed that the contents of that sewage system on board represented a public health threat, and the fact that the storm exacerbated the need to immediately remove that unit from danger.
Thank you for your presentations. Any further comments or information? All right, thank you very much. Comments from board members, questions? Supervisor Green?
Just a real quick question. On the initial response, you said it got red tag, but also an ABA tag was put on it?
Yes.
And I guess the more tags, the merrier, but I'm just kind of questioning that because it wasn't abandoned that I can see. It looks like it was currently registered and you did have contact with the owner. So was it abandoned in any real sense?
So abandoned is kind of a misnomer. The program is called Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Program, but it also includes inoperable, dismantled, or wrecked vehicles. At the time, my officer had reason to believe that the vehicle was inoperable, and that's why it was tagged under AVA.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Just one comment, if there's ever a way to figure out how to handle some of this stuff with environmental crimes, because that to me is a perfect example of an environmental crime, to go right over a storm drain and to allow your sewer to just go down. I know that we struggle to get things through the process and into courts, but at the same time, this is upsetting. We just had a big conversation about algae. This is one of those things where unnecessary nitrogen and phosphorus end up in our lake, and this is only making it worse. This one is very upsetting, so I'd love to see us even aim higher if it's possible. But thank you very much for that presentation. Any further comments from the public? Please come on up. And again, please make sure to relate it to this specific...
I will. Okay, I live at 4088 Manzanilla Drive in Nice. I've seen these things blow up in the post office parking lot of Nice, these RVs, and catch on fire, okay? So, and almost blow out the windows of my house. So they're dangerous. These guys running around, they move here, move there, and I see it at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning in front of my house. They're dangerous. They blow up and blow out our windows of our house, which I spent a lot of money on my house. And I'm tired of it over there on Highway 20, where I live. I'm sick and tired of it. And I want Lake County to deal with it. Okay, because I pay taxes, I spend a lot of money on my house, and these guys are running around, they pay nothing, you know? And I'm tired of it, I'm telling you, as a citizen of Lake County. Do something about these people, okay? Please, take control of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sir?
Thank you. Honestly, I didn't intend to participate. I just wanted to see what was happening in Lake County. I totally agree with the chair's idea to tie this with the environmental crimes, because that's really bad. But my question is, are the waste tanks, are they properly emptied prior to putting in storage, or what's the process? Thank you.
Do you have a response for that?
So it was the RV was towed to our tow contractor's lot. While it was at the lot, the tanks were still leaking and being, they were leaking all over his lot. So free of charge, our contractor pumped them and handled the waste appropriately. But again, that's just more evidence that there was a raw sewage issue and it continued to leak, and had this issue not been removed, it would have continued to leak raw sewage all over the Keys area. And one other note, this RV was also involved in a prior appeal and abatement that we had that came before the board. So this was a recreational vehicle that had been causing nuisance issues and prior issues as well. So there was a history.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it gets complicated because it's a home / a vehicle, and so there's multiple codes that come into play, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for you and your team to be able to deal with it. So appreciate it. Any further comments or questions from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Any further comments or questions? Again, there's no action on this. This was presentation only. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your work.
Joanne, can I eject?
Should the board like to take up item 514 that was pulled from consent, I'm available to discuss it at your convenience.
I think I'm going to first respect the times, the timed items, since we're already a bit behind, but we will get to that as soon as possible.
Taking a break?
And I am being requested to take a break, so let's go ahead and come back at 11 a.m. Let's take a 10-minute break. Move forward. All right, welcome back. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with us. This is our 6.10 item, 9:50 a.m. Consideration of a presentation of annual update from the Lake County Fire Safe Council, and B, letter of support for the Lake County Fire Safe Council to apply for the County Coordinator Grant Program. If it's possible to please quiet down in the room, please. Thank you so much. And we have presenters in front of us. Terry Loxton, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Terry Loxton. I'm the Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison for the County of Lake, and I'm very happy today to introduce Lori Hutchinson, who is the Program Director for the Lake County Fire Safe Council under the Lake County Resource Conservation District, and she's going to give a presentation about what the Fire Safe Council has been up to in the last year. So I'll turn the microphone to Lori.
Thank you very much, Terry. If you want to go ahead with the first slide. So just a quick background. The Fire Safe Council was created in 2009 as an ad hoc committee of the Board of Supervisors. That has not changed since 2009, so we are currently working on updating that contract just to finalize some different things that needed to be changed, updated, and we're hoping to move. I've always been under the Resource Conservation District. We are hoping to make that a permanent program of the Resource Conservation District, make things go a little bit smoother on my end. Basically, over the past year, we've been working on several different things. If you want to go to the next one, please. Next one. And you can go to the next one. Some of the current projects. So we recently, with the RCD, facilitated a DEIB workshop for both the RCD, the Fire Safe Council, and the RRA. We've worked on a community-wide defensible space program that we just created with a grant that we have recently acquired. We had a stop work order on that in December, so it's kind of on hold at the moment. We've been waiting for the funding to come through and signing contracts on that, but we're hoping to get that up and running. And thankfully, Supervisor Pyska gave us some money out of her discretionary fund to do work. So we actually worked, and Supervisor Crandall, thank you, sir. So we got a list of homes in your areas just this week to Brian Bartko with Hogback Ridge. And so he is prioritizing those homes and looking at them to spend that money and get that defensible space work done on those homes. We all know that's huge throughout the county. So I'm also hoping, I'm super thankful for your guys' support that allows us to do that work right now without having to wait on that other funding. So that's a big one. We are hoping to be able to continue that program. I'm continuing to look for funding right now, working with community partners at different grants to keep that going, and maybe that's something we could address here in the future as well, getting funding for that. Let's see, CMAT recommendations. We are working on implementing several of those CMAT recommendations from that workshop we had like 2 years ago, 3 years, I don't remember the date. It's 3 years ago, thank you. So we're working on implementing that. I just actually received a COCOAIM grant, who is the ones that do the CMAT presentation is COCOAIM. So we've got a grant for that to hopefully get an executive director hired for the Fire Safe Council and the RCD, just to help us build capacity. That's our biggest obstacle, I feel like, right now, is the capacity of myself for the longest time being the only one in the Fire Safe Council. So we hired Jade Coalitions and Collaboratives in 2023. They have helped me with a ton of grant writing, not only writing the grants, but once we get them, administering them, carrying out all that work. So that's been huge for me. Just partnering on events and outreach programs with people, NCO, NeighborFest events. We've done lots of that kind of stuff. What's that?
I said they're fun.
Yes, they are really fun. It's great to engage the community that way and get people just doing fun activities. We all realize that there's a lot that has to go on. We know the wildfire severity and the issues that we have here, but it's fun to get together and collaborate that way and bring people together and get them excited about doing it in their own smaller communities and their neighborhoods. So, and then just supporting local businesses, like using Hogback Ridge crew, trying to keep those people doing a lot of the work, and any other contractors we're vetting here in the county that we can utilize as well. And then we try to support local businesses for these events by hiring them for food services and stuff. Next one. Just pictures. We can go to the next one. The Defensible Space Program, we can't play the video, but if you go to the next slide, Terry, there's a couple of pictures. Here's a before and after picture of one of the residences that we worked on. So we have about $2,500 per household for each home that we go to do this work. And so it varies. Obviously, we just have to vet those houses, look at them when we send the crew out there to do the work. Some days we think, the homeowner will tell us this is an all-day project. Well, you send a crew of 8 to 10 people out there, they knock it out in 2 to 3 hours. And it's like, okay, well, now we need to find another home to do. So we're working really hard to get those all scheduled with that contractor in same neighborhoods so that it's the best use of their time. And then we're just leveraging other projects that are going on in the community to try to build off of the work that they're doing as well. So we recently did a PG&E project in the Black Forest area, Rivieras. Tara's doing work there, Clerk is doing work there as well. PG&E has asked us to apply for the next round of that grant. So we will continue to work on that evacuation route through that Black Forest and working with the community partners there. I kind of already talked about Jade, hiring them. They've been phenomenal for me. I hope to be able to continue using them. I'm going for another couple of grants right now that will allow us to continue utilizing them and paying them. Future of the Fire Safe Council, kind of same thing. You can go to the next one, Terry. I talked about all these things already, except for the strategic planning. We're working on that as well. Hopefully with this executive director, when we find somebody, we'll start working on that very specifically to keep us moving forward. And then the California Fire Safe Council Coordinator Grant, NCO had that previously. We are hoping to get the letter of support from you guys today so that the Fire Safe Council can go for that round of funding this time. So that will just continue to help fund myself and also Jade Collaboratives. We can pay them through that grant as well to keep furthering our work and do executive director, any of the other capacity building stuff that we are looking to do with personnel. Is that it? Yep, that should be it.
Anything further to add before we go to comments and questions?
Infinity.
I'm just glad you're doing it, not me. Nope, I think that is all I have.
Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for your presentation. It's very appreciated. No matter how much rain falls out of the sky, we're all still worried about fires. We've all experienced whether evacuation or losing homes, and so it's very important to continue that work. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And I believe that Supervisor Pyska has a comment or a question.
Appreciate this, this presentation and update, Lori. You've done incredible work with the Fire Safe Council, and we have been putting a lot of effort into developing both the RCD, the Resource Conservation District, and the Fire Safe Council so that they really can stand up on their own. That's been the goal.
Yes.
For the last several years, since the very beginning when I very first took office and I was assigned this committee, which we've been working through the contract. We've been trying to figure out how to get it to be self-sustainable. And what you've talked about are the layering of grants and opportunities that we've been doing. It's not just one, it's many, many, many. Building up that capacity, partnering with the RCD, bringing Jade in. There's been a tremendous amount of work, and the goal is to disconnect this council from the county so that it can be its own entity. And so that's been the goal for a long time. We're getting really, really close. So I'm just so grateful for everybody that shows up for the monthly meeting, that participates, and all the partners that lend a hand. And the Defensible Space Program is something that we've needed in this county for a long, long time. People have always asked us about it because we have many seniors, low-income folks, vulnerable folks. And we know that if we don't have everybody in the community having defensible space, then we're not a hardened community, and then we're susceptible. Your neighbor's susceptible if you don't have defensible space. So this is a big, big deal, and this is a program that we really need to figure out how to make it permanent and sustainable in our communities, which is why Supervisor Vice Chair Crandall and I front-loaded this program. There were some issues at the state. That's why the stop order happened. But in speaking with Deputy Director Bigelow, it looks like it's getting all worked out, which is good because we need that. But not, we have our regular defensible space, our annual maintenance, but this year and last year got hit by hard storms that caused a lot of damage. A lot of trees came down last year in the lower elevations. And then this year up in the higher elevations. So we really need to be able to expand it when we have that need, because right now in Cobb, we've got all thousands of trees down everywhere. In 6 months, that's a hazard. So really glad we finally have this program, and it does, it highlights the need for seniors, but also our Latino population. And our low-income folks. And so those are the three groups that it's really targeted to, but anybody should apply if they've got this need, especially if they have a whole lot of new yard decorations.
Yes,
and there could be some more after this weekend. So this letter to the State Fire Safe Council is really important. What the State Fire Safe Council has learned is that we're not unique. Lake County, we have a fire safe council, but it is not a council. There's no members on it. We've had Lori running the show for years, and you've been doing a great job. But we need to develop it more, and the state is really seeing that. And so that's why they're releasing the second round of funding, because they know the first round of funding kind of got, the wheels moving, but it's not enough. It's not enough. When I talk to my colleagues in other counties, like Butte County has 52 employees.
Yeah.
Their fire safe council has 52 employees.
That'd be amazing.
Right. We have one. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So I'm in full support of the letter, getting this next round of funding, continuing to build up that work. And when the day comes for us to separate, that is going to be a beautiful day because I will know the Fire Safe Council will be standing up on its own with the RCD.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for your undying support. It's meant the world, honestly.
Happy to.
I see no further comments or questions. I'll ask a quick question. So this is very similar to prior grants that you said was going through NCO in the past. Is it going to be logistically coordinated in the same way where they apply for Lake County, they receive the fundings? Who was doing the reporting and actually running the actual grant based on the requirements from the state? Just wanted to check in, just because it has the County of Lake's name. I would suspect there's a certain level of capacity required from the County of Lake in order to ensure that requirements are met at the state. Just wanted to better understand that process and if that's the same process we would be using.
It's different because NCO applied last time.
So they didn't apply for the County of
No.
Lake, they applied as their own?
They applied
Gotcha.
through the Risk Reduction Authority in partnership with the Risk Reduction Authority. And NCO, because again, we were trying to figure out how do we build up this program. And so a lot happened. NCO supported the meetings. There was staff time. There was the best fits grants. There was a lot that came out of that, but it wasn't exactly the correct fit. And so now that the RCD, we've been developing them, and with the help of Jade, now the RCD as a special district has the capacity to apply for the grant and support the Fire Safe Council grant, or Fire Safe Council, even though we're still tied with the county.
Right. And so the RCD will still be administering a lot of that grant. Reporting will go through the county as well, but we will be doing, myself and then the RCD will be doing all that reporting and making sure it gets there on time and to whoever it needs to go to. But you guys will be looped into that as well.
Okay. And my question is always one of capacity. I don't think this would be brought to us if there wasn't the capacity to be able to do that, but I do have concerns of capacity. We keep asking more and more from our admin, and it doesn't sound like any of the funds would go to the county, so we would be using our own general funds in a sense to process, and maybe that's $5,000. I don't know what the exact cost would be, but just thinking out loud for future causes, as there is an increase and there is more that's capable to be done through these grants, that it would also maybe ask more from the county, and maybe at that point looking at a grant that can split off a portion to the county to help pay and compensate for the work that the county will be doing on their part to ensure, because if there are issues with grants, that all would come back to the County of Lake. It wouldn't come back to the Fire Council, and I just want to think in the future, want to support what you're doing and continue what you're doing. Expanding capacity and being able to do more work to keep people safe in our communities is super important. But just wanted to put that concept out there and just think of how it is that we can share some of those resources as well.
But we already fund the Fire Safe Council through Title III. So we already received those funds. Then they go through the RCD and into the Fire Safe Council, and that's how Lori is paid.
Right. And then Kristen Murphy is my Jade partner. She could not be here today, but she would have been the one that would be able to jump on that and answer like, oh yes, because she's great about all the grants. But I know that you can write into some of these grants, you take the administrative fees and pay things out of that. So I don't know how that works with the county, if it's a contractual.
Well, the only connection we have right now is the Title III. We have the contract,
Right.
and we have the Title III funding. The RCD is handling all of this.
All of the rest of it.
So we don't have an obligation for this grant. The RCD and the Fire Safe Council is handling.
I would say we do. If our name is on the grant and
Yes.
it's a pass-through, we need to ensure and review that the reporting is being done appropriately and not just not take a look at it. So there's a certain level of oversight that's required from the county.
Yes.
Again, it could cost a maximum of $5,000, and even then, it might not be that much. But there is a certain capacity and cost that is attributed to the county for doing it.
Very similar to what's already happening with the Title III responsibility.
So just wanted to bring that up. Any further questions or comments? Opening it up for public. Any comments or questions? And bringing it back to the board for action.
Nothing further, Chair. I move to approve the letter of support for the Lake County Fire Safe Council to apply for the County Coordinator Grant Program.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay,
Keep our fingers crossed for you.
thank you so much.
Thank you for that, and we're going to move on to our 6.11, our 11 a.m. item, public hearing, consideration of agreement for the purchase of real property located at 16540 State Highway 175 in Cobb, and B, consideration of resolution accepting and consenting to recordation of a grant deed. Director Ewing, welcome.
Good morning, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. So in February 2023, your board granted conceptual approval and appointed a negotiating team for the property that's referenced there for the purchase of that property for a future park. For some background that was discussed back then to the board, but it's worth retelling briefly here. The Cobb area is the only, if not one of the only, if not the only general plan area in the county that does not have a community park. So there's an ongoing pursuit of that, or at least an ongoing desire for a park up in Cobb. That's referenced in their, I believe it's a draft area plan, but it's also a pursuit that's emphasized in the draft Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan that we just received. So it's supported through that. It's been identified as support through a lot of public outreach, and so we pursued that. The board approved that location, the property, for a future park. Since then, after the conceptual approval, staff worked on a variety of things. We secured a preliminary title report, an appraisal. It was appraised at $390,000. We had a septic inspection, a building inspection, hazard tree assessments, removal of abandoned vehicles, and the result after all of that was the acceptance of a $300,000 offer by the county. The owner accepted that offer, and I want to thank Celia Hoberg in Public Services. She's in the audience here. Her background as an escrow officer in property acquisitions was, it was just immense. So can't thank her enough. After that time, and concurrent to that, from June of 2023 till now, there are a few other items to point out. We do have a CEQA notice of exemption and a general plan conformity for the acquisition, and the acquisition alone. That does not include the actual development. Those are separate actions. We had tribal consultation with Middletown and Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, just at a very conceptual level. Again, not for the actual design. But just to start the conversation. We also have a concept plan for potential park development. Again, just concept only at this point. So if approved, if the purchase is approved, moving ahead, we Public Services would initiate an additional public outreach process to develop both an interim and a long-term use plan for the project. The funding that your board appropriated was $1 million, and with this purchase plus ancillary costs that we have closing costs and appraisals, other things that I mentioned earlier, we have somewhere in the range of $650,000 to $670,000 remaining for the project, which will not go to full construction. We still have planning, environmental studies, design to do. So the intent would be to get to a point where we can open it to the public with the funding that we have. That would be the phase one, enough that we would likely have infrastructure in place to use the park, some trails, and then the phase two work. It's my hope that we can secure grant funding for that. There are a number of grant programs available for park development. While there has been recently a big push for that and a lot of funding for parks through Prop 68 at the state, there are other avenues that we can pursue for that. So for that, the follow-up development, it's my hope that we can pursue external funding. And it's worth mentioning Continuing from there, tribal consultation and maintenance is another thing to touch on. The project is in an area, the property is in an area where we don't have a maintenance yard. So there will be a maintenance impact, which comes with annual costs. I'm pretty confident that we can address that with our ongoing operations budget that we have now. And if we identify the need for additional funding, then I would be discussing that with admin and how we can work that out. So it's my recommendation that we move ahead with the purchase. Happy to answer any questions if they're detail oriented with respect to the acquisition. We certainly have a good team over here and Celia in the audience to help me out. So I'll hand it over to the board.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Supervisor Pyska.
Well, thank you so much, Lars. This has been a big push, and Celia is such a rock star. You are so awesome. Your team is amazing. This really has been the vision for a long, long time. Going way back, decades, people have been trying to figure out how to get a park in Cobb. And so the time is right, and the resources are there, and the property was identified. And I really appreciate you coming so many times to do outreach work with the community. You gave up a lot of nights and weekends for that, to be in the places where people gather and get their vision. So I'm really excited for this to unfold.
Great. And I'm glad you were looking at Celia when you said that. She really was the workhorse behind it.
Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Going to be excited to support this. I did spend a little time scrolling right now just because it wasn't attached to this item. I assume the minutes of the June 8, 2023 Planning Commission meeting does reflect what's stated in the summary and the staff memo that they did make findings of conformity with the general plan and also found it to be categorically exempt from CEQA. I just want to note that's not presented with this bundle today, so all I had to rely on was the summary and the staff report. Again, I haven't found the minutes, but I did find the agenda item, so it looks like everything's in order on that, so thank you.
Mike Shaletto, is that the right name?
Oh, yes.
I'll never forget because I agree 100%. Parks is economic development, and it's what attracts people to want to live in areas, and not having one is definitely a disservice to attracting people to wanting to build, invest, and be in a community. So this is great news for that area. I think every community deserves to have its little green space to enjoy and get away from, and so looking forward to seeing how this pans out, how this develops.
Great. Well, thank you. And on the note of Mike Shelato I should say, not or, but parks as an engine for the economy. I referenced earlier the Parks Master Plan, the Parks Recreation and Trails Master Plan that's in draft format. So in the next few months, you'll see, the board will see that going through a public review period, going through presentation with the board. So we're coming to the completion of that plan, which is not a part of this item, but certainly worth referencing, and you can keep it on your radar in the coming months.
I did try really hard to see if there's a way to directly connect to the trails and bogs, but it's just it's
You don't have to worry about that. We got that.
It's not going to be perfectly direct. It'll be an indirect connection.
We're working on that with property owners.
So, any further comments or questions? Open it up for the public. Celia, do you have anything to add?
Good morning. My name is Robert Stark. I've lived in Cobb for 49 years. I was the general manager of the Cobb Area County Water District for 35 years, and a very active member of the community. And I would just want to let you know that we just thoroughly support this in the highest degree, and we really appreciate Jessica's work on this. I can tell you, in the 49 years that I've lived there, there's never been a time that someone hasn't said, geez, if we only had a park, if we only had a place. Yeah, we got Bog State Forest, good. You got trailer trucks coming and going, you got dust, you got all those things. We need a place for kids to go sit on the swing set and do their thing, and for families to go, and for people to walk their dog and all that good stuff. I just want to tell you that I'm the president of the Lions Club, and as a member of the community is very enthusiastic about this, and we endorse your positive actions on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board from action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agreement for the purchase of real property located at 16540 Highway 175 in Cobb. 2 or 1? And I'll offer that.
On that same recommended action, if your board may add and authorize the board chair to sign.
And authorize the board chair to sign.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries,
And I'll offer the resolution.
and the resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Supervisor Green.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye. Thank you very much. Milestone. Look at that. We're back close to time. Our 6:12 item, 11:30. Is that the one that we're pushing to the following week?
Yes, please. Chair, if you could, we'll continue this to the March 5th item. And since Lars is in the room, you may wish to take up 7.21 if you'd like.
Well, now I feel like I need to just take up 7.21.
Try to catch you before you.
have my stuff, but
You'll do great.
All right.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. So let me flip to 721.
Let me read it, I'm sorry. Consideration of the award of bid number 23-32 to Reg Construction, Inc. for the East Lake Sanitary Landfill Phase 1 cell construction project in the amount of $5,161,663.
All right. Good morning, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. So with that title and without my notes, I certainly am familiar with the project, so I can talk through it. As the board is aware, Public Services has been pursuing an expansion to the East Lake landfill for a number of years. Earlier this year, in fact, I should say late last year, we put out an invitation for bids for the expansion. We received, I believe it might be in the memo, 5 to 6 bids. Regi Construction was the low bidder. It's important to note that the invitation for bids did include a local workforce preference policy. All or at least the majority of the bidders included that, and it did not factor into the calculation of who the low bidder was. So recommendation is to move ahead with the award, and we would anticipate construction beginning near the end of April and take about 4 to 5 months.
Thank you very much for that update. Any questions on this?
It's a big project.
It is. It is very big.
It's been a long time coming.
Time coming.
I do want to say nothing to change here, but the local workforce amount, when it's only a 1% difference, it's a drop in the bucket when you're looking at this large number. So that is something that I will be bringing up on a different item that we talk about today, just to see if there can be some assistance in helping.
And it might be worth mentioning here, it's very uncommon, to be honest, that we apply that policy. The majority of our projects, well, certainly for a project of this size, a project this size is most commonly paid for through state or federal funds. And when you have funds like that, it does not allow the local policy to apply. In this case, it's entirely local, so we can, but the policy caps the discount at $50,000. And so when you're talking about the 1%, the equivalent of 1%, it doesn't mean a whole lot for projects that are in the $150,000 range, or maybe even more, which we do have some for parks and buildings and grounds in particular. It has applied in the past and has made a difference. So I might just suggest that some focus on the bigger picture projects may not be as impactful as you might otherwise believe. A landfill project may, certainly, because most commonly we would pay for that using local dollars.
Yep. No, appreciate what needs to be done over there, and looking forward to this commencing. Any further comments? Open it up for the public. Any Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? And seeing none, let's bring it back for action.
There's none further, Chair. I move to approve the award of bid number 23-32 to Reach Construction, Inc. for the East Lake Sanitary Landfill Phase 1 Cell Construction Project in the amount of $5,161,663 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement and the notice of award.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate you taking up the item.
Yeah. Thanks, Susan. Okay, I think our next timed item is 1 p.m. So let's,
Mr. Chair.
yes.
Director Turner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was going to start going through the list for who is currently sitting in our, and Director Turner, would you like to take up your items? We have 714. Consideration of First Amendment to Agreement between County of Lake and Placeworks for planning services to prepare the Lake County Climate Adaptation Plan for an increase of $186,000 for a total amount not to exceed $2,074,954. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Turner.
Uriah Turner, Community Development Director. The amendment that you have before you today is to add the climate adaptation plan to the existing agreement that we have with Placeworks for the update of our general plan and local area plans. We were awarded funding for the climate adaptation plan through the APGP grant and wanted to thank our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer for working so hard to secure those funds. The basis of the climate adaptation plan will also use the climate vulnerability analysis, which is already part of the scope of work for Placeworks agreement since it is required by law to be part of the safety element. Placeworks has agreed to add the cap onto their scope of work for the funds that were awarded from the APGP grant, which is the $186,000. I welcome any questions the board may have.
Thank you very much for this important addition to the whole general documents that are being updated. So thank you very much. Any comments or questions regarding this amendment? I think it's simple because we're getting a grant to help pay for this, and that just makes it all easier.
It is, and just as the general plan and local area plans are going to be community vision driven, the climate adaptation plan will also just get folded naturally into that.
Perfect. And opening up for public comment, anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, let's bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I will move to, well, I had it. I'll move to approve the First Amendment to Agreement between County of Lake and Placeworks for planning services to prepare the Lake County Climate Adaptation Plan, CAP, for an increase of $186,000 for a total amount to not exceed $2,074,944 and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going to take up 5.14, if you don't mind,
I would be happy to take.
while you're there, so we
Thank
can
you.
conclude your items. 5.14 is approve First Amendment to Agreement between County of Lake and Leonard's Hauling and Tractor for nuisance abatement services for an increase of $45,000, total amount not to exceed $75,000 for a term from July 31st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the chair to sign. Director Turner.
Thank you. I am thankful that my annual evaluation has been moved to a different date because It's embarrassing to let you all know that I made a simple addition error on this memo. We currently have an agreement with Leonard's Hauling for $50,000. We would like to increase that by another $45,000. They are instrumental in our abatement of the trailers of the larger size vehicles that we seem to see an increasing number of lately. So you'll see that on the memo, it does say an amount not to exceed $75,000. On the agreement, it says not to exceed $100,000. It should actually read $95,000, which is $50,000 plus $45,000. So I would request an amendment to be considered by this board, and I apologize for my not using a calculator.
Just to be clear, the contract seems to say not to exceed 100,000?
It does. It should say 95,000.
Okay, so we're changing both the recommended action and on the agreement. Okay.
Yes, and funding for these will come from nuisance abatement funds.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Kind of need that to do the things you showed us earlier, so.
Indeed.
Let's move forward with that. Opening up for the public. Any public comments on this item? Seeing none in either the Zoom room or the chamber, bringing it back for action.
So further, Chair.
With changes.
I move to approve the First Amendment to the agreement between the County of Lake and Leonard's Hauling and Tractor as amended for nuisance abatement services for an increase of $45,000 with a total amount now not to exceed $95,000 for a term from July 31, 2023 through June 30, 2024, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I believe those are all the items that we had pulled.
We're very, very interested in the 3 different appointments you're going to make, but anytime, I'm here all day, so.
Okay, I think we're going to take that up at a later time, at this moment in time, so let's go through the rest.
Super, thank you.
Let's see what we've got. So 11:42. Wondering if we can take, I believe that we should have the time. I'd like to see if we can stop at 12 and take our lunch since we have a 1 o'clock item. I believe that we are able to take our, where is it? Our public defenders one, where is that? 7:19. CAO Parker, I think we have the time to be able to take that.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and take that. Consideration of work plan for the Public Defender's Office. And welcome, Mr. Buenaventura.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for calling me. I don't. Okay. Yeah, sure. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. It's great to be with you again. I'm hoping that I learned my lesson from last time in that I know I went on, and I'm hoping that this is going to be more of an abbreviated version, so I'll try not to go on and on. So the work plan. First, before I talk about the work plan, I want to take this opportunity to thank you all again for putting your faith and trust in me in establishing this office. I want you to know how grateful I am to be here and to do this. The very first day I got here, it just has been just an incredible experience to be able to and it is a position of privilege to be able to start something new here. And because I can see it coming together. I can see the people responding, and I can see the community responding. So I want to take that opportunity to thank you once again. All right, the mission statement. So bringing you back to this mission statement, the central part of my office is to provide this effective assistance of counsel and to do it in a more holistic way. I've emphasized that in our meetings together, and that is really the goal of my office. Next slide, please. So the focus of my office is really on 3 different areas. Early representation, this pretrial and jury trial, that is really the meat of our representation of criminal defendants. And also we have the post-conviction issues. Next slide, please. So this is my my oversight. This is the oversight committee that you as the board have set up, and this is who I believe is going to be a good model to supervise my office. There are already members on there. There are some vacancies that need to be filled. I'm sure you will do it shortly, but I think this is essential, and I'm grateful that we have this in place. Next slide, please. So this is a draft of what I envision to be my structure in my office. We're going to have roughly about 8 lawyers in the beginning, 3, maybe 2 investigators, and some admin staff. Again, it's a draft only. I think the numbers will probably change in the future. Again, it'll be dependent on the need and how things play out. And also, obviously, central to that is the workflow. Next slide, please. So the workflow of my office really, and my public defenders center on these 3 things, these things around it. Felonies, misdemeanor, juvenile cases, specialty courts, post-conviction relief, and motions and writs. So that is what I envision my attorneys doing. Now, not all my lawyers will be doing everything on that workflow. Some will be doing a combination of things. Some will be doing exclusively one thing. And again, it's going to depend on the need and the workflow and the skill set of the attorney. An example could be I could have one misdemeanor lawyer also doing assignment in a specialty court, such as the mental health court. Or I could have a felony lawyer just exclusively dealing with felony cases. Again, it depends on the need, the skill set, and the caseload. Here's the timeline. So this is how I envision my office completing its task of becoming fully operational. I believe that this is a good timeline. It's an aggressive timeline, but it's a timeline I think we can meet, and that's going to be my goal. Right now, we are working on some job descriptions, and that is soon to be published. Recruitment for the attorneys and other positions will start next month, and I plan on interviewing people in March and April. My initial plan is to take on all the misdemeanor representation in this county. All the representation means hiring 3 deputy public defenders to do misdemeanors. And so my initial request is going to be 3 attorneys, misdemeanors, 1 investigator, and an office manager. And then I expect to start June 1st, taking over all the misdemeanor representation. And then I believe that I can slowly, as we transition to an office, to start doing felony cases. And then I'm going to do that in piece by piece. And I expect to hire a felony attorney in August, 2 more in October, 2 more in December, and then taking over juvenile representation in January. And my hope is a year from now, we become fully operational in February. Next slide, please. On the conflicts issue. So I can, let me back up by saying, there are various models of conflict representation in the indigent criminal defense community. One example is the LA model. So in LA, they actually have 3 indigent defense programs. One, they have the primary public defender's office. Then they have this thing called the alternate public defender's office for the conflicts. But then there are conflicts of conflicts. So there's a 3rd branch, and that was the independent contracts panel in LA. What's happened in LA is that independent contracts panel was actually absorbed by the public defender. So now the public defender does the conflicts as well. So that's a model that can be utilized and used here. I could do that, but I'm not gonna, at least for now. I think the better plan for now, as with respect to conflicts, is to have 2 contract lawyers doing the conflicts, similar to like a lid situation. But I think that's the better plan for now. That could change later on, we'll see. And so let me go on to the budget. So the budget is about 2.7 million, which 1.7 is being absorbed by the lid contract. So my goal is, as we increase our representation, as we take on more and more the responsibility of the indigent defense program in Lake County, the lid contract and the amount that they're getting will decrease. It only makes sense. And that money will go to my office as we get to develop and build upon a bigger office and taking more responsibility. And so we're in a hybrid situation right now. And that's going to be fluid for a while until we become fully operational. But I think this budget makes sense. Some of the challenges. Next slide, please. So obviously the big challenge is the lid resignation. Actually, to just give you an update, if you didn't know, Tom Feimer, who was administering the contract, has resigned. And then Mitch Hauptman was taking over temporarily. And I believe he is going to step aside, and there's going to be another lid attorney who's going to take over. We are in negotiations with them as to what the next step is with their contract. In fact, I think we're meeting with them tomorrow, and we'll have more, hopefully, news about that. Hiring staff, that's going to be a challenge. I know that the salaries are going to be looked at with respect to people who want to come and become deputy public defenders. I'm hoping it's going to be attractive for them. I'm hoping this place becomes attractive to them because it's a great community. It's a great place to live, and the economy is, in terms of buying a house, it's much better for people. But I'm hoping to get some good people. But at the same time, I recognize there is talent here in Lake County. There are some really good lawyers here in Lake County. I've seen that. I've experienced that, and I've talked to them. So, but the hiring process is open. There are no promises made to anybody, and I want to get the best of the best for the people of Lake County and their representation. The other challenge is the office space. So you should know that I have looked at several locations for office space. I have one place in mind, and that's a location that is near the new courthouse. It's about 3,000 square feet. In fact, earlier this month, I had Lars Ewing and Carlos come with me to check out the place. They gave me some really good advice, some feedback on what that is going to look like and how it would operate. They gave me some suggestions on modification, tenant improvements. I've also had the county IT personnel come and take a look at it as well and give me some advice on Wi-Fi capabilities in the county network. I think it looks good, but we're going to be negotiating a lease hopefully soon. And so this is just last slide is just to let you know that I do believe that we can. When I got here, one of the things that sort of resonated with me and what people were telling me is that Lake County has this appeal to people, and the theme always resonated with me, which is we're all in this together. And that's what I truly believe, we are in this together. And it's because of the people. I've met some incredible people, and I do get that sense of we're all in this together. On a personal note, I wanted to let you know that my term as mayor of Daly City ended in December. I submitted my letter of resignation in December. My last date for the meeting on the council was January 22nd. And so my service and commitment to Daly City has terminated. I've also resigned from the Central Committee in San Mateo County. I bought a place here in Lakeport. And so I am fully invested in this community. I am grateful to be here. I am grateful to be in this position to start a new office. I am hopeful because I do see it coming together nicely. And we're well on our way to having what I think will be a really premier public defender's office. So I hope I did it in the time allotted. And
It's not 12 o'clock yet, so it's perfect.
So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate you being here as well. There's definitely a lot of work to do, but we're in this together, and we're going to make it happen. Any Supervisor Green?
Thank you. I think I know the answer to this question, but I have to ask it anyway, because the overall thrust of why we're doing this is to address some pretty serious issues involving fair representation and the compliance with the Sixth Amendment. In your timeline, the first hires are for misdemeanor attorneys, and probably the more difficult hires are projected farther down the line, and those may be for the felony attorneys that are going to handle the more complicated cases. Yeah. So, and I think I know the reason for this. You need to get up and running. The case flows are there. So, am I correct in saying that this is basically a staffing plan versus a full-blown representation plan? Because if it were me, I would probably, being ignorant of everything, I'd probably focus on the felony attorneys first. So why misdemeanor attorneys and then bringing on a felony attorneys a little bit farther down the road?
Yeah, so representation of felonies is it's a lot more complicated, I think. There's a lot of risk in terms of their exposure, their sentencing, the work that needs to be done. And you go in and you get complicated in terms of the evidence, the investigation. Sometimes there's DNA involved. Sometimes it's just a really complex caseload. And so I want to make sure that as I'm on the way to building this office, that things are moving along nicely and that they're almost perfect before we take on that task. So I think starting with felonies is an easier transition. It makes more sense. For example,
or misdemeanors is what you're
I'm sorry, misdemeanors. For example, I'm working on the nuts and bolts of the office right now. So one of the things is the case management system that I'm putting together. I want to make sure that is seamless, that it's flowing, that there are no problems when we start to getting felonies. I'm developing a research platform for my attorneys to do their research, writing their motions, things like that. I want to make sure that's all in place. I also am working on to make sure some of the collateral consequences of representation are there for my attorneys to have. For example, I recently was able to get a grant to fund immigration consultation services for my lawyers. So If they have an immigration question, they go straight to this resource, and it's free, and it's a grant. So I want to have an investigation system in place, so it's standardized. So when an attorney needs an investigator, there's a form, there's certain things that are going to be done right away, and it's seamless. I want an investigator to be at the office all the time. It's not going to be a remote investigator. It's not one who's going to work off-site. I want them to be in the office, available for consultations for those lawyers right away. So I want to make sure everything is in place by the time we start doing felonies. So that's my answer.
Any other questions or comments? So oh.
My only gripe is that you didn't find a place in District 3.
Oh.
No, but I understand, the attorney's got to be near the courthouse. I'm just joking.
Always trying, always trying.
All right, why not?
So one of the things that was involved in your presentation was the Oversight Committee. And obviously, you're alluding, especially in your purpose statement, mission statement, of the Sixth Amendment report that kind of led to all of these changes that we're looking at. Things are happening today, even though you don't have your full office activated. You're building it as we speak and slowly migrating either from LID or collaborating with LID. I'm wondering at what point we should start expecting data. Because I'm not aware as to how many clients does each public defender have to carry. When looking at all of those splits between juvenile, misdemeanor, felony, what is the highest percentage of those cases, and how many of those cases are in those individual public defenders? Just looking for some data points, because the Sixth Amendment looked at those data points. I think we need to have like a baseline. Where are we starting from, just to see where is our successes, where are our struggles as we move forward, and just kind of wondering what your timeline might be for providing some of that information. Obviously, as you progress into the Oversight Committee, I'm hopeful that those things will be made available to the Oversight Committee, but I think it should be also made available, maybe not as often, but from time to time back to the Board of Supervisors to make sure that we are seeing the results that we're looking to achieve.
Absolutely. So one of the first things that I did was I looked at the contract, the LID contract, and the LID contract actually says that LID is supposed to report every 30 days their caseload, how many cases they're dealing with. And so I have an idea of what they're dealing with every month. I usually get a report every month. That's some of the things I'm looking at in terms of figuring out what the right caseload is going to be. There is also a study that's about to come out, which is a national study of what public defender offices should look like in terms of the number of cases each attorney should have. The Sixth Amendment report actually recommended 14 attorneys for Lake County, 10 felonies, 4 misdemeanors. So that's something I'm looking at as well. So all of that, as I get more and more data, as I make my own data, when I start representing people, I'll have something more concrete and I'll present that to the board.
And when do you envision that the Oversight Committee will be reactivated? Because it hasn't been activated, I think, since I've been here. I don't think anybody's met, and I think that was part of our issue in, I'm not going to say dropping the ball, but being kind of unknowns to us that these were the situations that were happening in court until we got the report.
So,
at least the specifics.
Right. So I know that because of the vacancies that you don't have a full Oversight Committee. And I know that people have applied. In fact, when I go around talking to people, they've said they have applied. So once you fill that, I'm hopeful that the Oversight Committee will meet quarterly, if not at least twice a year. But again, it's up to the Oversight Committee as to how often they want to meet with me, but I'm willing to meet as often as they want because I think their ideas are going to be central to my mission and purpose. And so I think I would appreciate the feedback from them and the criticism, quite frankly, from them, because it will be helpful to me. So I'm hoping a quarterly meeting will happen, and we can set that on the road. But I think the first step is to fill the vacancies.
Okay. And if we have those applications, is there a plan for when that we're going to get those in front of us on the board agenda? Are we holding them for a specific reason if those applications have been received? And checking in with CAO Parker?
I think we were waiting for Director Buenaventura, or Chief Public Defender, you're quasi-director, until he got at least settled and started this process. The position allocation process has been very, it's been challenging, so we wanted to get that done. The position allocation is on for later today, and I think after that, he can start interviewing, and I think after that, once he gets his first employees in place, I think then we can start on that process. Because right now, there's nothing to discuss except, unless you tell me differently.
No, you're right, absolutely.
I would suggest, I don't want to throw a wrench in the wheel, but if you're already getting a report from LID, then to me, there's already something to share. And maybe at the worst case scenario, it's just shared with the board in a palatable way. Just here's a quarterly report of what's going on. All I know is we've got this big report. We've decided to make some changes in how we provide public defenders services to the people that need it. But we have yet to make any changes as far as how we're receiving information or how we know if changes are being made. And I think our goal is, obviously we want changes to be made, but things are still happening today. And I'm not aware of necessarily what's happening with those that are using public defender services. So as soon as we can get to that, rather sooner than later, my opinion, again, looking for the board for that support, I feel I'm still in the dark very much, but I have this report that tells me that things were not that great. And so getting a report to either tell me it's continuing the same or it's already changing, at least would alert me and let me know, so it's not just I'm stuck in the 2022 perspective, I'm getting the 2024 perspective.
Understood.
So, and again, don't want to direct anything
Right.
without board support.
But you're starting in June with
Right.
that, okay.
Yeah.
And so, and that's only a few months away. I think that's an appropriate time to have the committee up and running, appointed, ready to go.
Okay, I think so.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Do we have any other?
Well, I
feedback
think
on
it sounds like this was a committee that was, and then it went dormant. So I think we may have some work to do, myself and Supervisor Crandall, being the two people that we know are on the committee that can actually get some stuff done. So if there's some moldy-oldy bylaws, if we need to take a look at the current composition and update it, we could start working on that now while you're still trying to build out your office, because populating a long dormant committee can be a challenge.
Sure.
And I'm encouraged to hear there are applications, but because it sounds like it's not a new creation, we may be inheriting some bylaws and some things that we need to familiarize ourselves with. So I'm not opposed to coming back in June. I'm not opposed to coming back next week to get started on figuring that out. So I guess I'll join the consensus for whatever you're seeking, but let's get on it.
I obviously don't want to push something that can't happen because there's a lack of information, then it's useless to just meet. But I'm definitely looking for that interaction so that the board can be made aware of what is going on so we can see the difference. So I'm okay with June. I'm just definitely, I was looking for a timeline because I see it there. There's a vacant place, but not necessarily a timeline for the oversight. And I think oversight is one of the best things that we can ensure continues and does its job.
Absolutely.
I can't spend too much time on it because I don't know enough about it, but I think the conflict issue is difficult for such a small community, and not certain how two lawyers can fulfill that continuously. Are there examples of regional public defender systems kind of sharing some of their lawyers, like let's say working with Mendocino County or working with Sonoma County? Would that also be something that could be a part of the plan if there is a continued issue of the conflict?
You know, I think I could look at that and see if there are regional, that on just hearing it makes sense. But let me look at that a little bit more and see if it would make sense for this county.
Okay. No, appreciate your presentation. Any further comments or questions? Opening it up for the public. Any comments or questions regarding this? And I think that we are, I don't believe there's action to be taken on this.
No.
Just a presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate your time.
All right, bye-bye.
And so we will go ahead and pause our meeting and come back at 1 p.m. and we shall return in open session.
Yesterday.
All right, let's go ahead and come back to our regular meeting and continue our agenda. We left off at our 1 p.m. and that is item 6.13. This was continued from February 6, 2024. It's a public hearing, consideration of an ordinance amending the purchasing ordinance Article 10 of Chapter 2 of the Lake County Code to include increased purchasing limits, additional definitions, modify requirements for exemptions from competitive bidding, and additional procedures for informal and formal bidding. And from what I understand, CAO Parker, you wish to push this to?
I wish to push it to March 19th for a time certain at 9:45.
March 19th, time certain, 9:45. Okay. Any questions or comments from board members before I open it up for public comment? Seeing none, anyone from the public wish to speak on the postponing of the item, not the item itself? And seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action to continue this to date certain.
So moved.
Second.
And just for clarification.
We need to clarify.
March 19, 9:45 a.m.
Okay, we have a motion for that exact date and time and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We are now going to move to our 1:02 p.m. item 6.14, consideration of Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee's recommendation to allocate $8,000 from the Fish and Game Fund to support the 2024 Clear Lake Science Symposium. And welcome to the dais.
Which way you going?
We have Angela Dow, De Palma, and Greg Giusti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ms. Parker, good to see you all. Here today to recommend on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee that $8,000 in the fund be allocated to support the upcoming Clear Lake Science Symposium. For members of the public that don't know about the fund, these are monies that are collected by the county through the courts, that actions of the court that levy fines for fish and game violations. The fund is explicit in how it can be spent, and those funds are to be spent for the conservation, education, protection of fish and wildlife resources, including their habitats in the county of Lake. So we currently have about the account currently has about $32,000 in it. This year, we had allocated about 20 for the, I've been on this committee since 1997, so I do it for the money and the glory. Yeah, we've traditionally allocated about half of the total amount, keeping half in reserve, just to always have money. So this year, we spent a little bit of money early on to support the carp eradication project. There's about $12,000 in this current budget cycle, and so we're asking for about $8,000 of that to be used to support a very strong educational program. I asked Angela to come up. She's spearheading the event, so I'd like her to fill in the gaps and answer any questions you may have specifically about what we're proposing to do.
Thank you, Greg. My name is Angela De Palma Dow. I work for Lake County Water Resources and Invasive Species Program Coordinator in the Water Resource Department. And we are planning to put on the Clear Lake Integrated Science Symposium. It'll be August 15th to the 16th, 2024. I have provided some flyers of the event for the public, and I have some for the board and admin here. Oh, yes. We also have a website for the symposium, and John has linked. Thank you. The goal for this is to provide a comprehensive review of current research and management on California's largest and most ancient lake, its surrounding watershed and tributaries. And there has not been a Clear Lake Science Symposium for a good 20 years at least. These, we had one in 97, 98. These are the proceedings of them. I dusted them off today from our shelf upstairs to show you. Oh, they're pretty fragile. Here you go, Greg. So there's been a lot of research and a lot of management, a lot of things that have changed. And then there's been some things that haven't changed. And all of this needs to be put together in one review so we can best make decisions going forward for management actions. So what's being shown on the screen is the website for this. So we have the flyer there. We already have some funding from the Integrated Regional Water Management West Side SAC Group. We got a small grant there. We also have contribution from the Yolo County or Yolo Flood Protection District, Water Conservation District. And then we also have other fundraising requests that are out with the community and the cities. And it's going to be about 50 grand is what we're estimating to put this on. We're proposing to have it at Robinson Rancheria. We did a tour of the conference center there, and that'll meet the expected in-person attendance of about 200 people, plus some exhibitors and sponsors, and best able to accommodate the agency's partners and researchers. To be clear, this is an educational event. It is focused on the science, so it is aimed for the researchers, but because we have technology available to us, we're going to create a digital binder that will basically record everything that's presented, all the information that's shared, and that is going to be accessible for the public going on into the future. So you don't have to come to our office and look at a 200-page proceedings if you want to get information. You can go online and have everything at your fingertips, along with links to the data that the researchers are using and funding links and other notes. So with that, I'll take any questions. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and let's start with...
I think it's a great investment. Thank you for bringing this to us.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Very supportive of the symposium, and thank you for being proactive. But I don't see a proposed budget for the event, so this 8K is important, but 50K is a big price tag too. So I want to just ask briefly, I'm not going to ask for the full event breakdown, but it would have been helpful for this particular item. But as you're still fundraising with other agencies and all that, do you need to come back with a budget request, or is there stuff in the department? How are we going to get you over the top of that 50K?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Supervisor Green. And there is no budget included because the time that the request went to the committee, the budget was a little different as we're getting costs for things and identifying the schedule for the event and what we want to do, costs change and estimates change, as well as the contributions and the promised like in-kind and committed resources. So I do have a rough budget, and we do have some internal funds going towards that. We have some pockets of outreach funds budgeted through various programs. We also have, again, some committed funds that are coming in and then funds that are out. So I can't say right now that we'll be coming back for more funds. That's a possibility. But at this time, we're chunking away at our 50 grand goal.
Okay. Well, if there's consensus at the board, definitely I'm going to support this, but I'm a little concerned that, any time you're spent fundraising, that's obviously time you can't spend on programming, and we really do want to do the science here. So I'll be supporting this today, but if there's consensus to do a check-in in a month or two, just make sure you're on track for what your ultimate deliverables will be with the symposium, and also to inform us if there's something we can do to get you over the top. I'm sure I would be willing to contribute a little discretionary funding if needed to do that. But if the board would like a check-in a little closer to the event, I think that would be, I would support that as well.
Thank you for your comments. Any comments on that request? I would say it's just good to advertise anyways, and you can use this as a platform to make sure that you get the most amount of people to show up and get informed and educated. So I don't think it's a bad thing for you to come back and let us know where you are, and decisions would have to be made then if there is a request. But I don't think there's a problem with hearing more about the symposium, especially as we get closer to the symposium. Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And let's go ahead and open up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? We have a hand up on Zoom, Kyle B. I'm going to assume I know the last name, but I'm going to wait.
Yeah, hi, Kyle, Bill. I appreciate, I think this is a great opportunity. I would also, I don't know if it's a part of the planning for the symposium, to also incorporate indigenous knowledge, into the history and the, the efforts that we've been passed down with how to care for the lake and the natural resources from a cultural and an indigenous perspective. It would be great to also have that voice represented, just to acknowledge that Western knowledge, is fairly new, and the health and wellness of the lake. And so to have that indigenous perspective, someone from the tribe to speak on that would be great.
Thank you very much for your comment. Did you have a response to that? I know you were kind of discussing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kyle, for your comments. I will say the website for this event, if you scroll down to the bottom, we have 2 planning meetings. We had one in November. We have another one scheduled in April. And at the planning meeting, it was hybrid, but in person, we did have 3 tribal EPA governments participating to make sure that the information and their concerns were incorporated into the fundamental planning of this event. And so they're going to be involved throughout the scope to the event. So thank you for the comments. And if there's any other way that we can make sure that happens, please reach out to me, and I can do that. But yes, we are incorporating that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? And seeing none, I'll coming back to the board for action.
There's nothing further, Honorable Chair. I move to approve Lake County Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee's recommendation to allocate $8,000 from the Fish and Game Fund to support the 2024 Clear Lake Science Symposium.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very
Looking forward
much.
to a good event. Just a quick side note, earlier in the year, you designated the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee to take a lead on hitch communications and information. That action has created a wonderful network of collaborative efforts among a broad spectrum of people in Lake County, individuals, tribes, landowners, and even some agencies that now realize that people of Lake County have something to say about the hitch. So it's really, that simple action of yours has really helped serve as a catalyst to get people talking, sharing information. The committee just met this last week, and it was there's a network out there watching for fish, recording fish, sharing information. So that was a good call on your part. Thank you for doing that. I think the fish will benefit, and so will everybody's knowledge base and the lake as well. So thanks. Good call.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead and move on to our 6:15. I guess I should have said we needed 4/5 vote for that, but we got the 4/5, so we're good. Our 1:15 p.m. A, consideration of letter requesting support from State Department of Water Resources. B, approval of resolution authorizing the grant application, acceptance, and execution for the Potter Valley Project decommissioning Lake County water supply impact and technical assessment, authorizing the chair to sign. And we have Mr. Rothstein and Mr. Sullivan. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. The California Department of Water Resources has regularly met with county staff and Supervisors Crandall and Sabatier over the past several months to discuss potential consequences of PG&E's Potter Valley Project decommissioning proposal. Recently, DWR identified available funding for Lake County to examine the potential water supply effects that would result if Lake Pillsbury were lost. Approximately $700,000 is available to conduct a technical assessment to estimate the effects of the decommissioning process, including dam removal, and evaluate potential adaptations, provide cost estimates, and evaluate other strategies for implementing mitigations. The information that this assessment would provide is critical for upcoming state and federal proceedings pertaining to the proposed decommissioning and could inform decision-making for applicable bodies and other interested parties. The county must approve a letter requesting support before DWR can proceed any further in the grant process. At this time, the proposal is in the preliminary stages, and the expectation is that it will continue to be refined, working with DWR. In addition to the letter, the DWR grant requires an authorizing resolution. The resolution language that was put before your board has been vetted by DWR, and so staff's recommendation is to continue use of that proposed language. You will have also seen both documents, the letter and the resolution were included in your board's agenda packet, and there's more detail in the letter in terms of what the work is expected to entail. One final note of explanation, the categories that were used in the task description portion of the letter are left intentionally broad, and that's, as previously alluded, in consideration of the fact that we will be continuing to work with DWR to further refine the specific work to be undertaken. Staff recommends that your board approve the letter and adopt the resolution and authorize the chair to sign both documents. And many thanks to our Treasurer Tax Collector, Patrick Sullivan, for his tremendous support of the county's pursuit of this funding opportunity.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sullivan, do you have anything to add?
No, I would just add, similarly, the letter, the language in the letter was also vetted through DWR staff. There was considerable back and forth to make sure that we got everything in there that they needed. There are very particular points that had to be highlighted because of the nature of this funding. So similar to the resolution, I would just encourage your board to understand that the letter is just a starting point. DWR made that clear. This is what they need to proceed, and we can refine the rest of it later. We didn't have time to go any deeper without further assistance.
And we needed to also rush. There was a deadline to meet before in order to access funds because of the fiscal year deadline. Vice Chair Crandall? would you like
Yes, no, I just wanted to, just highlight that I appreciate all the work that, we've all been putting into this, of course, and even the board, because since I've been on dealing with this in the district and whatnot, we've been asking for this information in general. This is what we've been asking even at the two-basin solution and everything like that. So we're finally at a point where we can get some of this and get some of the answers we need, or at least have some explanation. And so, but the work that you two put into it, you're the tax collector now, and you're still helping us, and we appreciate that. Matthew, great job all the time coordinating this. And so, this is important, and I'm glad that we're moving forward with it.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm really excited about the teamwork. In order to get to this point, this conversation was taking a left turn, and we brought it back exactly where we needed it to. It was difficult, and we thought we actually had lost access to this type of grant, and suddenly things changed and turned around for us, and we moved fast in order to get this on the agenda to make sure that we don't miss this access. This is exactly based on the last presentation that Vice Chair Crandall and I gave to the Russian River Forum about our concerns about if the dam is decommissioned and its impacts not just to Lake County, obviously, but its impacts downstream to the water users, agricultural users, and the fish. And that data has been lacking, and yet things are still moving forward with the momentum that it's okay to do this without knowing all the data. And so I think that having the data will help us to better understand, be better prepared, and possibly continue to have what we want to keep in the future. We'll see what happens with that. So, Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this. Probably is worded purposefully broad, but I think that's my concern with this letter is the breadth of it. On page 2 of the letter, under the proposed scope of work, B, I see baseline conditions plus 1 or 2 decommissioning scenarios. This board has previously gone on record opposed to decommissioning, so I think it's important to do this kind of work, but I guess my question is the breadth. How much breadth can we put in at this early phase of this? Because definitely we have to look at all the scenarios that have been presented, but I'm counting at least 4 scenarios, and I'm seeing maybe 1 or 2 or 3 in here. So if this is as titled, basically a study of decommissioning, that's one thing, but if we're looking for modeling of existing conditions, such as, for example, status quo with the gates lowered, with or without the seismic risk in there, the status quo with the gate ladders, possibly with a fish ladder improvement. In previous iterations in the two-basin solution, I think talk of partial decommissioning was raised by Sonoma Water. And then, of course, there are two scenarios proposed in the decommissioning plan presently, and one is a rapid removal, and the other one would be a phased removal over a period of years with some amount of sediment deposit involved in that. So again, I want to be supportive. I know you guys put a lot of work into this, but if this is as billed, basically a study focused on decommissioning and decommissioning only, I don't want to undervalue this grant's ability to study some project alternatives that we have talked about for years here at this board, including saving the dam in some fashion. So do I understand this as a decommissioning-centered effort that would preclude by default any notion of studying of keeping the current baseline operations?
Would you like to respond to that, or would you like one of us to respond?
I can briefly respond, just that, as Patrick raised, the scope is not final. In this iteration, we hear your feedback, and I can't promise you what flexibility will be provided later in the process, but I don't know if Patrick has any further comment.
Yeah, in conversations with GWR, they also raised the possibility of working with one of their consultants to help craft the final agreement and refine this more. So this really is just sort of a very broad draft. This is what they believe they can accommodate with our funding. So I don't know. I don't know how in-depth we'll be able to go on any one topic. I think this is broad enough. I don't think it's really precluding anything. But yeah, in terms of the language that's here, this is what was developed to fit the available funding, and I really don't have answers to your questions beyond that.
So I will say that I think you're looking at eating the entire elephant at the same time rather than taking a bite out of the elephant. In order for us to have the data to better understand what others are planning, because this is not our plan, we have to be able to have apples to apples and not apples to oranges. And so having a study that completely defers to what is being planned will not allow us to approach FERC in the appropriate way with the appropriate data to say, this is a flawed idea or this is flawed thinking. Here's the data that we have. You got to think about the 10-year droughts. You got to think about the 10-year floods. How is this going to work in this case? Now, I know that you see a lot of words that say decommissioning, but the whole conversation began because of the term climate change and the idea of what is the true hydrology of the area, because we can't rely on the idea, 1920, here's a picture, here's what it looked like. If the dam goes away, it's going to look exactly the same. The world is not that same place. Things are vastly different. And so we need to better understand what exactly is going to be there to support our needs, to support the other communities' needs that are impacted by it. And that, to me, is the perspective of how we're approaching this, because FERC doesn't want to see us submit a new plan. We're past that point. FERC wants to see us speak to the plan that has been submitted. PG&E is not going to submit a plan about adding a fish ladder. And so we need to provide data about what PG&E's plan will or will not do and where our concerns lie. So I think this fits perfectly, but it's step one out of multiple steps that can come out of the data that we are able to identify. I don't know if that helps, but that's my perspective on it, is this is a multi-step plan, not a one step and we're done, we have everything we need.
I think that I think it's vague enough to cover any adjustments that we need and if they'll allow. So I understand what you're saying, though, Supervisor Green. With what we've been in the past, most recent couple months, we've been really accentuating some opposition and specific decommissioning. However, with this, I know decommissioning is mentioned a lot, like Supervisor Sabatier said or Chair Sabatier said. But at the same time, one or two decommissioning scenarios kind of like is broad enough in case you've talked about partial decommissioning and other things like that. I think that gives us enough leeway. And I think it's just better to stay kind of in a vague situation for this until we can get further and find out what we can identify further if needed. I don't know, that's just my opinion.
I would add the underlying basis for this funding, the reason the state's able to provide it, is the potential loss of water supply. That is what actually is our gateway into this. So we had to articulate why we are facing a potential loss of water supply. Once that loss is identified, we were able to expand the scope of this and roll in these other areas we want to look at. But the underlying issue that's actually making us eligible for the funding is the potential loss of water supply that would come with the destruction of Lake Pillsbury and the decommissioning. So that's our gateway into this, just to clarify where this funding is coming from.
Hopefully that helps in answering some of your questions. Any further comments or questions from the board? Open it up for public comment. Any comments on this item? Please come on up.
So this will not close any doors to being able to try to keep the lake, is that correct? We're not closing the doors.
Our plan A is to keep the dam and keep the lake, and we are standing strong on that.
Okay, I just want to make sure the verbiage.
What was your name?
My name is Helen Owen, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Just making sure we didn't hear that, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? And seeing none, bringing it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve letter requesting support from the State of Department of Water Resources. So I got to do them separately, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So do the letter first, right?
So we have a motion?
Yeah.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
I offer the resolution.
The resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Supervisor Green.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just in time for our 1:30 PM. Item 6.16A, consideration of a brief update from Train US Incorporated on the North Lakeport Fire Main Linked Auxiliary Supply Hydraulic Energy Storage, AKA FLASHES, projects for the Poe Mountain Upper Lake and Hartley projects. B, consideration of a resolution authorizing Train to develop and submit 2 microgrid incentive program grant applications at no direct cost to the county. C, consideration of agreements for MIP application preparation services. Mr. Rothstein, I pass it on to you.
So, and just an update, Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer, I'll provide a brief update, and then Mr. Day is here to answer any further questions that your board has following that update. As your board is aware, Train US Incorporated has been diligently working to explore development of a fire main linked auxiliary supply hydraulic energy storage facility, or FLASHES, consisting of the Poe Mountain Upper Lake and Poe Mountain Hartley projects. Your board has previously expressed strong interest in entering into a lease agreement for these projects to be sited on county property located in North Lakeport, assuming certain conditions can be met and community benefits conveyed. You may likewise recall that Train conducted a solicitation process for firms to develop the Poe Mountain FLASHES projects in late 2022 and early 2023. Ultimately, despite the fact that these projects use well-established and mature technologies, the responding firms received this particular combination as first of its kind and were unwilling to assume the risk of funding next steps in the development process. And Train estimates completion of activities such as geotechnical exploration, hydrologic review, regulatory filings, interconnection, and the CEQA process for the North Lakeport Poe Mountain projects will cost around $2 to $3.5 million in total. And based on their due diligence efforts in connection with the solicitation process, Train also believes that undertaking these steps up front would substantially reduce investor risk and increase interest in developing the projects. So consequently, over the past year, Train has been exploring opportunities on 2 fronts. First of those fronts is working directly with entities that could secure their own grant or other public funding to reduce project risk. And pathway number 2, evaluating grant opportunities that could cover the risk capital costs directly. On front 1, California Community Power, which is a conglomerate of community choice aggregators, is expected to release a solicitation for projects in April or May. Their board has already approved release of that solicitation process. And Trane believes that the Po Mountain projects will be a strong fit, in part because of their use of domestic materials appears to map well to opportunities facilitated by the Inflation Reduction Act. On front 2, PG&E's microgrid incentive program appears to be a strong fitting grant opportunity. And Trane indicates the program could potentially ultimately cover up to $3 million in risk capital expenses. The specific item before your board today seeks authorization for Trane to apply for 2 $25,000 development grants. And if these grants are awarded, they would partially cover Trane's own costs associated with full microgrid incentive program grant application development. The county will have no obligation, as was previously stated, to cover expenses Trane incurs should the grants ultimately not be awarded. For your board's awareness, PG&E has also signaled that they expect to require microgrid incentive program applicants to sign a non-disclosure agreement. That document is not finalized at this time on PG&E's end, and that's why it's not included in your board packet as of right now. So Michael Day of Trane, as you see, is here to answer any further questions that you may have. And staff recommends that your board, A, provide direction to staff as needed, B, adopt the resolution, and C, approve the 2 associated grant development agreements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Day, would you like to add anything or wait for questions?
I would like to say we're still really interested in this project, as evidenced by the fact that I'm here and the fact that we're continuing to work on them. Not all projects are like that. Some people may have heard that we were looking at a project for County of Humboldt. It didn't pass our screen and we turned it down. We were working with North Shore Fire Protection District for a while, and we came across some things that made us doubt the ability of that project in the current environment to move forward. And so we said thank you to them and walked away. Same with the County of Tuolumne. The Po Mountain projects and, incidentally, Hidden Valley Lake, their projects still look really strong. We've had a very fruitful engagement with PG&E as they've been developing the rule set around the microgrid incentive program, and we think that this is an extremely good fit, and we're hopeful for it. The short version is that if we get the MIP grants, we have the funding to get through all the risk capital development elements that were holding us back from getting funding when we last saw you a year ago.
All right. Thank you very much for that update. Any comments or questions from board members? So I do have a question. You mentioned the Hidden Valley one, and I was thinking about that. Are we 2 completely parallel tracks, or is there a way for us to capitalize on each other's progress or success, or basically it's a completely different engineering perspective type of thing?
Well, I'll answer this. First off, from an engineering standpoint, they're completely separate. From a bid the projects out standpoint, there probably could be some economies of scale. But for the purposes both of applying for these grants and for the purposes of finding investors, we'll put the investors to the side. For the purpose of applying for the grants, you want them to be separate. In fact, we were working with PG&E up until 10:30 this morning to ensure that PG&E continued to recognize the project that's serving Upper Lake and the project that's serving Hartley as being separate projects, which has been our program design going back to 2021. The reason is that there's a cap on the amount of benefits that any one project can have. So if you're covering the needs of of up to 50 medical baseline customers, you get the maximum number of points. So if you're asking for more dollars but your points are capped, your relative score goes down. And so up through literally 10:30 this morning, we were still nailing that down, and fortunately our viewpoint was shared by PG&E. So we're continuing to be separate projects. When you go to contract it out to a load-serving entity that will be the off-taker, there's probably more benefit in being separate than there is being together. And the benefit in being separate is that it's a smaller bite. It isn't as much for them to take on. It's 30 megawatts instead of 50 megawatts. There are more potential buyers for 30 than there are for 50. When you go out for finance, there may be some economies of scale between the two in terms of perceived diversification of risk. But if we're getting the MIP grant to cover CEQA and interconnection and geotechnical and hydrologic and all the other risk elements that we're talking about, the risk should be really baked out. As Mr. Rothstein was saying, we see 2 applications happening very soon. So there are going to be the microgrid incentive program applications for a grant, and there's going to be a proposal probably that you would be eligible to turn in to the California Community Power JPA. If you had to choose between the two, you'd take the grant, because part of the deal with CC Power is that they'd be taking on the risk of the last development parts. Do we think that there's a lot of risk there? No, but there's some risk. And so because of that, they're looking for a higher return, which in turn means that the amount that the county would be paid for the lease of its land goes down. If the MIP grants are given, and we can get this so that the risk is baked out, the county stands to make more money off of its lease than it would be if someone else was taking the risk. So if you had to choose between the two, the MIP grants would absolutely be the way to go. However, we don't know for sure. We feel pretty confident actually about the MIP grant application process because of what we see from other projects and the potential scoring. But you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. So we're probably going to be back to see you another time in the next few weeks once the CC Power solicitation comes out, and then there's another one coming behind that from the California Energy Commission for DEBA. But one of the good news about MIP is that they're looking to make a decision by the end of May. And if we have that, then we would be moving to the next phase. And if the grant is proposed to be awarded, the step after that is that there's a review period before the PUC makes a final determination on it. During the pendency of that, Train and the county would start moving towards developing an expanded contract of our own. Right now, we're under the letter of commitment. We would be moving into a contract where you would be receiving $3 or $4 million or whatever that number ends up being after we develop this. You'd be receiving that money from PG&E, and you would be hiring Train to go ahead and do all the development tasks. And we wouldn't be taking all of that grant. Some of that would be remaining with the county to cover your own administrative costs for administering that grant. So once we get notice of it looking like it's going to be awarded at the PUC, we'd want to start working on our own follow-on contract document to develop the project in the next stage. And then it would go through, it would be presumably approved at the PUC, and then the county would be contracting with PG&E to receive those grant dollars. And then once that's in place, we could release the subcontracts to start on the work, and roughly 12 to 18 months later, we could have our studies done, our permits in hand, and investors willing to put money into it.
Okay. And then my last question, I'm never going to forget one of the questions that our colleague asked about whether one of these systems has ever been completely accomplished by you or anyone else, and at this moment in time, it's still no. Are we at the same level as any other client of yours that's trying to...
Slightly in front of Hidden Valley Lake.
Okay, but there's no one else who is getting close to finalizing anything at this moment in time?
To be honest, with what we went through last year, a couple of trips to New York, in some ways it was discouraging because the groups that we'd been talking to looked at everything from a due diligence standpoint of, do we trust water going downhill? Is this how much a Pelton wheel turbine costs? How much is this electricity worth? We worked through that with the technical staffs of these organizations, one in particular. And there were no red flags because everybody understood this to be basically a water wheel, right? It's a hydroturbine. People understand it pretty well, as up there at the Lake of Potter Valley. What came back to sort of bite us in that process was that the people who were working on development were not the same people who had the final say on whether or not to pull the trigger on moving forward with a project. And they said, that just looks too different to us. And at that point, we had a choice to go back and start over with the number 2 or number 3 or number 4 ranked organization in that solicitation that we did at the end of 2022. And we went back to them and said, hey, are you really willing to go forward on this? And we asked a sharper question, and we couldn't get any commitments on that. And so what we've done as Train is that we've suspended looking for new sites and investing in new sites until we can get Poe Mountain and Hidden Valley Lake through this next step, this risk capital step, just because it's going to be the same answer that we've received in other places. That doesn't mean that we don't think there are other places that could use it. There are other places that could use it in Lake County and where it probably makes economic sense. There are a lot of community choice aggregators that would love to see projects like this in their territory so that they can take the procurement dollars they have to spend on procuring energy storage and buying something that provides some really important local benefits. But until we can get over that hump of having one make it through CEQA, make it through interconnection, make it through geotechnical and all the rest of the studies, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to start additional projects when you know that they're going to run into the same roadblock eventually.
I appreciate the response. I'm not an engineer, but I believe in the idea and will continue to support it. And I think that we're going to open it up. Supervisor Green.
I'm going to mess this up. For today's item, Lake County is a purchaser, as stated on the contract. We're purchasing basically at no cost. If you get the MIP grants, the engineering services you need to do the next phase. Refresh my memory, if you would, very briefly. When this project is built and comes to full fruition, your revenue model involves selling the electricity on the open market, not directly to Lake County, right?
The revenue model is for the investor to have a long-term offtake agreement with a load-serving entity, such as California Community Power, Sonoma Clean Power, Valley Clean Energy, potentially PG&E. But they would have a long-term contract in hand before they finalize their finance and started construction. And so they're selling the electricity and all the other benefits that come from that.
And although the same electricity would be of value to, or at least of interest to a community choice aggregator, we're not in that scenario here in Lake.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we're going to come back for action.
There's nothing further, Chair. I move to adopt the resolution. I'm sorry, I offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
And then I will move to approve the agreements for MIP application prep services.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right. Thank you.
Go out and conquer. Thank you. Okay. So let's see about Under Sheriff Bingham, would you like to come up and take care of 5.25? Yeah, 5.25. I believe that's what you're here for.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And that is approve the contract with Timekeeping Systems, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $25,000, and B, authorize the chairman of the board to sign the agreement.
Yes, this is the microphone wire. This is a timekeeping system we use in the correctional facility to track hourly checks of inmates that are required by BSSC and government code. This system is the old system. There's found some issues with it, and this is an upgraded system to alleviate some of those issues, and then also allows for supervisor audit and checks, and then for deputies to enter in reasons why late checks were done late.
Okay. And I believe there was a dollar amount that was different than the not to exceed $25,000. I believe it was the $49,000 amount.
Yes, originally, so the first year of the contract would be just over $20,000, and that was the request for the board to sign not to exceed $25,000, but over the 5-year contract, it would be under $50,000, I believe 49,000 and some change. We would request that the board authorize the chair to sign for the complete contract over the 5 years for the 49,000, not just the 25,000. We put that in there because that was the first year cost, but then there's a maintenance cost of a little over $6,900 for years 2 through 5.
And just to check in with county council, just changing that $25,000 to $49,781.85 should take care of it and go along with A and then B.
Yes.
Any questions regarding this item? Seeing none, open it up for public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? And seeing none, let's bring it back for action.
Super quick question, I'm sorry. I see a preference, this is for a purchase, not a lease. I don't know if that was a preference of admin or your department. So this is a purchase for the needed devices rather than a lease option?
It's for the software systems, yes, for the system, to change systems, upgrade the system.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We
Looking for a motion to
Change.
contract with Timekeeping Systems, Inc. to the amount not to exceed $49,781.85.
so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Did we mess up somewhere?
Messed up the dollar amount.
Oh, no, that dollar amount's correct. It's just an addition. Sure. Board.
Or the chairman for the board to sign?
Correct.
Second,
Or amended?
amended, second as.
And I'll second that amended motion.
Move to amend.
So let's try that again. We have an amended motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr.
I
Guintabana.
move that it was.
That was all in one
All in
fell
one.
swoop.
Got
So
it.
we're done. We're good. Thank you
Okay.
very
All right,
much.
thank you for taking that for me.
Thank you, Under Sheriff.
Let's see here. We're going to go on and take care of some behavioral health stuff. I know behavioral health's been waiting patiently in the room. And so let's start with item 7.6, consideration of A, resolution authorizing Lake County Behavioral Health Services Department to serve as the administrative entity for the Lake County Continuum of Care, and B, memorandum of understanding between Lake County Behavioral Health Services and Lake County Continuum of Care for collaborative applicant and lead agency services. Director Jones, welcome.
Thank you, Board. Elise Jones, Director of Behavioral Health. As stated, this is an item to really formalize the relationship between the Lake County Continuum of Care and behavioral health and make that explicit and give us some basis of authority from the board to act as such, even though we've been doing a lot of work here for the past few years. So happy to answer any questions about these items.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions? This has been long coming. We've had a very handshake relationship before between the COC and whether it was social services or now behavioral health. This kind of makes a contract of our understanding of where we delineate the responsibilities, and also I think this is exactly what we've been needing. This is a great step, and If there's no further comments, I'll open it up for the public. Any comments from the public? And bringing it back for action.
I just want to add a comment. I also want to thank County Council and Behavioral Health Director Jones for tackling this project. Definitely COC in its early going. There was kind of this, we're all one big happy family, but they are distinct entities. And it's very exciting to see this finally move forward. I see two things. So number one, I will offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
And then I will move to approve the memorandum of understanding between Lake County Behavioral Health Services and Lake County Continuum of Care for collaborative applicant and lead agency services.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Perfect. Moving on to item 7.7, consideration of amendment number 2 to the agreement between the County of Lake County Behavioral Health Services as lead administrative entity for the Lake County Continuum of Care, and Adventist Health Clear Lake Hospital, Inc., in the amount of $443,000 for fiscal years 21-24, and authorize the board chair to sign. And I believe we are postponing this item to March 12th.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Is that the correct date of the? Okay. And since it's not a public hearing, I'm looking at Mr. Guintavano. I don't believe we need to do a motion to continue this. This can just be replaced on that later agenda. Perfect. Thank you. Moving along, item 7.8, consideration of resolution of the Lake County Board of Supervisors authorizing the Lake County Behavioral Health Services Director to sign the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System Implementation Plan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's my honor to present this resolution before the board. For some history, this has been really ongoing for the past 2 years. As some of you may be aware, we ran up to the finish line last year with regard to an implementation plan to join the regional model. We decided for a variety of factors to not join the regional model, and so this implementation plan represents our joining in a direct contract with the California Department of Healthcare Services. And I want to explicitly commend Amber Westfall, our substance use disorder program manager, who authored the majority of the implementation plan. Of course, it was a team effort, but she was really demonstrated some very sound and good project management skills on that. Following this, we will submit that to the Department of Healthcare Services. At that point, we will have other work to do. We are racing up to a finish line again here of a proposed implementation date of July 1st. I do want to say it's not a guarantee. Any number of things can happen, including approvals at the federal level through the Centers of Medicaid and Medicare. They may not like something about it. I don't know, right? So I just want to put that out there, that while we're very hopeful and don't see any roadblocks at this point, it's not over till it's over, but still very strong work, and we're very proud to present that.
And this is related to our, I want to say 1 to 2 years ago conversation about the waiver 1115.
This is the waiver.
Yeah. Okay. Any comments or questions?
Good job. Thank you.
It's definitely been difficult, but it's all about expanding services and greater access, and I think this is the pathway to exactly that. Opening it up for public comment. Please come on up.
Hi. Good afternoon, Board. Lori Carter-Runyon, Executive Director of Hilltop Recovery Services. And I want to thank Elise and the team. I can tell you that, for many of you known, I've been in these rooms quite a few times regarding the ODS waiver, and I was dead set against Lake County Behavioral Health being involved in it. Last year, when we started to address the changes with CalAIM, I was after reviewing and being convinced with enough information to support Lake County Behavioral Health and not joining the waiver with partnership. And I agree that that was the best step, and I fully support Lake County Behavioral Health and our community in addressing this in the way that we're moving forward today. So, thank you
for your comment.
Hi, can you all hear me? Hi, Jolene Treadaway, Chief Clinical Officer for Redwood Community Services. I want to echo the words of Lori. this last year of collaboration with Lake County Behavioral Health has felt like probably our strongest in the almost 15 years I've worked in this county as a partner with Lake County Behavioral Health. And so thank you to Elise, Amber, the rest of the team for that. And we are just really excited for this opportunity to expand the benefits for our community. As the local perinatal perinatal service provider, it's very difficult to offer the continuum of services we're required to offer for the women and children in our facility on the state plan reimbursement. We get about, they want to give us like $100-ish a day to serve a woman and up to 3 of her children, including transportation to medical services, education, and continued therapeutic services while they're in our care, and feeding them. And so we're really excited for the opportunity to see how we can elevate a much-needed service in our community. So thank you all, and thank you, Elise.
Thank you for what you do. Ms. Westfall, no comments? I had to try. Thank you for all your work. Bringing it back to the board for action.
I offer the resolution.
The resolution has been offered.
We're all excited.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. Thank you very much. All right, we have a couple more. Let's keep going. Consideration of amendment number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Community Behavioral Health for specialty mental health services in the amount of $3,200,000 for fiscal years 23-24, 24-25, and 25-26, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize that the contract maximum here is shocking, and it's a large amount. I had desired to actually bring this forward with an amendment to reduce another contract we have for these same services. We have previously done a lot of work with North American Mental Health Services, providing all of our telepsychiatry. However, in the past couple of years, I can't remember exactly when, we went out to bid for a new provider because we frankly weren't that satisfied with our existing provider, and that resulted in a new contract with Community Behavioral Health, who incidentally is a local provider out of Reading. We love that. And that relationship has grown. They've been able to meet our demands. For example, providing us with an in-person prescriber. They did that. They're also providing a lot of teletherapy, so not just psychiatry, but teletherapy. That's been a huge, I would say, gap in our services where we didn't have enough therapists to provide services. So they're really helping us meet that need, as well as expanding services. So I anticipate contract maximums to increase generally because of the expanded eligibility criteria introduced by CalAIM on January 1st, 2023. So we're now able to serve more people than ever, including, again, any youth with a history of trauma, period. Like, you don't have to have symptoms. Not that they all need psychiatry, but they're eligible for therapy. They're eligible for these services. And so, due to our workforce issues, we would be not able to provide those services in-house. So therefore, there's an expansion of the work that they've done, and it's reflected in that contract maximum.
Appreciate that. And it's just to make sure people are aware, it's not like it added $3 million in the amendment. It's an extra $600,000 on top of the
Thank you.
2.8 that already 2.4 that already existed, or sorry, 2.6 that already existed. I can't seem to do math. So overall, it's not like it's a 100% increase or anything like that, and reimbursements through CalAIM and whatnot.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you for that prompt, Mr. Chair. All of the services are fully reimbursable through Medicare and Medicaid, or Medi-Cal, and our reimbursement rate at Lake County is one of the highest in the state. So these services pay for themselves and then a lot more, actually, and so there isn't any budgetary concerns with regard to the contract.
As long as there's no hiccup anymore in our electronic payment system.
That is, I will report, it's not on this item, but it is moving along. There have been some recent fixes. We've seen a lot more money come in, so it's starting. We're actually almost a year in, believe it or not.
And one last thing I will add is I think what's been helpful is the fact that we caught up on all of our reporting, or all of our prior numbers that were back like 5-7 years. The fact that we're up to date now allows us to really expand and look ahead instead of trying to continue to look backwards.
Absolutely.
So appreciate this. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Green.
Yeah, effective date of November 1, 2023, so we're picking up some
Yeah,
past months.
that's correct. So there was a rate change. We negotiated a rate change with them, and that rate change is effective November 1st, which does impact the contract maximum. But in addition, they've just provided more services, period.
Okay, thank you. No further comments or questions. Open it up for the public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Please.
Hi, Lori Carter Runyon again, Hilltop Recovery Services. I just wanted to support the situation because we also have been using community behavioral health as one of our primary telehealth providers for mental health services for Hilltop Recovery because we work with Regional Model. We also have contracts with Sonoma County and other areas, and they work well with partnership, but we've also been able to do a lot of important case management, and it's meeting a need that we haven't been able to meet within this county because of access times and needs when we're attempting to get therapists or mental health providers on a timely basis. We weren't able to make that happen previously. So we started with CBH last year as well, and it's been positive and productive and very successful for all of our current residents that receive services. So I just wanted to support that with them, Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anything more? And seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for action.
There's nothing else, Chair. I move to approve Amendment Number 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and Community Behavioral Health for specialty mental health services to increase total compensation by $600,000 and to a new contract maximum of $3,200,000 for fiscal years 2023-24, 2024-25, and 2025-26, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Last one, consideration of 7.10, consideration of agreement between County of Lake and Adventist Health St. Helena and Vallejo for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalization in the amount of $300,000 for fiscal years 23 through 26.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd actually like to push this item to a later agenda as we identified an error within the contract.
Okay. Then we will not need a motion to move that forward, and we'll find it again on a future agenda item. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your patience. I believe that is all of your items off the list.
Yes.
I want to make sure you're not getting up if I have to call you right back up. Okay, who do we have still? We have Genevieve, we have that, okay. So let's go ahead and do our appointments. We have a couple of them. 7.11, consideration of appointments to the Lake County Building Board of Appeals. And Director Turner, if you'd like to come up, please. Good afternoon.
At a previous board meeting, when we presented a draft of proposed membership for the Building Board of Appeals, the board wanted us to sort of expand the net and start looking at possible options in District 2, as well as other options that were available. So the staff did that. We reached out to the contact you recommended in District 2 a couple times, but didn't get any response. However, it did result in a couple minor adjustments as far as the applications that were received at the clerk of the board's office. And, excuse me, there is a typographical error in that memo, which is not my fault. Just calling it out for today. But
it's auto text.
It says, right? Could be. Yes, let's call it that. So it says that there are 15 members, but actually there's just 5. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, though.
I was curious about that one.
Yeah. So there are 5, and we do have 5 applications, and we welcome the board's consideration.
All right, thank you very much for bringing these to us. Any comments or questions about individual applications?
Is there any, does this have to be appointed by a supervisorial district? I know they listed it on the application, but basically this is a countywide thing, right?
The building code does cite areas of expertise that are recommended, because this isn't just like, it's not like an at-large position. We require a certain level of understanding and expertise of the building codes in order to properly consider appeals of building decisions as they come forward. And so these people that are before you do have that expertise.
3 of them just happen to be in District 5.
Well, I guess my question is, if it's a statutory committee, what are the membership requirements by statute?
To the best of my understanding, historically, as I've been with the county, there is not a district ratio or limitation.
There's no pre-existing bylaws that govern this group? No. So it's a fully statutory committee, so it's all based on understanding of building codes,
Correct.
No other criteria?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? And hearing none, I am perfectly fine with the list presented and looking
All at
forward-
once or separately?
Since it involves the same committee group, that all of the names can be set at once for appointment on the same, in the same motion.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Jeffrey Foster, Autumn Lancaster, Paul Blues, Chief Wrights, and Russ Jonas to the Lake County Building Board of Appeals.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You have a Building Board of Appeals with some good knowledge, and it's not us anymore.
Thank you. And it's been many, many years, since we've had an outside building board of appeals. So this is exciting.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
If you could please remain where you are, we're going to go over the rest of your items. 7.12, consideration of appointment to the Southern Lake County seat of the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force. Director Turner.
Thank you. As this is an appointment from the board, I don't have any recommendations regarding who you do appoint, but I'm here if you have any questions. I can tell you a little bit about Cannabis Ordinance Task Force, but you probably already...
Let's stick to the application.
Go right ahead.
Since that's what's on the agenda. Appreciate the enthusiasm. Any comments about the applications we've received? Supervisor Pyska.
One of them doesn't live in the area.
Yeah, one has been,
So that one's removed.
yeah,
Which one's that?
it's between Monica Rosenthal and John Kelly. Because the other one, I believe, if I looked at it before, it was from Upper Lake.
Upper Lake, yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Rosenthal also did submit an application for the next item, the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Okay. And so I did look, I know that we spoke of this when we crafted the original membership of the task force. So I did ask for a current membership list to kind of take a look at who would be a good fit for a balanced approach. And in my opinion, I'd like to maybe see John Kelly being propelled into the position.
I agree. Appointed.
And so I will open it up for the public, because I don't believe I've done that. Any comments? Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint John Kelly to the Cannabis Task Force.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, 713, Clerk of the Board, oops, that's the sponsor. Consideration of appointments to the General Plan Advisory Committee, and Director Turner.
Thank you. This advisory committee will meet about 5 times over the next 3 years to offer advice or input, recommendations to the board regarding the general plan update and all 8 local area plan updates. I was really excited to see a robust response of applications, so I know you guys have a tough decision.
Looks like there's still some seats that we don't have applicants from,
I did not see a response for tribal.
or water.
Well, actually, Robert Stark comes from Water District, though I don't know that he
retired.
specified that. Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah, and then education. Because Ms. Lieferman is also retired from education. Also, cannabis industry was not marked.
Well, starting with, yeah, fire district, Chief Duncan, he applied as open.
Gotcha, as member at
And
large.
so I think that it's appropriate to appoint him for the fire. And going down to the homeowners association,
We have Hartley.
well, yes, and we
Marty
have.
Arberg.
Did you want me to talk?
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so I recommend Phil Hartley. He is very active in my district with the with Riviera West, but because he works so closely with the other three HOAs in the area, Kelseyville, Riviera, Buckingham, and Riviera Heights, I think there's really good synergy there. I'd like to recommend him for that role. And then
I made an
for-
error, sorry, when I told you that education was vacant. Marty Araberg also.
Yes,
School
that's.
board director, yeah.
That's why I was thinking we could have both of them on, since we have 2 applicants for HOAs. And then my suggestion for the environmental group is Roberta Lyons. We have 1 applicant for the seniors, then that would be Betsy. For business association, I'm recommending Weston because he's not only with the KBA, but he sits with our Workforce Alliance Committee. And then Sharon Zoller, I don't think that we could have a better representative there because of her experience sitting as the California president for California Women in Ag. And then I guess we can talk about our district recommendations after, maybe?
I would like to see or discuss at least maybe Donna Makowitz for the environmental group, just because trying to spread it out all around the lake, making sure that there's some equity in disbursement of where these individuals are coming from.
Well, and I was going to pitch Mary Jo for that spot, too, so.
I mean, they're all great potential members.
And so, which one are we talking about here?
The
So
environmental.
Environmental, so we
Environmental.
have 1, 2, 3, 4 different people, right? Or 5?
Yeah.
We have 5.
Can I ask a quick question before we do the math? This is going to be a Brown Act committee, so these are going to be in-person meetings for the most part, even if some hybrid options are allowed for attendance by members of the public.
I did consult with county council on that issue. This is an advisory committee. It is not Brown Act compliant. The basis for that and support comes from the government code, which excludes advisory committees that have less than a quorum of the legislative body. As this will have 0 members of the legislative body, it qualifies. It is also not a standing committee in that it does not have a permanent duration, nor does it have continuing subject matter jurisdiction. It will be considered, from my understanding, it will be considered as an advisory committee, which would allow people to, or actual voting members to attend remotely.
Okay, so back to the environmental, so we have Donna, who else? Deborah, Katie, Schmidt, Hopper, and Mary Jo, and Roberta. Those are the 5 that are applying for that 1 seat?
Yes, that's what it looks like, at least as their identification.
Okay. And you said, you said Roberta, and you said Mary Jo, and you said Donna. And I knew there was 5, so I knew we were going to have to talk about it. I mean, Donna's in my district. You know, I've worked with her on numerous things. I think that I'll just go ahead and say that in my district, I have 2 that applied, and I'm going to go with Denise Rushing. And I think that she covers quite a bit of what I think Donna might be concerned about. So, yeah, so I'm open for the environmental group.
Denise? Yeah.
Denise for
That'd be great.
District 3, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Do you mean District 3 at large or District
large.
3? Okay.
Yeah, it's at large, right?
Oh, do you want Denise for your,
What's the difference? There's 2 spots for that, or?
Yeah, one of them is to focus on environmental, and one of them is to focus on District 3 as far as who they represent.
Oh, that's what I meant. I just want her, she's not environmental. She didn't apply for that position. She applied
who
for.
do you want for environmental?
No, well, what I'm saying is I really kind of feel that she'll kind of cover some of the things I feel that Donna might be concerned about.
You get both. We can have, you get a district at large and there's an environmental seat.
At large, or is it like my district, is it district-wide? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's not like an environmental for District 3, because you mentioned District 3, and I was like,
I'm just looking for, as we build, because there's 10 individuals that represent specific topics, and then 5 that represent one for each district. And I'm aiming for those 10 to be as spread out all around the county to provide perspective on the overall general plan.
okay.
My single comment, I think every other person who has submitted for environmental group is absolutely a capable individual to speak for that topic from no matter where they're from. Just, I was looking for some equity in geography.
I see.
Quick process question. Did we limit each applicant to one category that they could apply for? Because that's what I see on the list.
Some of them have multiple, for example, Arenberg has homeowners association, education, and member at large District 1.
It was helpful in the applications that had multiple possible categories, since that gives you additional flexibility.
And so at this moment, 2 would remain vacant until further notice, since there's no one that.
3.
Sorry, I said 2. The tribal membership, the second category, would remain vacant.
Water and cannabis.
Water, I think we said Stark.
No, he's retired.
Oh. And who's the business association? Is there only
Weston.
one? Weston versus Terrell?
What's he applying for?
Weston's my recommendation.
Now, Weston is very involved in multiple things, and you mentioned that as well with the Workforce Alliance, and I think he's trying to expand even further than the reach that he has currently, and I think this is a good opportunity. And you said Zoller for traditional or conventional.
Yeah.
Cannabis vacant at this moment in time. And I would suggest that we leave District 1 vacant until Supervisor Simon can make his decision on who that individual is. If that's okay with the rest of the board.
Yes. Yes, and so I guess I didn't finish my environmental, huh? Did I? Did we cover that? Because
We haven't picked.
I've been dancing around on it. Sorry. I guess I'll go ahead and I'll go with your recommendation with Roberta.
Roberta?
Yeah.
And come Margot for District 4.
Yeah, that's the only one I got.
Obviously, District 2 vacant. I'm going to bring an application from Fawn Williams, who's on the Planning Commission for the City of Clear Lake. And I know you mentioned Paul Duncan, instead of being member at large, he's for the fire district.
Yeah.
Who's your member at large?
April.
Oh, Leiferman?
Mhm.
Okay. And then I believe we skipped over senior services. Betsy Kahn, I believe, is the only one that requested that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And you said for conventional ag, what was your choice?
Sharon?
I had a different choice. Rebecca was my choice, but
I would support that choice as well.
Oh, I'm going to double down on Sharon. So,
you too?
Yeah.
because
Well, you guys are on the ag committee, so
she's a farmer.
I'll go with it. 'Cause
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
I love Rebecca, and she does speak on behalf of the ag community with the Farm Bureau, but we're looking for somebody that has the farming experience.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go with it.
Okay. The rest at this moment would remain blank until further notice, but we have Fire District, Duncan, Homeowners Association, Hartley, Education, Arenberg, Betsy Kahn for Senior Center Services or Senior Support Services, Weston, that's his first name, but Weston for Business Association. Looks like we settled on Zoller for Conventional Agriculture, and then we have the 3 members at large for each one, Rushing, Kambara, and Leiferman.
What about District 2?
District 2, again, I need to get you an application for Fawn Williams. But at this moment in time, I can't approve what hasn't been applied for.
So if the board likes, we can, we'll bring the remaining vacancies back at a future board meeting.
And I would suggest it can be like any other committee applications that we receive, so it doesn't have to be its own separate. I don't know if that's a better way to go or not.
Separate what?
I just separated these ones because I was so
Right.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And I just want to thank everybody for applying. This is such a big project, and we can't do this without the community's input, and all of these people have offered up a significant amount of time. So whether or not they were selected, I just really thank them for applying and being committed to our communities.
So with the list I just provided, let's go ahead and open that up for public comment to get any public input. Seeing none, we'll bring it back.
I just want to say that for the folks that are, applying in my district and throughout the whole county for this, I appreciate you applying, and I apologize to the folks that were in my district that wanted to apply as well and didn't get chosen. It was very hard for me to make these decisions. As you see, I danced around quite a bit, but lots of hard choices and lots of good choices to pass up. So.
And I'll just add, for those people who didn't get chosen, you're welcome. We're going to give you lots of available time. You'll still be able to provide input during any number of public scoping sessions and area plans. But we're just putting the voting members on there that are going to take votes up and down on certain advisory things they bring to the board. So nobody's going to get left out in this. Just some people will get a seat, and some people will be standing up at the microphone or zooming in, it sounds like. So
I will make one last argument. As I'm going through this is very heavy on District 5, and just think that Rebecca Harper, I believe, lives in Upper Lake, if I'm correct.
No, I think she lives in Lucerne.
Or Lucerne.
Or Conotay or something like that.
I was close.
Mhm.
Missed it, but I was close. And I just think that, again, getting that perspective from multiple communities, I mean, we have Duncan, Hartley, Weston, Zoller, and the District 5 representative, when there's 10 other representatives for these topics, and 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 10 are from District 5. It just seems very centered around one specific perspective and need of a community. And I want to make sure that this general plan really looks at the needs of all of the communities all around the county. And I think that it's a mistake to have so many of one when there are some good applicants from other topics around the county in different districts. And I believe that right now you only have 2, I believe,
4. What do you mean 2?
as far as who was chosen.
Yeah, Betsy and, yeah.
Well, why don't you, there's a lot of the environmental applicants, but I feel very strongly that Sharon should be our ag rep.
Well, then I'm willing to go with Donna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and before you do that,
Unless you want
I would just throw in, I appreciate the concern, but that's something we addressed during, we have 5 at-larges that basically they're doing the heavy lifting on geographic, and then we dived in on all these special niches that we wanted to give input as well. So even if some of these other categories do end up focused in a particular district, we're not asking them to chime in on District 5 stuff. We're asking them to provide their expertise within the category that we so carefully crafted this advisory committee to do. So that's not to say they can't do both. They can, advocate for regional concerns on top of the niche that they were appointed to this for. But if we're going to be taking a look at, are they going to fairly represent this or that district, then the only people we should really be applying that metric to is our at-larges. And I'm triple downing on Sharon Zoller. Thank you.
Donna?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was fine with it earlier, but I just, you said someone else too, though, I thought.
Mary Jo.
Mary Jo. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll go with that.
Donna?
Yeah.
Okay.
I sure wish there was more District 2 people to apply so that Bruno wouldn't have to.
I'm not at all worried about that because
Yeah.
the majority of it is right within the city of Clear Lake, and so they need to focus on Clear Lake's general plan. But we'll get an applicant, so at least I have my at-large. I'm definitely looking, and I have the smallest geographic district. You have
Right.
the largest, and so
Right.
that's
And
where I'm trying to balance that out.
Thank you for that. I considered it, and I'm fine with the Donna, but I was fine either way. Yeah.
So who wants to provide a motion to approve?
You have the list. I'll do a so moved all day long after you read your list.
I would appreciate just a little clarification on who has got consensus for environmental group.
Environmental would be Donna Makowitz.
Okay, because I had 2 for Roberta, 1 for Donna, 1 Mary Jo. Denise no, she's not there. Okay, so are we settled then on?
Donna.
Donna, great, thank you.
Okay, so we have, do you need me to go over the list?
Would you mind, I can read you the list that I have and let me know if you agree.
Perfect.
All right. Fire District, Paul Duncan. Homeowners, we're skipping tribal, bring that back. Homeowners Association, Phil Hartley. Education, Marty Araberg. Water District remains vacant. Environmental Group, Donna Makowitz. Senior Support Services, Betsy Kahn. Business Association, Western Seaford. Conventional Agriculture, Sharon Zoller. Cannabis Industry, vacant at this time. Districts 3, 4, and 5 are, I just stuck it all together. Denise Rushing, Margot Kambara,
April Leiferman.
and April Leiferman.
Lieferman.
And with that, I move to appoint the qualified applicants as just ably listed by Director Turner to the General Plan Advisory Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Gives you a great start, and we're done with those items. So let's go ahead and start with 7.4. Is staff ready for 7.4, CAO Parker?
Give me 1 minute. She's probably on her way.
Well, meanwhile, we'll go ahead and pick up 7.2, consideration of letter of support for Clear Lake's grant application for the Dam Road roundabout. This is a project that the APC has provided support for, but still looking for some funding, hence why the sponsorship from Supervisor Simon and myself coming from the APC. The letter of support speaks for itself. The roundabout would be right where the Dam Road and Dam Road extension, right at the corner of where Jack in the Box, Starbucks, and McDonald's is where the roundabout would be, and open for any questions or comments from the board.
This was at you guys talked about this at an APC meeting, you said?
Yes.
All right. That was, that's all I had really to ask about.
Seeing no other comments or questions, open it up for the public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? And seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
Move to approve the letter of support for Clear Lake's grant application for the Dam Road roundabout and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And item 7.4, consideration of resolution amending resolution number 2023-117, establishing position allocations for fiscal year 23-24, budget unit number 2111, public defender, and establishing the deputy public defender 123 senior and public defender 12 as county classification.
Good afternoon, Pam Samak, Director of Human Resources. So today we are putting forth the resolution for the Chief Public Defender. The only sidebar on this is that the Public Defender Investigator is still under consideration with LCEA for adding them to that unit. They expect to be voting on that like yesterday. So once I hear from that, we can finalize that, but they didn't really think it would be a problem. It just has to go before their governance board.
So this would be a tentative agreement that we would provide with a conditional that they have to approve this as well?
Correct.
Any comments or questions regarding this item from the board? Supervisor Green?
Did we bench these, I assume?
We did bench them, but since we're in the process of doing a compensation study, we're using our previous data. And we agreed to have parity with the district attorney's unit, so we're going to leave it at the same grade as the district attorney until we move forward in the next step of our comp study.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question and that answer. Anything further from the board? Your pen is capped. Open it up for public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
All right. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. All right, 7.5, consideration, let me continue with, let me continue with human resources while you're right there. Just got to skip a little bit further ahead. 7.15, consideration of updated Rule 1503 sick leave policy. Ms. Hammack.
Sorry, I've got a couple of different sheets here. So we are updating our sick leave policy in conjunction with new regulations effective January 1st, which basically states that our extra help need to go from the 3 days we were previously providing to 5 days. And that's the basic overall change. All of our other positions exceed the regulation. So, and this is to comply with California Healthy Workplace update effective January 1st.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? Okay, opening it up for public. Any comments or questions? So I'll bring it back to the board. My only, I guess, quick question is the obvious answer, but since we were already above the amount, the impact to our budget is negligible at this point in time.
Correct.
Okay. I think the only impact would probably be the extra help, which is minimal again.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Looking for action.
I move to approve the updated sick leave policy rule 1503.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 7.16, consideration of Rule 1513, reproductive loss leave policy. Ms. Samick.
So this is to meet new law effective January 1st, which is allowing up to 5 days per occurrence, 20 days per year for reproductive loss.
Unpaid?
Unpaid, yes.
Any comments or questions? Open it up for public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Bring it back for that action from the board.
I move that we approve 1513, policy 1513, reproductive loss leave.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to 7.17, consideration of updated hiring incentive policy. Ms. Samick.
So staff submits to your board a couple of minor changes to our incentive policy. The first is to allow the department head to request of the CAO and the Director of Human Resources the ability to request an incentive without meeting the hard-to-fill criteria, so meaning that they wouldn't have to have 2 failed recruitments or less than 3 qualified applicants. And as we have some hard-to-fill positions coming up, we're working on several right now with the Water Resource Director and the Public Services Director. We would like to be able to have the ability for historically hard-to-fill positions to add that in without meeting that criteria. And then we would like to make a few other changes to change newly appointed employee to applicant having not been employed in the last 18 months. Sometimes employees do leave and they're great employees, but if they're in a hard-to-fill position, right now it's newly appointed, so if they've ever been employed by the county, we can't give them that incentive. And this could make the difference in bringing a really qualified individual back to us. The second is to change to remove the section of saying successful completion of probationary period to just completion of your first year. That kind of goes without saying that if you've met your first year and you're still here, you've successfully met the probationary period. We would also like to change the repayment requirement to being paid back on a prorated basis. So if somebody makes it 18 months, it doesn't make sense to charge them for the full amount. Also, it makes it very difficult for the auditor's office to collect the full amount. And we think that'll give us more flexibility, and it'll also make it easier to collect the incentive back should somebody leave less than the 2 years. Lastly, we'd like to add the public defender and the eligibility worker to the hard-to-fill list. Since the attorneys are traditionally hard to hire, and the employment and eligibility worker is right now a hard-to-fill position, and Social Services has asked us to add that. The Class and Comp Committee met and agreed to that condition. Any questions?
Are there any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just a couple typographical things really. On page 2, under the hiring for non-safety positions, there's some red line through, it says completion of the first year and then of employment. Just for consistency, that strike through text should be retained to be consistent with all the other similar phrases throughout the document that all reference completion of the first year of employment. So that would be for consistency. And then second, just a personal preference, when you put the trailing 00 for the cents in those dollar amounts, it just adds some visual clutter. So I think $10,000 period without the trailing zeros would be appropriate. But that's just an old editor talking.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? So I will say that I feel unable to speak on this item. I would like to have a discussion on what is in the item, but basically the way the memo writes, you've already met with the unions. You're coming back to us to see what we say, and then you're going to go back to the unions. And to me, that is a very similar negotiating type of atmosphere and exercise, and I don't feel I have the ability to negotiate in public by saying I don't agree with specifics within the context of the policy. And so my personal opinion is I want to see this in closed session so we can have a negotiating discussion so that we're not putting it out in the public for the unions to hear us as to what we want to do. So I'm not going to provide any specifics of what I might want to see added or might want to see deleted. I also feel that this should not be continued to be approved without seeing the financial ramifications. What is this costing us to do these hiring incentives? So I'm going to leave it at that, but I feel the need to go into closed session in order to discuss this. But at this moment in time, that will be up to my colleagues to say yes or continue moving forward.
And we met with the unions when this was first implemented several years ago. So we haven't met with them the second time with these revisions. That would be after receiving board input. And I did take a look, and I can tell you, in 2021, we spent $119,000 on incentives. 2022, we spent $263,000. In 2023, we spent $125,000. I can send you our spreadsheet. I did need to get input from the auditor's office to what was unpaid and uncollected, because that's in their ballpark. So they'll get me a report. I can certainly send that to the board, but that's the basic cost over the last 3 years.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing those numbers. You and I had a discussion about that prior to that. But I still feel trapped at this moment in time to have a full-blown discussion, just because at that point it's like negotiating for a property with everybody in the same room and trying to keep our cards at bay. So just my opinion. Any other comments from board members before I open it up for the public? Supervisor Green?
Well, and then going again to the top of page 2 of the red line. So I guess your discomfort would extend to the role of the Class and Comp Committee, because, for example, one of the changes proposed here did just go through Class and Comp to add the training and eligibility workers to the list. So, and I kind of struggled with that particular Class and Comp meeting myself for other reasons. But your point is taken. But if I'm to follow the specific question of reviewing the hard-to-fill eligible positions, Class and Comp did meet, and it did recommend adding the training and eligibility workers to this list. So I don't know which procedure I'm supposed to follow right there, unless everything that goes through Class and Comp would immediately go into closed session after that. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I'm just saying it's a question. So that's that.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was mid-year or in September when we discussed the incentives in the context of the budget, but I know we did recently. Do you remember? Stephen?
Mr. Carter?
Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. Put it up a little bit. So that is something that would generally be spoken of during any of the budget hearings we want, but specifically in June because it's for the upcoming year. Like within the cannabis budget unit, there's so much set aside to go to the budget unit, different budget units, just for this. And we do budget for about 125 to 150,000 a year to transfer over. So what specifically would you like to know?
I was just trying to recall when exactly we had that conversation, but I feel like it was somewhat recently. Did you touch on it during mid-year budget, or was it in September?
I don't believe Casey did during mid-year.
Okay.
It would have been September.
It's September.
But we definitely would talk about it in June.
Right.
Because it'd be for July 1 going forward.
Well, there is something on here I would like to discuss in closed session. So I do agree with that.
I'm fine with approving it.
Okay, looks like there's consensus to take this to closed session for further deliberation in order to have a open conversation regarding the details within the document. I will open it up for public since this is on the agenda at this moment in time. I see Kyle Bill has his hand up. Hopefully I didn't miss your hand from previously. Hopefully this is for this item.
Yeah, no, this is for this item. I just want to provide feedback for, as you know, someone that in the county is just looking at. I know some of the removing some of the barriers that exist to this is, you know, in theory it sounds good, but I think it just kind of can create a revolving door for people to take advantage of these changes. And oftentimes I would assume just by guessing is that these oftentimes positions that are deemed, you know, harder to fill are more of the upper management and higher paid positions. And so it leans a little bit more in favor of people that are in those positions and not necessarily those that are equally as important, you know, but are easier to fill, like, you know, your janitors and your, you know, receptionists, those types of positions, those entry, you know. So I just say just to be cautious of, like, make sure there's still some type of checks and balances to make sure that they're not being, you know, taken advantage of, and understanding the fiscal impacts that it would be. So I just wanted to share that, you know, just to be cautious, because it does seem like removing a lot of things. It does sound good, but also in the last item that we talked about, you know, women that are having miscarriages are expected to take that leave without pay. And, you know, what is the fiscal impact of paying those women compared to, you know, this investment in trying to recruit people? I think it's just kind of looking at it from a broader sense is recruitment, that is important, but also looking at what was just passed at the last item where we're expecting women that have gone through miscarriage to do that without getting paid. So looking at both of those things to consider, I would just like to express that.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'll comment on that comment. I don't disagree that some of this is definitely more leaning towards the higher levels of possibly administration, but at the same time, we do have some positions that are not on the highest paid list at all. I'm not going to mention some because I don't want to make it sound demeaning, but I think it covers the spectrum, but we struggle the most when it comes to specific positions, but appreciate the comment and absolutely noted. Any other public comment? Please come on up to the microphone.
So I understand you'll discuss more in closed session, it sounds like. So I don't know if I'll be a part of the discussion. So I just wanted to point out that at the 1 year mark, I would suggest that if the employee is, well, when we're deciding to give the second installment of the bonus, if there's any disciplinary action going on at that time, I think would be accepted, that the language would allow us to not give the second installment of the bonus until the department has given the merit or they've completed whatever process that they're in, so that we're not giving somebody a bonus if there are disciplinary issues. So I just wanted to mention that because some of that language is being addressed in the update that's in front of you right now. So.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
I will not comment on that in order to keep it for closed session. Anyone else wish to speak on this topic? Seeing none, bring it back to the board, and we have consensus to bring this to closed session. Do you know if that will be in our next upcoming meeting in order to get this accomplished as quickly as possible, or if it'll take a couple of weeks?
It'll either be the 5th or 12th.
Okay.
It'll either be the 5th or 12th.
All right. Anything further from the board before we move on? All right, Ms. Samick, thank you very much, and we'll be seeing each other again. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and do item 7.3, consideration of a letter of support for California Coastal Conservancy LIDAR derivatives funding. Did you want to start off and speak on that? Okay. Mr. Rothstein.
So good afternoon again, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As you'll be aware, the United States Geological Survey, USGS, and the California Department of Conservation recently funded collection of LIDAR data throughout Lake County. And initial LIDAR collection is complete, and data is being refined over the course of 2024. In order for the data to be most usable for natural resource and fuels management and other purposes, LIDAR derivatives additionally need to be developed. These are data layers that provide information such as canopy height, cover and bulk density, information on ladder fuels, and historical data on past ignitions, as well as overlaying data on the probability of extreme fire weather in the area, for example. You may recall that the county has included LIDAR derivatives in multiple recent grant applications approved by your board. This priority was included in Lake County Resource Conservation District-led CAL FIRE grant applications approved by your board February 28, 2023, and January 9, 2024. On Thursday, February 22, 2024, we were made aware the California Coastal Conservancy is considering funding a LIDAR derivative development project encompassing a larger area in collaboration with at least the North Coast Resource Partnership, NCRP, and Coastal San Luis Resource Conservation District. Fortunately, the Coastal Conservancy expressed interest in funding LIDAR derivatives in Lake County in connection to that broader effort, and staff was able to confirm that no matching funds are required. So all of that was truly outstanding news. Tuckman Geospatial, who's a contractor that we've worked with to develop information for grant applications in the past, they were the ones putting together the proposal for the Coastal Conservancy and had a need to turn around their detailed proposal by end of day Friday, February 23, 2024, and they indicated a need for a letter of support from Lake County to be included with their proposal. And given that this was an established county priority and the quick turnaround required, Supervisor Pyska provided a letter of support on her letterhead to support Lake County's inclusion in the proposal. And today's action is asking your board to ratify Supervisor Pyska's letter, and staff recommends that you ratify the letter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. Any comments or questions?
I'll just thank you to staff for moving so quickly on this. This is a really big priority. We're halfway through the project. It's already been funded, the collection and the derivatives. Obviously, this is our third attempt to try and get this funding, so we cannot let an opportunity slip past us. So it's not an ideal timeline, but it is what it is, and we acted in the way that we felt most appropriate to make sure that we could be considered for this opportunity. So I am asking that the board ratify this letter today.
Okay. Any further comments or questions from the board? So I will make a statement that I think we need to be careful in how we speak for the board when the board has not taken action. This will be the third time that I've seen this occur. The last one was with the CSA, number 2, where there was a timeline issue and a board support letter was provided. And granted, obviously, yes, we want to support, but none of us here in this room individually can speak for the board without approval from the board, or at least speak in support of something that the board has not provided yet. This was different. Yes, it supports LiDAR, but I think that you attempted, and I don't think you were completely successful. Yes, it was on your letterhead, but you used the term "we," and you said Lake County would be happy to join. And I don't believe any of us get to speak in that way about Lake County without coming to us first. The previous one, again, was the CSA, and then the previous one before that was the BGN. And so I just want to make that statement that we need to be careful, and if timelines are short, we have the ability to get 2 supervisors to sign a letter and provide that letter of support, but we do not get to write as if we are already getting that approval from the board. This letter, I will provide my support because now that it's in front of us, yes, I will support that. I would like to see it changed with the all 5 names because right now it just has your name. But I just think we need to recognize our limitations of power as board individuals. I went over the policies and procedures for the Board of Supervisors, and this ability does not exist for us to take even if we bring it back to the board for ratification. And it's just an open can of worms, because if somebody brings us something that we don't like, then what do we do if it's already sent out? And so I want to make sure that we always come back to the board. Yes, we've had issues with the number of meetings in this past 2 months. It's been really hectic, hence why we have such a large agenda. But I don't believe that timeliness should ever bypass the board as a whole, and that we need to figure out what other avenues are available to us. And so I'll leave it at that.
And I'll just add that the board has already approved this type of funding, although different sources, twice before.
And I think that we do that regularly and still have to come back to the board for approval when things change. Just because we support a telepsychiatric ability for behavioral health, once we go to a different agency to create a different agreement, that we have to go through that process. This is a different agreement, therefore a new agreement that we'd have to go through.
Okay, so sorry, we used the word "we." I should have had the word "I." And staff and I won't make that mistake again. But again, this is the third request for funding.
What are we talking about here? We're talking about this letter, or?
Yeah. No, I was just saying this is not the.
Referring to other.
This is not the first time I've had conversations with our CAO, and at the end here it says, "We are aware the Coastal Service is considering funding a suite of LiDAR derivatives for a larger territory, and Lake County would be very excited." And I just think that it could have been reworded so that it was specific from the Board of Supervisors, not the board, because again, we are not eligible to speak for the board without the prior approval or discussion of the board to know exactly where we stand on the specifics.
Okay, and then you mentioned other letters.
Yes, I
And you said one, I heard BGN, but then you said another one.
yeah, the CSA number 2 that we had, I believe it was either December that we ratified a letter of support that was provided by the chair and then came to us like the week later or something like that for us to ratify. And again, I think that there's avenues to make that letter of support with 2, but you don't get to speak for the board.
Okay. I suppose, that's a surprise to me,
That in
but.
mind for everything.
I'm not certain how, okay. I said my statement. But again, happy to support this. I would love to see the change, though, with the header to have all 5 of our names on there, if approved, so that we can show the full board support as well.
Well, again, thank you for notifying me of this, and we'll make sure anything that's done that way, we'll keep it to that spectrum. Also would appreciate that in the public, when statements are made on behalf of the board in verbal form, it's kept with the same thought process as well.
Okay. Any further comments? Supervisor Green.
Thank you. This is confusing to me. When we were, normally when we do letters of support, they come, the full board listens, we take a vote, and the letter of support is sent off with the chair's signature. This letter did not follow that pattern. I guess there may have been other letters too. So in the absence of there's no clear protocol. It sounds like there's some oral history or at least some understandings that letters of support can go out in various iterations. But I couldn't find anything in the board procedures or protocols that really address letters of support generally. But even if there was, the idea that you could go ahead and fire off a letter on short notice and then bring it to the board for ratification. I can't ratify something that's already been sent off with any confidence. And specifically, even if the board has previously supported prior grant applications, I got a little background information on this, but I still don't know what this letter of support is supporting. So I'm uncomfortable. I want to offer all my colleagues all due flexibility in wheeling and dealing with government agencies. But if there was some deadline that crept up on us, either our inattention to that or the lack of 2 meetings prior to that handicapped our ability to timely bring a letter of support that the full board can consider, I don't know that there's a sense of urgency in my mind that this letter needed to get sent. I'm not sure whatever was already in process could have continued without this county chiming in in support of that, and maybe that's just my own discomfort with letters of support and generally. We treat them like baseball cards. They're like these treasured little pieces of paper that we trade back and forth between agencies. So maybe this just seemed like another letter of support going out. And maybe my colleagues will totally ratify this today, but I'm not aware of a policy or procedure that allows me to ratify a letter that's already been sent out. I do see a procedure to ratify an emergency declaration that the sheriff and OES has put out, but I don't even know what I'm supporting or opposing here, but I guess I oppose the idea that we're ratifying a letter after it's been sent.
Any further comments, Supervisor Pyska?
Well, I'll just remind you that we sent a letter of support and we approved a grant in December for this exact project, just a different funding stream. And we were alerted to this funding opportunity on Thursday, and the letter was due Friday. So there was no other time to bring this to a meeting. That was it. And this is a partnership. One of our frustrations for a lot of our projects, particularly with LIDAR and with our other fuels projects, is that we're not part of other partnerships. And we try and we try and we try to be part of these regional partnerships, and we're continually excluded. And so, yes, this is probably an afterthought. Maybe because Lake County is always complaining that we're not included in partnerships, we should offer this opportunity, and it's probably at the last minute. And that's likely what happened, because we're not part of the Coastal Partnership. We're not part of the North Coast Regional Partnership. We keep banging on their door and asking to be part of it. And so that's likely why we were an afterthought for this and why we weren't prepared in advance to have a better opportunity to come to the board. So we made the decision, I made the decision, staff supported me on this, and this is critical funding. This is a project that we've been working on, I've been working on for 3 years? 3 years. We've already had the data collection. That was a $500,000 project from USGS and the Department of Conservation. And all of that is useless without the derivatives. That's why this is such an important project. And I know you never supported this in the beginning, and that's fine. But this is critical data for our county. And so, I wrote the letter, we wrote the letter, and if there's issues with it and I use the word we, then I apologize for that, and I will never do that again. And it will come straight from me. But I'm not going to apologize for sending this letter in because it's so critical for us moving forward.
if we previously approved a letter of support for a different funding stream, I guess,
Yes.
but you found out about this other funding stream on Thursday?
Yes. We've already been unsuccessful, as Matthew had said. We wrote in a grant, in a CAL FIRE grant last winter, unsuccessful. We put it in another CAL FIRE grant in December. We don't know if that's going to happen. Can we risk, given the deficit and given how much lower the CAL FIRE grants are now, we can't risk losing this opportunity, especially, this is the best opportunity we actually have because the Coastal Conservancy is funding this for the entire North Coast when they did the LiDAR flyover. So we are actually being lumped into their project, which is what we asked for 3 years ago.
Well, if it's that urgent, and you found out about it Thursday, then the process might have been, rather than just fire off the letter and try to get backdated ratification, maybe this is an urgent item that could have been added to the agenda after it was posted, if it was that urgent. I don't know if it would have met those findings of like public
No, it
health,
was
safety. and
due
welfare.
on Friday. It was added to the agenda. It's here on the agenda.
She made it on the agenda in time. So there's no need for an extra item or urgent.
It just was due on Friday. Matthew called me about 1 o'clock on Thursday.
Are there any further comments? All right, open it up for the public. Any questions or comments from the public? Kyle, Bill, please.
Yeah, I think maybe looking at a process where, because we know in the grant sector, the timelines can often be short when you find out funding opportunities or things, and you don't definitely want to miss out on an opportunity to, support something that's important to the community. So I think maybe even outlining a process where each supervisor might have the ability to, draft something that can be in support of, so that it's at least helps application look a little bit stronger and better when it does come time to be considered, but also just looking at obviously not making it a habit of, not making, getting things on the agenda that are upcoming, but also knowing that, I myself working in the nonprofit sector know how quickly grants can, pop up in your mailbox or, be notified. And so the timely response is sometimes very short. So looking at how do we, help navigate those shorter timelines that are transparent with everybody, with the community and what's going on, but also not. It's a delicate dance that has to be sometimes have to be done. But so how to navigate it in a way where there's more transparency, inclusion with all the supervisors, but also not allowing precious funding that is already very competitive being missed for the county as well.
Thank you for your comments. Any further public comments? Seeing none, bringing it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I think we had the CAO had something.
Oh, CAO Parker.
Yes, I just wanted
hear the flick of the button.
That's all right. I just wanted to add that we have currently already started drafting a process to be placed in your protocols regarding letters, U.S. trust requests, and there's one more, and I can't remember it. But these are things that your protocols are silent on, just for clarification, and we'll bring it back to the board for your final, blessing to be added to the protocols, just so we avoid any misunderstanding.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Looking for action on this item?
Mr. Chair, I move that we ratify a letter of support for California Coastal Conservancy LiDAR derivatives funding.
Are we amending the letter with the name changes?
As amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. And that was not on my yet, so we're good. Let's move on to 7.5. Keep going down the list. Consideration of a letter asking the California Public Utilities Commission to reject AT&T California's request to be relieved of carrier of last resort obligations. Mr. Rothstein?
Yes. Again, good afternoon, Board. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As you will be aware, in connection to the California Public Utilities Commission's proceeding A23-03-003, AT&T California is requesting approval to be relieved of its carrier of last resort obligations in many areas of California, including much of Lake County. The letter attached to your board's agenda documents significant concerns that would arise were this application approved. Members of your board will be aware California lacks a uniform and technology-neutral minimum quality standards for telecommunications providers. Mobile technologies and voice over IP, for example, aren't subject to the same standards as traditional telecommunications services. Supervisor Pyska, for example, provided testimony before the CPUC in September of 2023 on the vulnerabilities that this creates, particularly in times of disaster. Severe winter storms of recent years have brought into relief the diversity of situations where mobile technologies may not sufficiently replace traditional services, and AT&T's own mobile services have been among those recently disrupted. Plain old telephone service, POTS, remains a critical backstop when lesser regulated technologies provide inadequate service. And maintaining carrier of last resort obligations where no clearly sufficient alternative is available is essential to promoting public safety and maximizing continuity of service. And in response to feedback from members of your board, I also have a couple of proposed additions to the letters. John, are you able to display that? And if you can scroll to page 2. So, on page 2 of the letter, added language is AT&T's own mobile service has experienced recent disruptions, bringing the ongoing need of plain old telephone service into renewed focus. And then toward the bottom of the letter, page 3. The new language reads, affected areas of Lake County encompass portions of the cities of Lakeport and Clear Lake, and current land holdings and lands historically associated with Lake County's 7 sovereign tribal nations, in addition to unincorporated areas of our county. Approving this request would have widespread consequences, particularly for residents of less population-dense communities. And staff recommends that your board approve this letter as amended and authorize the chair to sign.
Thank you very much for that. Any comments or questions regarding this letter? Appreciate the amendments that were made to that, especially since some of it is so recently learned and experienced. Let's open it up for public comment.
Well, I would say it's ongoing. It's not so recent.
True. Mm-hmm. Cowbell.
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand for the last item.
I thought you had another comment for us.
But I mean, I think, having more access, I know some of the elderly still rely on a lot of, not necessarily just the cell phones. I know my grandmother still has a landline. There's they find more security in knowing that they have a landline, I think. So also just the access. Sometimes a lot of rural communities don't have access to cell phones, and the reliability. There's, again, thinking about the emergencies. If a cell phone tower goes out, that's a critical way that we can't always just put all our hopes and safety into one device that can cause be faulty at times too. So I would just say, keeping it broader, more options better. Same with AM FM radios. Even though we are living in a digital age, we still do rely on more older technology that is sometimes more reliable in especially emergency situations.
Thank you for your comment. Anything further from the public? Seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
I move that we approve Approve the letter asking the California Public Utilities Commission to reject AT&T California's request to be relieved of carrier of last resort obligations and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, as amended?
As amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that. Let's continue with admin. Adopt
Can we
resolution.
take a break?
Oh, yes. Let's go ahead and take a 12-minute break. We'll be back at 3:30. And welcome back. We're going to take up item 5.4, adopt a resolution to establish Fund 427 Kelseyville Seniors, Inc., KSI Trust. And with us, we have Mr. Carter, I believe, not starting with CAO Parker. Mr. Carter, please.
Well, since it was pulled,
Instead of introducing the item, let me introduce the potential change that I would like to look at. So I did have a conversation with our county council, and in the last two whereases, it says, whereas funds from the trust are to be used solely for senior center-related costs, and whereas funds are to be held in accounts managed by the administration office to ensure proper tracking and fiscal compliance on behalf of KSI. My conversation with county council was that I felt it needed to be below the now therefore be it resolved, so it was more of an action than just a passive comment or statement. And the response that I received was it would be favorable to move it down to the now therefore be it resolved. Okay, and so I wanted to pull it and offer that suggestion of, because a whereas is a recital of, from my conversation, interpretation and introduction, but it's not a mandate, it's not a...
binding.
It's not binding. Here, if we move it down to below, now therefore be it resolved, it would be binding, that is the expected action of the board. I wanted to see how the board felt about that change. I don't feel it changes anything of what our intentions are, other than it moves things around on the document to, again, make this binding. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. Mr. Carter?
I will say agree, but since it's not, since you pulled it, I did want to speak about it a little bit.
Please.
So when your board approved the purchase and the purchase agreement and the lease, this is the next step in the process where fund number 427 is now being created via this resolution. I know your board understands this is more for the public. Fund number 427, Kelseyville Seniors, Inc. is being created in the greater county structure, but this is Kelseyville Senior, Inc.'s proceeds from the sale. I just wanted to put that out there and to reiterate the two whereases. Funds from the trust are to be used solely for senior center-related costs, and the senior center will provide invoices to the administration office, who will vet that it is a senior center activity and then submit it to the auditor's office for payment. So there is going to be a double check to make sure that it's senior center services and not any other type of expense. And I think those are the couple things I wanted to make sure were publicly known.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, any comments or questions regarding this? Opening it up for the public. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? And seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
Offer the resolution.
It's
If we can go ahead and retract that and make sure that it's offered by the individual from that district.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt the resolution to establish Fund 427 Kelseyville Seniors, Inc., KSI Trust.
With the amendments or no?
With the amendments.
Okay. The resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'll work on getting signatures.
Okay. We're going to move on to item 5.15, ratify Year 2, 2024 compensation adjustment for the agreement for medical services in Lake County Detention Facility with California Forensic Medical Group, CFMG. And the reason for pulling this item on the underneath the header of contract Year 2 annual compensation adjustment. Year 2, the initial term of our agreement will begin January 1st, 2023. That needs to be corrected to 2024. I was hoping we can do that without pulling it from consent, but this is the easier and cleaner way since dates are of substance. And that is my only request to change. We do have somebody from Health Services in case they wanted to speak on this item. The answer is no. Thought I'd put you on the spot. And so any further comments or questions regarding this item? If not, open it up for public. Any questions or comments on this item? And bringing it back to the board for action. We're on 5:15.
Move we ratify Year 2, 2024 compensation amendment for the agreement of medical services in Lake County Detention Facility as amended to put the correct date.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we have two more and then calendars. This is our treasurer tax collector who has been absolutely patient. 7.20, consideration of resolution authorizing the chair of the board to approve and direct the tax collector to sell or public auction via internet tax defaulted property, which is subject to the power to sell in accordance with Chapter 7 of Part 6 of Division 1 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code, and approving sales below minimum price in specified cases. Mr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. Thank you again for the opportunity to bring this forward to your board today. As you already stated, this is the authorizing resolution for the Chapter 7 sale. There's 944 properties at this point that are slated for the auction. Just to give a little background on what these are, this represents the remaining inventory of properties within the county that are over $5,000 in value and have not been offered in the last 6 years. It also is the remainder of what has not been offered in the city of Clear Lake, regardless of the value. So this is basically getting through the last of the unauctioned properties or properties we haven't attempted to recently auction in city of Clear Lake, and as well those properties around the county that are of some value. Anything under 5,000 is generally the paper subdivisions at this point. There are other properties sprinkled throughout the county that fall in that category. So we wanted to have one last sort of clean auction where the properties are theoretically viable or were asked to be on here by the city. After this, in the future, there's going to be some other steps we're going to need to take to address how to run those auctions and figure out those properties. So I just want to let you know that was the methodology that went into selecting these properties. You'll also note there's a significant number of properties that are a deficit sale or a potential deficit sale where we've adjusted the minimum bid now. And just to highlight on that sheet, it shows number of times offered, either one or two typically. That's just in recent history. Many of these have been delinquent for several decades and were previously attempted to sell in auctions. But they're before the megabyte system. We don't know exactly when those were. It would require significant research. So we just listed the ones that we had awareness of. So that's why, if you note, some of the prices are set quite low, and that's because there have potentially been several auctions on some of these properties. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We did also, I should note, have to bump the sale back. Our vendor is not yet done with doing the parties of interest research, basically our title reports that come back that tag who the interested parties are. We don't have that information yet. So we've pushed the sale back to May 30th, which is basically as far as we can go without having to recalculate everything and pull this off before the end of the fiscal year. So yeah, again, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Any comments or questions? So I do have a request. I request that we pull property 039-281-530 and I am going to attempt to share my screen to explain as to why that is the case. Let me get to Zoom and share. So as you can see, this property right here that I'm clicking on is a property that covers almost 7 other properties, folks that have built houses over multiple of those properties that kind of overlap. This was originally, I believe, in speaking with Mr. Sullivan, a well with potentially an easement access to the well. I am working with the city of Clear Lake to potentially purchase this and dissolve this property. The idea of selling this to another private individual where they can start deciding to do whatever they want on their property and impact almost 8 other properties, I think is a disservice to the community to keep this on the tax sale. Appreciate Mr. Sullivan somewhat being forced to place all of these on the tax sale, but I request that this item be removed so that we can do a more appropriate action on this property. And I know that we have had multiple conversations regarding this property, so this is not anything surprising to Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, and I would add, there could be other parcels like this out there, and this same principle would apply potentially to how I will attempt to address the paper subdivision lots, where I am mandated to bring this forward. I have to make an attempt to sell it. I have to ask your board to consider the sale, but at the same time, I would recommend not selling it. Selling that property in a tax sale could lead to some really unfortunate consequences for all of the residents on that block. So I understand Supervisor Sabatier's position, and I think it's probably appropriate to work with the city on that.
And just to be clear, you brought the property to my attention prior to putting it on the list because it stands out. So appreciate you doing that. Any comments or questions?
So we're releasing liability because you are offering it and we're rejecting the offer, just so it's clear.
That's correct, yes.
And I've had conversations with the city as well, so they're aware of the status of this property. Opening it up for the public, any comments on this item? And bringing it back to the board for action.
I'll go ahead and offer the resolution with the exclusion of the 039.
Oh, sorry that I...
281-530, right?
The resolution has been offered?
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. Okay, and then the last one on our list outside of calendars, consideration and presentation on discharge of accountability property tax. And this is both our treasurer tax collector and our auditor controller county clerk. Oh, yes, indeed, not the last one.
Good afternoon. Again, Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here with Genevieve Harrington, our Auditor Controller. We wanted to bring this item forward just in the interest of full transparency so that the board and the public are aware of what we are working on and how it impacts the property tax system. As the memo is explained, there are some issues going back to when the Megabyte software system was installed here. Once we migrated our data in, what happened is not all delinquent records were migrated into the Megabyte system. So there have been properties that were delinquent, essentially before 1999 to 2001, in that period where we were converting, that don't have the older records associated with them. Some do, some don't. So some records of delinquent properties, let's say the property went delinquent back in the 70s or 80s, we may only have the delinquent years from 1999 on. There's no rhyme or reason to it. We don't know why some were uploaded, some weren't. We understand there was going to be an effort in the past to finish that conversion, but it's incomplete. And what we've learned is that the paper records that we have for backups, those are incomplete. And those records show not just the history of liabilities, but also potentially payments. So really, right now, we have it flagged on some properties that this issue may exist. I believe there are other properties where this issue may exist, but I don't know which ones they are. I really don't have any way to, even if we were to go into the basement of the garage back there into storage and go through all the boxes, we would never know if we've actually completed the picture of what's out there. So it's our recommendation that these debts be discharged at this point. So I've brought forward this recommendation to Ms. Harrington, and I don't know if you want to chime in at all.
Sure, just that, we discussed the approach and that it's just inappropriate to pursue these bills, assessment, I don't even know what to call it, this partial data, I suppose. And so, I recommend we discharge it.
And just to be clear, the discharge we're working on is only going to impact those debts that are not in the system. So it actually doesn't result in us taking any action. We'll do basically a memo certifying what we've agreed to. But this is an unusual discharge. Normally, we're identifying a specific amount of debt, and that's part of the reason we wanted to bring it forward in a public item, is that this is the opposite of the normal approach. We don't know what the amount of the debt is, and the level of investigation and cost in determining it is what makes this worthy of a discharge of accountability. So again, if your board has any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Thank you very much for the presentation. Supervisor Green?
Well, if you can't, it's hard to discharge a debt you can't calculate. So as you work on this discharge that ain't a discharge, what's the ultimate deliverable? Do you just, it's gone, and then whatever paper trail you pick up later, from that will become the new baseline? I guess I'm unclear, having determined, and I don't know how many parcels you're talking about, and you may not even know how many parcels you're talking about. But if you're saying we have a big old data gap of 2+ years that you have no idea what's going on, I would accept that, number one, but you're working on a discharge project, it sounds like. So what are you going to do at the end of this tunnel?
Yeah. So I think the final step here, yes, is going to be agreeing on a date, that anything before that date is going to be discharged, and probably wording to the effect that it's not in the system as of that date, that we will not be including it. It would be problematic, for instance, there's about 400 parcels I'm aware of that this is happening on, and they're all delinquent. And for instance, some of them are in the sale. So if we were to not discharge them, I really couldn't even complete the tax sale, because I don't know. If someone were to walk into my office right now and wanted to pay it off, I wouldn't even know what amount to give, because I can only give the amount based off what we have. So yeah, the discharge we finally set will be a date specific. What is in the system is the record. Anything outside of that, prior to that time, whatever the conversion date is, we'll have to exclude. So,
From the responsibility
right,
in general.
it releases, yeah, that's a good point. It releases my office from the responsibility of having to collect it. In a way, the debt never really goes away in a discharge. It just relieves the county officer of the obligation to collect on it. It would bring this process to a standstill, because if I give someone an amount that's wrong, that puts the county in a difficult position, and one that we don't want to be in with our taxpayers. And most of the properties involved in this are already upside down. These are properties that were delinquent in the 70s, 80s, 90s, even the 60s, and have been delinquent ever since. So these are properties that are 25 to 60 years of tax default. So most of those that were of value have already sold, either in one of our tax sales over the last 20 years or through a private party sale. So we're really dealing with generally paper subdivisions. The ones that we know of are almost exclusively paper subs. So that's what I suspect the original amount was, and that's probably why it was not a priority at the time.
Is there a discharge procedure in the Revenue and Taxation Code that would allow you to go down the path you described?
Yes. That's what's outlined in the memo.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions regarding this?
And so how many of these are you considering again?
It's unknown.
Unknown? The amount of properties?
Yeah.
It's probably going to be like prior to 01.
I suspect, yeah, I mean, we're aware of about 400. I
That's-
suspect there couldn't be more than 600 or 700 based off what I'm aware of, but I'm reluctant to even.
That's all I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I was looking for. You know, I know that there was a document about paper subdivisions about 10, 15 years ago on our end for a plan for that. So I don't know. I think it's something to consider, not on your end, but for us, you know, to deal with that. I know a lot of them are in my district, so.
I know when I started looking into the defaulted tax properties and I ended up in the dungeon trying to come up with some documentation, it's hard to say that people, when looking at a property tax default that was going to go on a tax sale, actually went into the dungeon, which is a storage room, but it's kind of underground, that they actually went there to find out all the past tax defaulted amounts. So if they paid off, if we find something, does that mean that it's already been paid, not paid? And I think everything about it is unknown. It's unfortunate. Luckily, it's not like we're going back 10 years and cleaning everything out. We've been using this for at least 20 years. And so the up-to-date stuff is still live and continued. It's all that historical stuff, pre-computers, unfortunately, but that's part of the problem. And so I think that it's a necessary thing to unburden ourselves of. And I think overall what this discharge means is free storage space for you to be able to fill up with other things, because that's the only benefit that I see out of it, other than you're no longer having to take a look at those things. But I think it's a necessary thing for us to do, focus on what can be collected and move on. So appreciate you bringing this to us. And just so I can make the statement, and we talked about this when we talked about this item before, this is not a low value anything. This is only about discharging prior amounts in the past.
Result of not having a low-value
Yeah.
ordinance, I would say.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
mostly the result of not having a low-value ordinance. Would be a
Oh,
fair way
touche.
to frame it.
I didn't know if that is, yeah.
If there's no further comments, Supervisor Green, is that still up or new? Okay. Then opening up for public comment. And seeing none, you're not looking for any action, just letting us know what your plan is. Appreciate you letting us know.
All right, thank you.
We're going to take up 718, consideration of Lake County Library Collection Development Policy. And we should have our librarian, Christopher Veach.
Hello, Board. How are
Hello.
you? So thank you. I'm Christopher Veach, County Librarian, and I'm coming to you today to ask you to approve the Lake County Library Collection Development Policy. This policy guides me and the library in developing the collection and informs the public of the principles on which collection development decisions are based. Its purpose is to serve as a guide to build a diverse, balanced, and high-quality collection that represents a multiplicity of viewpoints. This policy has been in use by the library as a department-level policy for over 20 years with only minor updates. However, it's never been a policy that was approved by the board. While the ultimate responsibility for the library collection rests with the county librarian, I'm bringing this policy before the board now so the board and public is aware of the process by which items are selected to be included in the library collection. And I wanted to just provide some brief highlights about the policy since this is the first time it's coming before your board. So,
We're
this-
here. We're here.
okay. So this policy asserts that the purpose of the library collection is to inform, assist, educate, entertain, and enrich individuals within the county. Selection is determined by multiple factors, some of which are importance of subject matter, accuracy, objectivity, literary, intellectual, or artistic quality, the popular demand or potential appeal, the relation to the existing collection, the recreational value, and the quality and suitability of the format. And an item doesn't have to meet all of the criteria in order to be acceptable. And the selection of any given item does not indicate an endorsement of the author's viewpoint. So the policy also asserts that the library believes that full, confidential, and unrestricted access to information is essential for patrons to exercise their rights, which is their First Amendment right to read and view materials in the library. And while anyone is personally free to reject books and other materials for themselves, they may not restrict the free choice of others. Only parents and guardians have the right and responsibility to guide and direct the reading, listening, and viewing choices of their own child. If people do have a concern about library resources, the policy lists the procedures that the library will take to address those concerns. It's my hope that any concern that comes about materials is an opening for a conversation on the principles of our collection development policy and the freedom to read. But there is a form library residents can fill out called a Statement of Concern about Library Resource. And once I receive that form, I, as the county librarian, will review the material in its entirety and assess if it meets the criteria of the policy. The item will remain available throughout the review, and only current residents of Lake County can submit a statement, and I'll respond in 60 days. The same item will not be eligible for review again for a period of a year. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have about the collection development policy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Veach. Are there any questions or comments regarding this? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you, Director Veach. Just on the last page of the policy, the freedom to view statement, and I love the freedom to read statement and everything it stands for, but this one looks like it dates back to 1990, and it may not be fully inclusive of internet access and stuff like that. And I know this just reflects a long-standing policy that the library itself has enforced. But I'm just looking at that particular clause, and I'm wondering if the ALA Council still exists as stated in this, or if there's been any update to the freedom to view statement.
I believe I included it, the most recent freedom to view statement, which was endorsed by 1990. And I think while a lot of it is based on film and video, which was the original purpose of the freedom to view statement, and it's still useful to the library to have that wording in there. But that still exists, and that's still something that the ALA, the American Library Association, still promotes and uses.
Thank you. You're not aware of any updates since that?
No, that's the 1990 version is the most recent one that I have found.
Any other comments or questions? The way that I see this as I'm reading through it is the library is the marketplace of ideas. Come and find any new or current viewpoint that you have, or open your mind to creative thought with fiction in all types of genres. So I love this, I support this, and thank you very much for bringing this to us. Anything further from our public? Thank you for hanging in there with us. Been a long one today.
Was there a recommended action?
The action would be
Oh, there
for
it
you
is.
to approve the policy.
Got it, okay.
All right, and bringing it back to the board for action.
Then I will do just that. If there's nothing further, Honorable Chair, I move to approve the Lake County Library Collection Development Policy.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And I have failed to mention, and I apologize, that 5.29 will be taken up most likely March 5th, but at a later date it will be taken up. And so that concludes all of our open session items other than our calendars. And who is ready for calendars?
I'll go.
Our Vice Chair Crandall.
All right, so I'll start with so I'll go back a couple of weeks because we had last week off. Went to DC. I went with the Robinson Rancheria Tribe. I'm the vice chair of the tribe, so I'm able to go on specific trips here and there. So not in the position of chair any longer because I want to concentrate fully on my supervisorial position, but still serve in that capacity. So I was able to go and take care of some county business as well as going with the tribe. Was able to visit with Senator Alex Padilla, of course, Congressman Thompson's office, but we had dinner with him Tuesday night. You ended up leaving that night. You had to leave earlier, but you were able to meet with him in the office. And so just a lot of discussion. I know one of the discussions that we had, that I know that he mentioned, and I'll go ahead and just kind of go to my RCRC notes because he talked about this couple of things, and one being the Insure HR 6944 that's coming out that he is a co-sponsor on, and that is a federal bill aimed at addressing property insurance crisis. And so it promises to have a positive impact on the availability and affordability of property insurance in California, particularly in high wildfire risk areas where insurers are currently withdrawing from the market. And then there's a lot more on it. I can give more information later. However, just wanted to highlight that that is something the RCRC is fully backing as well. I know another bill, a bipartisan tax deal that he's co-sponsoring as well with Congressman LaMalfa is the bipartisan tax bill, and it is a $78 billion tax package for relief for families and workers of 2024, which holds significance in California, and that's for victims of taxation after fire, an effort by Congress to exempt wildfire relief payments from federal income taxes encompassing various elements such as legal fees, emotional distress, lost wages, and additional living expenses. And so it streamlines the process for deducting losses incurred due to disasters. The funding for this legislation, this comprehensive legislation, is secured through a bipartisan agreement reallocating previous designated funds intended for COVID relief. So they're basically going to reallocate or whatever was left over from COVID and try to put that into this. So just wanted to mention those two because he mentioned those at dinner, and so just wanted to mention that because it's very important, and glad to know that there's something else that we have aside from our state option. Not saying it's still in the process. It's not like it's done, but they're working on something, so that was good to hear. What's that?
Adam Schiff's.
Yeah, that was Adam. Yeah, he's they're still waiting on McConnell to address or come about it. I think that's what it said right here. Let me see, just to make sure. I don't want to misquote it. Oh, they're waiting for him. He hasn't disclosed his stance, but he eventually will. There's some Senate Republican tax writers that have indicated preference for their own markup of the bill, but so it might introduce some amendments. But all in all, they're working on it together. So that's good news. I hope, Let's see. Padilla's office, that was basically to talk about, Lake County issues, but also in particular, they wanted to talk about the Walker Ridge project that that Senator Padilla put in place for the Moloch-Loic renaming of the Berryessa Snow Mountain Monument. And so that was a topic of discussion as well. And among the other things, I also visited the forestry. I spoke with the tribal liaison, Terry Logson, and she referred me to Frank Abley, who is supporting a grant. Now, I think the grant is Scotts Valley. I didn't necessarily have the full grant package on me. I just seen the grant announcement. But in talking with them, I just let them know about the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority and the issues we've had in Lake County with fire and whatnot. And it was, to me, I felt like we had a really good discussion. Chairman Cromwell from Robinson was with me, and he had other knowledge about the situation. So I was like, oh, great. It really helped that he was there with me to go ahead and explain that to the forestry department. So that was very helpful as well. So I'm hoping that when they start approving the grant or looking through who they're going to select for that grant, that helped. I hope it helps.
Was that around biomass?
Yes. Let me find the actual, I didn't actually write it, but it's, I've had it, so I'll come back to it because I don't want to miss the other stuff too. Well, it's the biomass. It was a grant for the way that they'll deal with wood. So that was one of the nominations of it. So that was, so then I came back here last week and went to RCRC. Just talked about some of the things that were going on with that when it comes to the meeting. We're just preparing for the actual board meeting, which will happen next month. But I did want to state that at the GSFA meeting, which is part of RCRC, Golden State Finance Authority, there's 2 pending and 2 closed down payment assistance that Lake County employees have used. So that was really good to hear. Following that meeting, came back for Worth. This week, tomorrow, we'll have agenda review. I have a meeting here at the office or a phone call at the office. Lake County Recreation Agency will be Thursday, and then Saturday is the auction. Sheriff's auction?
Sheriff's Ball.
Is what it's called? Sheriff's Ball?
Sheriff Foundation Ball.
Foundation Ball, okay, I thought it was an auction, a silent auction.
There's an auction.
Okay, wanted to make sure. CAO meeting Monday, and then back here Tuesday.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay. So we also were in DC, but different meetings. We did have this meetings also with Padilla's office and Congressman Thompson's office, and we brought our Lake County issues that we're talking about. But the first day was the FEMA training, which all four of us participated in. And then subsequent conversations with FEMA around the national approach on fire insurance. And one of the things that, because it's a state issue, but it's also every state's issue, if it's fire or flood or hurricane or tornado. And so what is the federal government's role, and what are the national threads that could be pulled to kind of bring some policy together that could be really helpful and support the states as they develop policy. So what we talked a lot about what's happening in the state of Alabama in several different workshops and committee meetings. And what's happening in Alabama is really interesting because we know we've been through our own disasters. We've had FEMA here, and the change in thinking is all the proactive work to make sure that when we're talking about climate risk, how can we have economic stability and sustainability? And so it's investing money before there's a disaster to mitigate, major spending. So the data shows that every $1 invested ahead of time saves $7 down the road. So in Alabama, FEMA is investing $10,000 in every house to help with the hurricane. So hurricane ties and roofing and all those things. And that's a pretty low cost if you think about it. But what's happening is they're hardening communities, and now the insurers are just flocking to Alabama. There's not the problem that we're seeing in other states. And that is a project that's happening here with the Home Hardening Project program through FEMA in Kelseyville Riviera. That's cluster hardening a community for climate adaptation. So it's really interesting to have all these conversations with not just our rural colleague partners from California, because we are working on this with my Agriculture, Environment, and Natural Resources Policy Committee with CSAC. We met briefly with our group there to kind of continue the discussions on how we're going to work this year on fire insurance, but also to be working with our national colleagues. So there was a lot happening there. Obviously, this is not something that we're going to solve here today, but the question, it's always really interesting when you have these conversations, particularly with the industry, is the insurance industry is saying, you have to do all these mitigation issues. You have to do defensible space and harden your home and all of those things because, that's on you. You're uninsurable. But when we say, well, we have entirely rebuilt communities built to the latest codes, and there's literally no more forest there. Why are these communities uninsured? And they don't have an answer for that. They say, well, because the whole industry, is suffering and losing money and hemorrhaging money. So what is it? Right? Is it our responsibility? Is it your responsibility? So there's a whole lot out there. It's still a mess, but having these conversations together, we are kind of making some progress on what, and studying places like Alabama on how we could move forward and what could be beneficial, and when we finally start to see a leveling out. So most of the conversations were circular and in those realms. We did, we did have an opportunity to hear President Biden speak to a whole room full of county supervisors and commissioners, which is really, incredible because he started as a county supervisor, and he, they always say that's where the rubber meets the road, but then he also said, and they all know where you live, and everybody started laughing because that's the truth. Because when we work at this level, we are embedded in our communities all the time. So Tuesday was our Capitol Hill Day, and we worked on fire insurance, tree mortality, Lake Pillsbury, what else? Several other issues. But anyway, overall, I felt like we got a lot out of it. It was our first time sending a full delegation. It's important to be building those relationships, not just with the electeds, but the staff in the departments and the staff of our electeds. So it was a great trip. It was exhausting. We did a whole lot. And then tree mortality task force meeting that I had on the 16th when we came back. Really bad news. Mediterranean oak borer has now moved all the way into Mendocino National Forest. So 2 years ago, we were alerted that it was crossing into Middletown, and now it's countywide. So that is very, very unfortunate. But the Risk Reduction Authority is working to put on a town hall in the spring so we can really bring that education out to the community on how to mitigate this as best we can. But this is an invasive species, and it's devastating our valley oaks and our blue oaks. But there are some things that we can do. Stop moving firewood around for one, but that's really difficult because a lot of people use firewood. So look for that conversation later in the spring. Hopefully it's going to be in April. And then our evacuation corridor grant plan is about to wrap up. We're finishing all the projects there. There was about 100 dead trees being removed from the Soda Bay corridor. The grant wraps up the end of March. So this is the time when all the work is finishing. The trees are almost cut down. But more importantly, our draft of the evacuation plan that we've been working on for a year, we're having another community meeting tomorrow night at Canocti Harbor Inn. This is an open house from 4 to 7. People can come in and give their feedback on that plan, and then it will be adopted by the end of March. And the grant will be successfully completed. It's $380,000. That's been a focus on clearing vegetation from that evacuation route and the plan, and we bought the masticator head. So that's been a big job, and really a lot of really great things have come out of it. We had our a Risk Reduction Authority DEI training on the 20th, which Supervisor Simon, Terry, Logston, Chief Duncan, and Ben Murphy all participated in that. That's a requirement for the APGB grant that we're working through. And then our biomass, we didn't get to do the presentation today, but so much is going on with that. So I'm really excited for our next meeting so you guys can all learn more about that big old project we're working on. And then, let's see. So tomorrow, before the evacuation meeting, we've got the home hardening biweekly meeting. I have the NCO board meeting, and then I will go straight to Canocti for the evacuation meeting. And then Thursday, I have jury duty, so I'm going to be here, see how that goes. And then I'll make the recreation meeting. That's in Clear Lake. Yes. Yeah. And then on March 1st, I'm going to Robinson Rancheria in the afternoon. Saturday, I will be going to the Sheriff's Ball. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to go, but my plans have changed. Sunday is the Fiddler's Jam. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make that. It looks like it's going to be awfully stormy over the weekend, so that may get canceled. Then I've got my meeting with CAO Parker in the morning, and then back on Tuesday.
I actually found the name of the grant. Wood Products Infrastructure Assistance Grants. And one of the things that I really tried to emphasize was the partnership amongst the county and how ready it is. And so that's the important thing that I wanted to emphasize. Seemed to be taken really well with that. And so I just wanted to, I found it on a different, what do they call, not Google, and then you have the Safari. You have them all kind of, you think you could find them. But yeah, that's what it was called. And so that's what Frank sent to me. So I wanted to make sure I highlighted that.
Scotts Valley applying for
I
that?
think they're they're the lead on it, but it's amongst partnering with different agencies. And so, again, I didn't have the complete details, so I took the approach of just sharing what Lake County's done since the fires took place and just gave what insight I had, because also I'm not on the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority any longer, but knowing what we've gotten from here, just was able to explain that. And again, I didn't even expect Chair Cromwell to come with me, but he kind of knew a different side of things that really helped in that capacity. And you know what? When I went back to my calendars, I forgot to mention, didn't forget, I skipped over this. I actually went to Sacramento yesterday. They had a California Tribal Nations Summit with the governor and basically his cabinet and staff and whatnot. And so there was a question and answer session. Usually they only allow the one tribal leader to speak, but one of the other leaders didn't. So I asked if I can take his time, and I stated that in my minutes I stated to the governor that I would like to see a way for them to crack down on fentanyl sales. It's killing our children and families. And then I said, with that being said, meth sales are actually nickel and diming us, and it's the silent killer and the slow leak to everything, really. So if we can look at that and our resources locally, tribally, and even at their level, it's drained because of this concept. And I know this because in my district, in your districts, everybody's districts, we have people committing small crimes, petty theft, and a lot of it's tied to meth. And so that was my comment. Along with that, also illicit grows in the hills. And then saying, you do have carte blanche to activate the National Guard. And so I mentioned that as well. And so he did make a comment. I didn't really I recorded it, so I didn't get to, kind of decipher what he said, but he was actually commenting how they're working on something to do with catching the sales, working with China to catch the sales in a different country like Mexico or something like that, saying it's working. But I really wanted to look further into it before I know if that's really what was the answer that I was getting. That was actually something. So, but the 1 minute turned into 6 minutes, so it was good because some others didn't go that long. So I had a couple of people come up to me afterwards and say, I actually texted the Human Services state rep, and I texted this person. And from the state staff. So I had a couple of other topics of discussion on that too. So even though I went for the tribe, I was able to bear fruit in other ways as well to try to highlight, because we're all dealing with the same problems, whether it's tribal government, county government, or city government. This is what a lot of other folks brought up: housing. They brought up homelessness. They brought up all of those other things. I didn't want to harp on that, and I didn't hear this being mentioned, so I mentioned it. So.
It's like fire, it doesn't have a jurisdiction, it covers everything, unfortunately. Thank you for that. Supervisor Green?
Well, it's underachiever hour here. I thank my colleagues for the extensive report on their extensive advocacy, and I appreciate it truly, and I hope this community does. We are well served when our elected representatives go outside county to fight the good fight on our behalf. That said, my report will be fairly brief. I did meet with our Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council yesterday. We have a kind of a new mix of the board there, and it's exciting to see them pick up where last year's council left off, and they have so many things, but it's hard for them to follow the bouncing ball, and it's kind of hard for me to advocate on their behalf to follow the bouncing ball as well. So without putting anybody on the spot, I am going to be reaching out to Terry and Director De Leon and whoever I can get from Water Resources. They have several subjects of specific interest that they're looking for an update on sooner than later, and I would appreciate some backup on that. So I'll put out an email on that. Tomorrow, A reminder, thank you, Chair Sabatier. First Five Commission will be meeting, and I have a time conflict with the IHSS committee, which is reborn and finally going to meet after a long period of dormancy. So I want to make sure I'm paying attention to that group appropriately, and if there are any time conflicts I need to resolve in future months, I will address that at that time. And you know what? I'm just going to leave it at that because I cannot possibly follow that act, and I'm not even going to try. Chair Sabatier, you carry on because I know you're going to have a full report too.
I'll try to be brief, and thank you. I was really excited about our NACO trip. The sessions were good. The connection with other colleagues were good. What's exciting is I am now part of NACO's Health Steering Committee. I co-sponsored a resolution to be sent to Congress to revise our rural EMS reimbursement rates, which is a huge issue for us. And I'm keeping track of where that might be, waiting for that to be finalized from the NACO side so I can also provide that to our congressman and see if he's able to take that on and is interested in it. Just on a little side note, some of the work that's been going on when it comes to the EMS, I don't know if I'm repeating myself from the last meeting, but there are currently 17 students at Lower Lake High School that are taking the EMT courses, and I know that Clear Lake High School already has 20 students lined up and is hoping to get their program started next semester. So now we'll have multiple schools and potentially more added into that want to take on this program, and that's really exciting. Really thankful that Canocta Unified just jumped on that and made it happen in less than 3 months, which is amazing. One of the, at the Health Steering Committee, one of the things that was interesting, I'm sure most of us may or may not know about DARPA. DARPA is basically the inventor of the internet, the inventor of GPS and many other technologies that we use regularly nowadays. They are just an innovation department that really aims to move technology forward. Well, they've taken that concept and they've applied it to healthcare. So I don't know why they didn't call it HARPA, but it's ARPA-H. And it's basically healthcare innovation at a absolute intense schedule where if 6 months or 3 months down the road you're not seeing the outcomes of this project, scrap it, move on to the next one. It's high intensity, and I believe they said that the people that work on those projects are only staying for 1 to 2 years, and then they recycle to get new people because they want to get fresh eyes and fresh brains on ensuring that we're innovating in the area of healthcare. And knowing that our health metrics are where they are, that is something that definitely perked my ears, and I will be continuing those conversations with the Health Steering Committee on how it is that we can capitalize on those innovations as well. Some of them are really looking at a almost like a mobile emergency room unit. They had a whole system set up. They showed us the blueprints, had a CAT scan machine within one of those mobile units and everything. And so, again, reaching areas that are hard to serve where people may not have quick and direct access. I thought that it's just interesting to see where we're going and what we're creating in order to solve today's problems. Had some good conversations regarding Army Corps of Engineers, really amazing session to go to. So one thing that I learned that I was not aware of until I just put the puzzle pieces together is the Army Corps of Engineers is, we have yet to have a conversation with them. Hopefully we will soon, but they will be involved with Lake Pillsbury at one point or another. It's not just FERC, it's not just DWR at the state level, but it will also be the Army Corps. And so I think that we need to make those connections, have those conversations, and start there. FEMA also provides funding, this was in our first Friday FEMA session, provides funding to help cover the cost of the non-federal district for Army Corps of Engineer projects. We're very nervous about the price tag of Middle Creek restoration. We know it's important. How do we get there? There's waivers, there's FEMA funding, and there's also very low interest loans, and having those having those pathways and avenues available to us will lead us to the right place on what it is that we need to do to make sure that we move those things forward. USDA was probably one of the more exciting sessions with the Secretary of Agriculture. I felt like he was specifically speaking about the project that is being discussed at our Food Policy Council, where the idea is to decentralize food production and bring it back to the local community so that we can be self-sustaining and all of that. There picked up some paperwork for value-added grants where you not just grow your own products, your own produce and fruits, but you add that value to enhance your economic viability with your agricultural business. There's a lot of potential funding dedicated specifically to not creating, but supporting local farmers rather than large commercial corporate farmers. And I think that everything that they spoke directly to me in the conversations that we're having at our local food production policy. And in fact, our Food Policy Council has attracted the attention of CDFA. Their first time that they approached us in the meeting, they already offered a $300,000 grant to one of our farmers that happened to be at that committee meeting. And so we're getting the attention that we need, and now we just got to put the pieces together to figure out what kind of grant funding we want to go out for. So between USDA, the health, and the Army Corps of Engineers, to me, those were the highlights of the information that I gathered and able to come back with in order to continue the work that we're doing. We just, Supervisor Green and myself continued the strategic plan for the next 5 years for First Five. That meeting will also continue and occur on this Wednesday for our First Five Commission. As far as tomorrow, I have agenda review, a Lakeport shelter update. I'm working with PEG TV to figure out some of our issues that we're dealing with. And after my First Five meeting, I'll be going to Lake County Fire Protection District to listen in and see what they're up to. And then other than Saturday, where I'm meeting with our Little League and the Sheriff Gala, I will be, I don't know what the following week looks like, but meeting with our CAO and preparing for Tuesday's meeting, and that is all that I have at this moment in time. So we will be, we have a do-over?
You're off the hook for tomorrow. Looks like my IHS test ain't happening. So First Five.
Thank you very much. And so if everything is done, we have our closed session left with 8.1, Public Employee Evaluation, title Special Districts Administrator, 8.2, Public Employee Evaluation, title Community Development Director, CAO Parker.
We are rescheduling 8.2 and 8.3.
We will be rescheduling those two, thank you. And 8.4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Significant Exposure to Litigation Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.E1, one potential case. And 8.5, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Earth Waste Foundation, Inc., v. County of Lake et al. And with that, we will go into closed session, and thank you for everyone that has joined us. Okay, we are back in open session from our closed session, and we are looking at item 8.5. And Vice Chair Crandall, do we have any action from closed session?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to approve the settlement of Earth Waste Foundation Incorporated versus County of Lake et al. In the amount of $125,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we are done with our meeting today. Thank you.